Good morning, everyone. We're about to begin. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services of November 16th, 2022. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, and as such, committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. Committee members participating by electronic means are reminded that in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, video must be enabled in order to confirm quorum. Any council member whose video is disabled will be marked absent for that portion of the meeting. Members are also asked to please advise the clerk if they need to leave the meeting. If a committee member loses connection during the voting process, staff will get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process, and the staff contact information has been circulated to you. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website, and the link to that form will also be tweeted out on Van City Clerk on Twitter. Council is committed to ensuring that all people who participate in Vancouver City Council meetings are treated fairly and respectfully. The language we all use in these meetings should reflect respect for all residents. No form of discrimination is acceptable or tolerated. Discriminatory language includes attacks on groups of people and individuals. Vancouver's Procedure Bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tone, manner of speaking, or gestures that express a negative view of the character of any person or groups of people. Members of the public are expected not to engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or are defamatory. The creation of a safe and inclusive environment for the public, staff, and council to participate is all of our responsibility. Members of council may call a point of order if language used by another councillor during the meeting is not respectful. As chair, I will ask the speaker to modify their speech to ensure they are using respectful language, should this occur. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by their first and last name, role, or title. I also want to acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for caring for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's staff, who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Mayor Sim. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato. I understand she will be joining virtually later. Councillor Bly is on LOA for personal reasons and for the day. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Claassen. Councillor Meisner is in the chair. Councillor Zhu. The meeting has quorum, Chair Meisner.
Thank you. Okay, now our plan for the day. We have 12 items of business on today's agenda, 8 reports and 4 member motions referred from yesterday's council meeting. We will break at noon for lunch and reconvene at 1 p.m. to continue dealing with the remainder of the agenda and also break at 5 p.m. for dinner. We will then return at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. Should the business not be completed this evening, this meeting will reconvene on November 22nd at 3 p.m. Finally, I would like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. Please ensure the clerk has received your amendment by using the council meeting amendments DL mailing list. As chair for this meeting, I am suggesting that for the reports with no speakers and no presentations, that we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. Reports 1 through 8 on the agenda have no speakers. Does any member wish to hold reports 1 through 8 for debate or questions to staff? Thank you, Councillor Zhou. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the consent items? Okay, hearing none. We need a motion to adopt the recommendations. Yep. Okay. Okay. In reports 2 through 8. Thank you. So the following have been approved on consent. Reports 2 through 8. Okay, they just voted though. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Apologies, I need to call a vote. So voting on adopting reports 2 through 8. All in favor say yay. All opposed say nay. Okay, thank you. Passes unanimously. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the following have been approved on consent. Report 2, 2022 Supportive Housing Integration Grants. Report 3, Vancouver Civic Theatre's rental rates 2023 to 2024. Report 4, Vancouver Civic Theatre's Activating Spaces Grant 2023. Report 5, Vancouver Community Sport Hosting Grant, Fall 2022 Intake. And Report 6, that is the single room accommodation demolition permit for 172 East Cordova and 307 Main Street. Report 7, the contract award for the South Kinross Park construction. And Report 8, contract award for security services. Councillor Zhou has held item 1. Councillor Zhou, would you please, you've already added yourself to the queue. That's fantastic. Councillor Zhou, I'm just going to turn your microphone on. And you can make your comments. It's not working. Sorry, Councillor Zhou, just one moment. Apologies, please
Okay,
go ahead.
can you hear me? Okay, it's all good. Yeah, so it's not a question, it's just a comment. So I hope the city could reach out to more the ethnic communities and let them know the city of Vancouver has a lot of grants and support available to support multicultural events and diversities. You know, perhaps we can do that through advertising, social media, and also translate relevant documents for the application process into different languages. You know, my understanding is many ethnic community, they don't even know there is a grant available for them. So I like to see the recipients of the grants reflect the multiculturalism and cultural diversity in Vancouver. That's my comments.
Thank you. Apologies, I did not do the order of this correctly, but thank you for the comments, Councillor Zhou. I just want to mention that we have Sandra Singh, General Manager of Arts, Culture and Community Services, along with Brenislav Henselman, Managing Director of Cultural Services, here in the chamber today to answer questions for the item. Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm wondering if through you, we could ask a question of Cultural Services team about what kind of outreach to communities as Councillor Zhou has suggested.
Thank you.
There's no
Sorry,
mic for.
sorry, just one moment, Tina. Try again, please.
Thank you. Shall I repeat?
Please. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Cheryl Masters. I head up the Grants and Awards programs with Cultural Services, and it's a pleasure to be here today and to meet the new council and the mayor. Thank you. Great question, and thanks for your comments, Councillor Zhou. In this report, there's some really exciting programs, which are fairly new programs to our portfolio, which have the goals of doing exactly what you have just made a comment on, and is reaching some of the communities that we have not been, that have been underrepresented in our granting investments in the past. So these are new programs, and we're building their budgets over time. And we outreach, we take a lot of community referrals, we work with community partners, and we are growing our networks to really identify those people that we should be paying attention to and outreaching and building relationships with a little bit more. So through some partners like Carnegie Community Center and many other groups, we will aim on doing a better job at this. And thank you for the comments around translation. I think that is really important. And through our neighborhood houses, there's a lot of opportunities to work with some of the programs that they have there and resources and services as well. So thank you.
Thank you for the information. There are no speakers on this item. So thank you for speaking to council on the item. Would someone like to move a motion? Okay, Councillor Boyle, seconded by Mayor Sim. Oh, we don't need seconders. Okay, just learning the ropes here. Okay, thanks, Councillor Boyle. Tina. Okay, council, is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, and seeing no one else on the queue to speak to this amendment, I'm now going to call a vote. Clerk, please move us to the voting panel. And council, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel.
Chair, it's Councillor Dominato, and I'll take a vote assist in favor. My laptop's not working.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Sim. Do you need a vote assist? Sorry. Okay, so we had 10 votes in favor, and Councillor Bly is absent. Thank you. And that concludes item 1 on the agenda. Okay, we have 4 items on the agenda that were referred from the council meeting yesterday to today's meeting. In order to hear from speakers, followed by debate and decision. Another reminder that amendments must be submitted to the clerk in final written form before the member introduces it. I want to again remind council, speakers, and observers to be respectful as we hear comments on the agenda items. Vancouver's procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tone, manner of speaking, or gestures that express a negative view of the character of any person or groups of people. Members of the public are expected not to engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or are defamatory. The creation of a safe and inclusive environment for the public, staff, and council to participate is all of our responsibility. Members of council may call a point of order if language used by another councillor during the meeting is not respectful. As chair, I will ask the speaker to modify their speech to ensure they're using respectful language. The first referred motion is item 9. Adopting the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IHRA, working definition of anti-Semitism, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Kirby-Yung and seconded by Councillor Klassen. Before we start with speakers, I would like to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to make their comments. Should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. After each speaker, council may or may not have questions for the speakers. Council members have up to 3 minutes to ask clarifying questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, we will go back through the list for those who were not present when their name was initially called. Speakers should follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will also be tweeted out on Van City Clerk on Twitter. We will now hear from speakers on this motion. Our first speaker is Nico Slablinski in the chamber today.
Thank you. Boker Tov. Good morning. My name is Nico Slovinsky, and I'm speaking in favor of the IRA motion on behalf of the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, the advocacy agent of the Jewish Federation of Greater Vancouver. I do so as a Jewish father who is alarmed about the world in which my children and all children are growing up. It pains me to speak to you today about anti-Semitism, the world's oldest hatred, but I can no longer keep silent. So why IRA? The IRA, non-legally binding working definition of anti-Semitism, provides policymakers, law enforcement, and community leaders with a tool to identify, understand, and combat contemporary forms of anti-Semitism in public life, the media, schools, the workplace, and in the religious sphere. IRA is the consensus definition of anti-Semitism that best reflects lived experiences of Jews today. Developed by the IRA Committee on Anti-Semitism, it is grounded in the research of the world's foremost experts on anti-Semitism and the Holocaust, and it is supported by the UN, the EU, and 30-plus countries, including the US and Canada. It is also being used by Ontario, British Columbia, Quebec, Alberta, Manitoba, and New Brunswick. On August 2, 2022, Statistics Canada released a police-reported hate crime data for 2021, revealing once again that Jews remain the most targeted religious group for hate in Canada. Incidents targeting the Jewish community grew dramatically by 47% since 2020, and cumulatively by 59% over the last 2 years. While the Jewish community roughly represents 1% of the population in Canada, members of the Jewish community were victims of 14% of all reported hate crimes in 2021. Statistically, Canadian Jews were more than 10 times more likely than any other Canadian religious minority to report being the target of a hate crime in this country. The Vancouver Police Department confirms that the Jewish community remains the most targeted religious minority for hate crimes also in our city, in Vancouver. Let this data sink in for a moment. Sounds uncomfortable, right? I know it does. It is also alarming. To effectively combat anti-Semitism, we first need to define it. I would like to share 3 reasons why the IRA definition is the most effective tool in countering these dangerous trends. First, as both IRA and the motion state, this is a non-legally binding definition which affirms that anti-Semitism may be criminal or non-criminal in nature. Most anti-Semitic acts, such as casual social media posts, are not criminal. Others, such as vandalism or threats of violence, are criminal. The IRA definition in no way changes this distinction. Rather, it provides a guide for local officials to understand what constitutes anti-Semitism, with the definition stating that context must be considered. Second, the IRA definition reflects the broadest consensus within the Jewish community here in Vancouver on anti-Semitism. It is seen in the support for this very same motion back in 2019 that was endorsed by more than 20 local Jewish organizations representing the membership of our community in this city, as well as the massive number of emails councillors have received from local residents supporting the motion. Third, the motion is a valuable tool in upholding freedom of expression. It is utterly false to suggest it equates criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. The definition states, and I quote, "Criticism of Israel similarly to that leveled against any other country cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic." To me, it's common sense. One can criticize a country without either denying its right to exist or the human rights of its citizens. Many Jews and Israelis do so. I do it too. The definition explicitly exonerates critics of Israel policies from false accusations of anti-Semitism. But calling for the destruction of the world's only Jewish majority country is indeed anti-Semitic, as is dehumanizing and demonizing its people. This vitriol often extends to Jewish Canadians, the vast majority of whom, and I quote an Environics polling, shows that 9 in 10 Jewish Canadians see Israel as a core part of their identity. If critics of the motion oppose Israel's right to exist and reject the human rights of Israelis and of Jews, they should be honest about why they don't like the IHRA definition. Council must not allow such voices to derail this effort to combat growing racism in our city. To be clear, a non-legally binding definition doesn't criminalize these hateful opinions. While not all hate is criminal, all of it is worth condemning. City officials must be leaders in doing so. I urge this council to support this motion as a first step in a comprehensive effort to counter anti-Semitism and hate in all of its forms. There is, as you have just heard,
Sorry to interrupt, Nico. You're at time, but thank you for your
Thank you.
comments. Okay, we will now move to our next speaker. Oh, sorry. Apologies, 1 second. We have questions for the speaker. Councillor Kirby Young, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Nico, for speaking today. I have one question for you. And I think that you were probably starting to touch on it in your remarks before you finished. And that was yesterday when I introduced the motion, one of my fellow councillors asked, why not adopt another definition? Why not adopt, for example, a reference to the Jerusalem option? And I wonder if you could speak to why you don't support that and why this definition is important.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. I don't know about other definitions, right? Even though I'm familiar with them, I can tell you that this definition is a definition that is supported by the vast majority of the organized Jewish community in this city, in this country, and in the world. This is a consensus definition that is rooted in more than 15 years of research, of collaboration between intergovernmental bodies, of Holocaust researchers, scholars, and legal experts. It's been adopted widely by more than 30 countries, including our country. It's been adopted, as I mentioned, by a number of provinces and territories in our country as well, and endorsed by the Canadian Human Rights Commission and the Canada Race Relations Foundation. I'll tell you even more. Our community here wrote to you in 2019. 20 community organizations that represent the vast majority of our voices in this city stood shoulder to shoulder asking for you to take a step to combat anti-Semitism in this city. And this is the definition that we are putting forward. It is up to our Jewish community to define what our oppression looks like.
Okay, and following up on that, just one clarification. You also said the Canadian Human Rights Commission and the Canadian Race Relations Foundation. Did I hear that correctly?
They refer to the definition on their websites. Yes, correct.
Okay. And just following up on that, because you referenced that this is supported widely by the organized Jewish community and referenced the 20 organizations, and obviously you have a large number of constituents that you support and serve. So do you believe that that reflects that you are the voice and that does reflect the vast populace of the Jewish community in Vancouver, in our city?
Yes, the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, as the advocacy agent of the Jewish Federation, acts on behalf of the organized Jewish community. I will not claim here for a moment that the Jewish community is a monolith, that all Jews think alike or speak alike, right? There's difference of opinion in our community, like in all communities. I'm sure there's difference of opinions within this chamber on many issues. But as a collective, when you look at the organizations that wrote to you in 2019, and you look at our synagogues, our schools, the Jewish Federation, CIJA, the Jewish Community Center, they all wrote to you asking you to adopt this definition of anti-Semitism as we define our own oppression and what racism against us looks like.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you both. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Smolinski, for your remarks. We're going to be hearing a lot of diverging opinions today, obviously, and we've already had quite a bit of correspondence for and against this motion. It seems to me that a lot of the questions revolve around the expression similar to that leveled against any other country with regards to kind of criticism as Israel. How do we respond to those who feel that any criticism of Israel is perceived as being anti-Semitic?
Thank you for the question. Well, first, I would invite everybody who has an opinion like that to read the definition. The definition is a single document that is very clear in its intent, and that provides 11 illustrative examples of what constitute and what does not constitute anti-Semitism. Right? So criticism of Israel that is leveled to, impaired to any other country should not be considered as anti-Semitic. And I will say that those who oppose the definition, what they're really trying to do is they're trying to redefine what anti-Semitism looks like, so they can continue to get away with it. Right? So I invite everybody to read the definition, to read the examples, and many people criticize Israel and are not considered, not labeled as being anti-Semitic. Read the examples; it's in the examples. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you both. Okay, thank you, Nico, for your comments.
Thank you, everybody.
We're going to move on to our next speaker. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Janaya Peters, if you could please come to the podium. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Good morning to all members of City Council. My name is Janaya Peters, and I'm here simply representing myself and my family as citizens of Vancouver. I'm speaking as a Jewish person who strongly supports the motion to adopt the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism. Almost 5 years ago, my family was the victim of an intimidating, frightening act of anti-Semitism. On the 8th and final night of Hanukkah, when the lights of our menorah burned the brightest in our living room window, a person or people left a massive swastika on our front lawn, carefully trudged into the snow with their feet. It was deliberate and it was intentional, and it happened here in Vancouver in the Oak Ridge neighborhood where we live. My 12-year-old son saw it. My 9-year-old twin daughters saw it. When a police constable came after we called 911, she was compassionate and kind and caring. After taking photos and our report, she took our shovel and destroyed it, and she would not let us help her. She spoke to my children, letting them know it would be okay. She went above and beyond, and for that I am eternally grateful. However, to our absolute shock, she let us know that if the perpetrators were caught, there was no actual crime to charge them with because there was no property damage. It was done in the snow, so no harm done, right? Harm to our sense of safety, security, harm to the emotional well-being of our young children. I guess that isn't a crime. But maybe, just maybe, the IHRA definition could have clarified this, could have helped law enforcement decide on a course of action that would have had consequences and allowed our family closure. So this is only one story, one small story. I could tell you so many more if I had longer than 5 minutes. Microaggressions, inappropriate remarks made by people in all spheres of our lives. School, workplace, social media, it goes on and on and on. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is an educational tool that has been endorsed by the vast majority of the Jewish community organizations that represent us. And as a public school teacher, I can personally attest to the value of having educational tools and resources at our disposal to counter anti-Semitism. We get to decide what anti-Semitism is or isn't. No one else gets to decide. People of color get to decide what racism against their groups is. Muslims decide what Islamophobia is. Trans people get to decide what is transphobic. LGBTQ get to decide what is homophobic. Anti-Semitism is a shapeshifter, preying on the insecurities of whatever era we are in. Whether it is the killing of Christ, blood libel, capitalism, communism, a new world order, owning the media, and yes, Zionism and the state of Israel. Make no mistake, these are anti-Semitic. Just because something is the cause of the moment, just because it may be associated with left-leaning folk, it is still couched in anti-Semitic tropes and dog whistles. I want everyone here to think of the optics and the subtext of all the people all over the world speaking against this definition. People who oppose the use of this are saying hatred and acts of anti-Semitism should be normalized and expected. This scares me even more than what was done to my family. I humbly stand before you now as a Jewish citizen of Vancouver, a place I have made my home for 28 years, to urge you on behalf of my family and the Vancouver Jewish community to adopt this motion. Jewish people the world over are telling their governments and institutions that this is what anti-Semitism is. Non-Jews and fringe groups do not get to Jew-splain away
Janaya,
our pain
I'm
and
so
stories.
sorry to interrupt, but we're at 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Okay, Councillor Fry, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for joining us, Janaya, and thank you for the courage to speak about your experience, and sorry to hear about it. I just want to ask, though, about your reference to the VPD incident and how it may have informed charges. And I'm also hearing that this is a non-legally binding definition. So I'm curious where you see that affecting sort of like a policing charge kind of.
Thank you for the question. So, in education, like I said, I'm a teacher. We are always talking about templates and guidebooks and to guide our process, to guide best practice. So I see this really as that. I see it as a template. I see it as guiding the practice of whether it's law enforcement, activities here at City Hall. I see it as just yet another tool in our toolkit to counter anti-Semitism. And I would like to think if this definition were adopted, for example, the police constable would have had more tools at her disposal to say, well, the only thing we could have charged them with without this is, property damage, but there wasn't property damage. So maybe they could have seen a way through to looking at it as a hate crime, or again, just using this definition as a template to guide VPD practice in these kind of nuanced matters.
Okay, that's helpful, but not helpful. Just insofar as we hear, like, and I know we'll hear from lots of folks opposed to this definition and the examples about how it may diminish opportunities to speak critically of Israel, for instance, or boycott, divest, sanction. Which, without my own personal opinions aside, that I know is going to be sort of the narrative, and I think that's where we still have to kind of nuance this. Do you see an opportunity to allow this, but still allow?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think that the definition, the longer form with all of its explanations, it makes it pretty clear that, criticism of Israel is legitimate, of course. Just like right now we're talking a lot about Russia, we're talking a lot about what's going on in Iran. So I believe Israel is not exempt from that. I think the definition makes it pretty clear that legitimate criticism is not only allowed but encouraged. I guess what my issue is that people are speaking against this working definition, which talks about things that are expressed as hatred towards Jews. And rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards
Janaya,
Jewish people.
sorry to interrupt. We're just at time.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you both for your
Thank you
comments.
very much.
Thank you. Okay, moving to our next speaker is Nina Krieger. Nina, please come to the podium. Morning, Nina.
Good morning.
Just a question for you. If you could please state if you're a resident of Vancouver.
I am not.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nina Krieger, and I'm Executive Director of the Vancouver Holocaust Education Centre. It's in this capacity and informed by my role as a member of the Canadian delegation to the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance that I address you today in support of the motion to adopt the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism. Canada became an active member of the IHRA in 2009 and today stands alongside 34 member countries, each of which recognizes that international coordination is imperative to advance Holocaust remembrance, education, and research, and to strengthen the moral commitment of societies in a post-Holocaust world. A distinctive feature of the IHRA is that it brings together government representatives and experts in its mission. Each delegation is comprised of policymakers and scholars, educators and museum professionals in the field of Holocaust studies and human rights. I had the honor of joining the Canadian delegation to the IHRA in 2012, and in 2015 chaired the Museums and Memorials Working Group. I have been also active on the Committee on the Genocide of the Roma, another IHRA focus area, and am currently deputy chair of an IHRA project to develop recommendations for teaching guidelines about the persecution and genocide of the Roma and Sinti during the Nazi era. Put forward by the IHRA Expert Committee on Anti-Semitism and Holocaust Denial, the working definition of anti-Semitism was the culmination of years of consultations and adapted by consensus by member countries at an IHRA plenary in 2016. The definition has since been adopted by 37 countries, including by Canada as part of its national anti-racism strategy, as well as by numerous provinces, municipalities, and other entities. The IHRA text is now the international standard, offering informed examples in concrete forms in which anti-Semitism manifests in our time. The non-legally binding definition and list of illustrative examples serves as an important educational resource and a practical tool to distinguish Jew hatred from legitimate discourse. With our mandate to promote social justice, human rights, and genocide awareness, the Vancouver Holocaust Education Centre typically reaches more than 25,000 students each year, and these students represent the diversity of our city and region. In recent years, the VHC has been called on with increasing frequency to deliver programming in direct response to anti-Semitic incidents in educational settings, from elementary schools to post-secondary institutions. These incidents have taken forms such as graffiti, the use of Nazi symbols, as well as the circulation of anti-Semitic tropes, conspiracy theories, and so on, often via social media. We have also been encountering denial, distortion, and trivialization of the Holocaust more than ever. As I revisited my remarks that I'd prepared in support of this motion when it was first proposed in 2019, I was struck by how much has changed, and not for the better. Throughout the pandemic, we have witnessed the spread of another virus, hate, and seen dangerous conspiratorial thinking and scapegoating targeting Jews and others, often amplified online. Though linked to global trends, anti-Semitic rhetoric and violence manifests on the local level, as seen in deadly attacks on members of the Jewish communities in Pittsburgh and San Diego, and in hateful incidents targeting Jewish individuals and institutions in our own city. A robust, best practice-based definition can support police, city staff, elected school board officials, and other frontline practitioners in upholding their respective mandates, protecting the safety and security of Jewish residents and all residents of Vancouver. After all, anti-Semitism is not a problem for the Jewish community alone. It must be recognized and addressed by society broadly. The IHRA definition supports this shared responsibility. It provides common language, and its adoption signals that hatred of one group and of any group will not be tolerated. Because we know that when one group is discriminated against, all groups are at risk of the same. By adopting the IHRA definition, working definition of anti-Semitism today, the City of Vancouver can play a vital role in the ongoing, collaborative, and essential task of building a more just and inclusive society. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Okay, don't see any questions from councillors or the mayor. So we will move to our next speaker.
Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Mariette Doduk, please come to the podium. Good morning, Mariette.
Good morning.
Could you please state for the record whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver?
My name is Mariette Dodak. I'm a child survivor of the Holocaust and speaker with the Vancouver Holocaust Educational Center.
Mariette, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry,
Are you a resident of Vancouver?
I'm sorry?
Are you a Vancouver resident?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Please continue.
Along with my fellow Holocaust survivor speakers, I share my personal experiences with thousands of students across BC and beyond to educate them about the danger of anti-Semitism, racism, and discrimination of all kinds. Today, I will share with you a bit about myself and the message that I bring to students and why I strongly support the adoption of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism. Living in Brussels, Belgium, I was 3.5 years old when my life was suddenly ripped apart and permanently changed by hatred of Jews. In 1939, our family, which was made up of 10 children, were all separated by the scourge of war. We were all put into peril by the fact of our Jewishness, a crime under the Nazi rule in Europe. We were marked for death by the accident of being born Jewish. My mother had made the fatal mistake of following orders and registering us at the police station as of a Jewish descent. She was told that if she did, we would not be rounded up. We had to run and to hide in order to survive. We became the children of silence. No talking, no crying, being only and living only in the moment, feeling nothing except hunger. This frightened little girl, Mariette, saw her beloved family disappear. My mother, Hannah Malka, and my brother Albert were deported to Auschwitz, where they were murdered. I saw my mother and brother being loaded into trucks. As I ran towards them when I had come home to celebrate my 7th birthday, that was the last time I saw either of them alive. Another brother, Jean, who was in the French resistance, who was caught and escaped, and then recaught a few months later and was shot just before he entered Auschwitz. To survive, I concealed my Jewish identity by being hidden with the non-Jewish families, as well as in orphanages and even in a Catholic convent in order to survive. I jumped up moving trains and high buildings, was thrown in sewers, and was even hidden in a barn where I took shelter in a bale of hay. I still bear the scar of being impaled by the pitchfork of the Nazi soldiers searching there for Jews. It is estimated that as many as 1.5 million of the 6 million Jews killed by the Nazis were children under the age of 18. Only 11% of Jewish children who were alive in Europe in 1939 lived to see 1945. I'm an exception. After miraculously surviving the war, I immigrated to Canada, the youngest of 1,223 children admitted in Canada in 1947. I arrived in Vancouver in January 1948, the 3rd of January, at the age of 12, and was taken in by a foster family. While I was welcomed by the Jewish community and Canadian society and grew up to be a proud Canadian, not everyone received a warm welcome when attempted to flee Nazi Germany. It was the policy of the many countries, including Canada, not to accept Jews seeking refuge before and during the war. This is the important message that I share with students when I speak, that no society is immune to the danger of anti-Semitism and racism, and that we must work together to stand up when we see injustice in the world and around us. That is why the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism is so important. It will ensure that anti-Semitism is identified and then can be resisted whenever
Mariette.
it appears.
So sorry to interrupt,
Can I
but
just
we're at
finish
we're
1
at the
minute, please?
5
This
minutes
is very
time.
important, even for myself as a survivor. I've just got 1 more minute, not even a minute. The vision of the Vancouver Holocaust Educational Center, I quote, "A world free of anti-Semitism, discrimination and genocide, with social justice and human rights for all." This noble vision can only be achieved when government, educators, organization, and all levels of society work together to teach future generations about the danger of anti-Semitism and discrimination. Together, all of us, we must remember and pass down the teaching of the Holocaust. And we must make never again a reality and not just an ideal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariette. You do have questions. First question is from Councillor Sarah Kirby-Young. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Mariette. Thank you for speaking to council.
Could you speak louder, please?
Yes, sorry. Is that better? Can you hear me now?
I'm okay now.
Okay. Thank you for speaking to council, and thank you for being so courageous in sharing your story, not just with us at council, but on an ongoing basis with all of through the outreach and education programs. The question that I have, did you, were you signed up? Did you try to come to speak in 2019?
I'm sorry?
Did you come to speak previously in 2019? Did you try to do that?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Could you?
I said, did you come to try to speak to council in 2019 when the first motion came forward?
No, I think there was someone else.
Okay.
I wasn't asked at the time.
Okay, and why was it important to you to come and speak to council today on this?
First of all, what has happened in our country, I really wasn't going to speak. I was only speaking as a survivor. But as a survivor that has lived with anti-Semitism and has seen our country, Canada, where I've lived and brought up my children and my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren. And you see anti-Semitisms everywhere. We're not listening. The word is very important. The definition of the words that is being put out there. I don't want my children to go through what I went through as a child. And to try to hide my identity as a Jew? Why? We in Canada are free people. We are the melting pot of the world. We speak many languages. We have different backgrounds. We were accepted. Why are we allowing this hatred to go through?
And do you feel that education is the most powerful tool that we have?
I've been speaking to schools for years. I'm one of the founders of the Holocaust Educational Center. There was only 5 of us Jewish survivors that decided that education was important. We have tried. We have fought. We have opened our hearts. We have cried. And something that a child survivor does not do is cry. Well, today I'm asking you to understand it's not just us Jews. It's everyone that can be hit, no matter where you stand, whatever color of your skin, whatever your belief. We are a free country. Let's stay a free country. And anti-Semitism is out there. Please listen to it. Let this group keep on fighting, because the word is what is out there. The hate is out there. It's not just my color. It's not, I have children that are blonde and blue eyes. We're supposed to be some kind of a different than anybody else.
Thank you, Mariette. I'm going to move on to the next our Mayor Sim, who has questions for you as well. Thank you,
Thank
Councillor
you for
Kirby-Young.
listening to me this morning. Thank you.
Oh, Mariette, you still have questions from Mayor Sim. Yeah. Mayor Sim, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just have a comment. Thank you for sharing that very powerful and emotional story, your story. And thank you for relating to the chamber here that it's not just, you know, the Jewish community that is affected. It is all of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to move on now to speaker number 5. That is Hannah Kawas. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, who is joining us on the phone. And Hannah, if you could please state if you're a resident of Vancouver, and also just a reminder to all speakers that you have a maximum of 5 minutes. Hannah, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm not a resident of the Vancouver. I am Hannah Kawas, and I'm the chairperson of Canada-Palestine Association that's based in Vancouver. I lived much of my adult life in Vancouver after first immigrating here in 1974. Although high house prices later forced me to relocate to the Fraser Valley, my daughter and granddaughter still reside in East Vancouver. I'm asking you to oppose the motion to adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Although the motion insists that IHRA definition is non-legally binding, its illustrative examples clearly aim to intimidate and silence criticism of Israel. 7 out of 11 of these examples is really to protect Israel. Also, this tells the Palestinians that our voices are not valued. As Palestinians, most of us are not here by choice. We have been dispossessed from our ancestral homeland and forced to find refuge wherever we could. I am a Palestinian Christian refugee from the holy city of Bethlehem who can't return to my hometown due to Israeli apartheid policies. My extended family has members in multiple countries. This motion, if passed, will tell me that I'm not allowed to criticize the settler colonialist ideology, Zionism, that resulted in the dispossession of my family and my nation. This is both unfair and equally racist in itself. It adds insult to injury. Adopting this motion at Vancouver City Council will not change our determination as Palestinian Canadians to raise our voices against oppression and all forms of racism, including anti-Palestinian racism and all those who maintain it. We know our lived experience, and we know the racism we have endured both in our homeland and in diaspora. We will continue to speak out forcefully and reject the concept that our narrative must be constricted or restrained. Or are we to be treated differently, like the children of lesser gods? Only racists would think that way. Passing this anti-Palestinian definition will not deter us, but it will tarnish the reputation of the city of Vancouver. No longer can Vancouver promote itself as a diverse and tolerant. Rather, it will be exposed internationally as a city that callously engages in racism against vulnerable minority, a policy that could have negative implications on tourism and investment. I repeat, a policy that could have negative implications on tourism and investment in the city of Vancouver. We join with our progressive allies in the Jewish community, the indigenous community, and other human rights organizations in opposing this motion to adopt the IHRA definition and in combating all forms of racism. Allow me to leave you with one message. If you pass this motion, you are institutionalizing anti-Palestinian racism. Know that our community stands proud and will not be silenced nor intimidated by anyone or any power on earth. We will always fight back against such racism to preserve our dignity and human and national rights. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Hannah. Hold on the line because you have a question from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for speaking with us. I'm interested in knowing, you said that the definition silences criticism of Israel, and 7 of 11 examples of the definition relate to the protection of Israel. I wonder if you can just give me even one specific example of those 7 of 11 examples that are focused on silencing the criticism of Israel.
Thank you for asking. One of them, it says that Israel is a racist endeavor. If you say that Israel is a racist endeavor, then you are anti-Semite. The Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Israeli human rights groups, including B'Tselem, and all Palestinian human rights organizations, if you care to know, they say Israel is an apartheid state. Israel, apartheid means institutional racism. It's not just simple racism. It's institutional racism that's punishable by international law. So to claim that, to say Israel is a racist endeavor is anti-Semitic, the way they put the label on Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, is really racist and is really, shows that this definition is there to protect Israel.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that specific example. Thanks very much.
Thank you. We have another question, this time from Councillor Kirby-Young. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you very much for speaking to council. I just wanted to clarify, just following up on Councillor Carr's questions. I have the illustrative examples in front of me, and I'm just looking through to find the one that you're referencing that speaks of it being a racist endeavor, and I can't find it. Are you able to identify which of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 here bullets that you're 10, 11, you said? Which number is it? I cannot find it.
It's in. I'm sure it's there. It's not in front of me, but I could send it later to the council. I don't have the definition in front of me.
Okay, that would be helpful because I can't see any language that speaks to it being a racist endeavor or similar language to what you're describing. So if you would like to share that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Hey, thank you both, and thank you for your comments today. Hannah.
Thank you.
Okay, moving to speaker 6, R. Michael Tepper on the phone. Please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Meisner and members of council. I serve on the board of directors of the Canadian Anti-Semitism Education Foundation. It's a nationwide Canadian charity dedicated, unsurprisingly, to the eradication of anti-Semitism through education, and I'm proud to add my organization's voice to this very thoughtful and long overdue motion to adopt the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. Before I continue, I do want to refer to the remarks of the previous speaker and the explanation of, in the IRA definition regarding the existence of the State of Israel as a racist endeavor, and I'm going to read it to you literally. It says, denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, example, by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. The definition does not refer to the programs or policies of the State of Israel or any act by Israeli officials. It refers to the concept of the State of Israel merely existing as being a racist endeavor in denying the Jewish people collectively the right to form their own national government in their indigenous homeland. That is what is anti-Semitic, not the policies or criticizing the policies or programs of any particular national government. The definition of anti-Semitism by IRA is the only one that has worldwide acceptance by 37 national governments, including Canada, the US, UK, Australia, France, Germany, Spain, Argentina, South Korea, Austria, the Netherlands, and Italy, just to name a few. It's the only definition adopted by over 28 U.S. states, including New York, Ohio, Virginia, and Massachusetts. It's the only definition adopted by 6 Canadian provinces. Yes, there are other definitions, including the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism and the Nexus definition. They are popular in certain university faculty lounges and among the anti-Israel activist set, but they do not have any widespread international acceptance or credibility. It's the IRA definition and only the IRA definition which has that authority. I know you've heard a lot of noise from an organization calling itself Independent Jewish Voices that's opposed to this definition. Let me tell you something about IGV. It's about as representative of the broad community of Canadian Jews as Jews for Jesus. Now, don't take my word for it. Several years ago, nationally recognized and court-certified anti-Semitism expert Bernie Farber wrote in the Toronto Star calling IJV a minuscule fringe group. Those were his exact words. They're the bunch that got thrown out of Temple Shalom, a Vancouver Reformed congregation, earlier this fall for disrupting a debate on the very issue.
Sorry to interrupt you, Michael. Just a point of order from Councillor Boyle.
Yes, sorry, I'm just looking through my notes for the point of order number particularly, but we're not supposed to impugn the motives of other speakers, and I think it would be helpful for you to just caution the speaker here that we're getting into that, pressed into that territory.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Yeah, just a reminder to all speakers that we're not to impugn the motives of any other speakers. Michael, if you could please continue.
Very well. Make no mistake, the overwhelming majority of Canadian Jewry, represented by the Jewish Federation of Greater Vancouver, who you've heard from earlier this morning, the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, the Simon Wiesenthal Center for Holocaust Studies, the Abraham Global Peace Initiative, Stand With Us, B'nai B'rith Canada, and my own organization are thoroughly united in support of this resolution. Yes, equating the State of Israel, home to 45% of all the Jews in the world, to the National Socialist regime in Germany is anti-Semitic. Saying that Israel invented or exaggerated the Holocaust to justify itself is anti-Semitic. Criticizing Israel's policies or actions, even with the most forceful language, is perfectly legitimate in a democratic society. But conspiracy theories, such as claiming that Israel secretly engineered 9/11 or is responsible somehow for COVID-19, is not acceptable. And no, I'm not making this up. There was a teacher in an Ontario high school who did exactly that in the classroom last year. Spray painting Free Palestine on the walls of a synagogue or a Jewish day school, and that happened too in my hometown of Toronto, is not political criticism of Israel. It's anti-Semitism in a sloppy disguise. The IRA definition of anti-Semitism is neither too broad, too vague, overreaching, or controversial. It's commonly accepted throughout Europe and around the world, and it's time that this Council see through the smokescreen of the opposition and adopt this resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Question from Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, you have the floor.
Sorry, I was just on the list to have a...
Okay, the point of order. Okay, thank you. Okay, Michael, thank you for your comments today. There are no questions, so we'll move to the next speaker. The next speaker, thank you. The next speaker is speaker number 7. That's Bernard Pinsky. Please come to the podium, Bernard. And yeah, thank you. Please go ahead.
I've been a leader in the Jewish community with many Jewish organizations over the last 4 decades. I was a downtown Vancouver lawyer for over 40 years. I fully support the motion before you, and I ask that you adopt the IRA definition of anti-Semitism together with its guidance and its examples. One of the reasons that anti-Semitism, the accepted word for anti-Jewish hatred and racism, is so hard to stop is that it has morphed, constantly changing throughout history. People could say that what they thought or said was not anti-Semitic. They're just repeating well-known facts. I'm going to make you laugh here, I think. Jews have horns. And when I say that, I only repeat it because it was believed by many people over many years. And I actually went to school with a farm in a community which had farming communities coming into the city. And this girl told me that she believed that until she met me in grade 11 in the 1970s. It was still believed. Jews are not loyal to their own countries because they're more loyal to Israel. Jews have no historical connection to the land of Israel, despite what the Bible says, despite what the Greek and Roman historians have written thousands of years ago, that the Jews were there and they had the land. People just don't believe it. They say that there was no historical connection. That's very typical today. The latest is an NBA star, Kyrie Irving, sending out a link to tens of millions of his social media followers that Black Africans are the true Hebrews, that the world's Jews are all imposters. There's a new conspiracy theory every month. It doesn't matter how absurd the conspiracy theory is. People spread the lies, and then they protest that they themselves are not anti-Semitic. They're just discussing, or they're questioning, or they're trying to find out the truth. How can they know where the line is between seeking truth and anti-Semitism? The IRA definition is an important tool to educate us on what does and what does not constitute anti-Semitism, because it shows us where the line is. This you can say as legitimate criticism. This you can ask as a legitimate question. That you can't say and pretend that you're not an anti-Semite. If you say something that fits within the definition of anti-Semitism, then you're not a truth seeker, you're a racist. Being an anti-Semite, by the way, does not criminalize you. You don't go to jail for it, but you should be losing your credibility among decent people. Opponents of this motion will tell you that if it passes, legitimate criticism of Israel will be crushed. That is simply not the case. The IRA definition clearly states that legitimate criticism is not anti-Semitism. As politicians, especially those of you who are returning counselors, you have all been subject of criticism. You all recognize what's legitimate criticism of your policies and your positions, and what is just hate speech or ranting. You also know that some people are going to criticize you no matter what you do, and that's okay too, so long as it's not motivated purely by hate or of who you are. I hate if something is motivated purely by hate of who you are and not by what you do or what you say or your policies, then that is hatred, and it should be recognized as such. Your positive vote today stands up for one minority group in a strong, multicultural society of many minority groups. I urge you to seize this opportunity and build on it to enhance Vancouver's reputation as one of the world's most diverse, tolerant, peaceful, and thriving communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, we shall move to the next speaker, which is Speaker 8, Rabbi Jonathan Infeld, who is here in person. So we will just wait for the rabbi to approach the podium. Just going to call Rabbi Jonathan Infeld to the podium a second time. If he's not here, then we will call out the names of the speakers who were not present at the end of the speakers list in case they are here later. Okay, that's what we're going to do. So we're going to move on to speaker number 9 is Neil Nyman. Neil, please come to the podium. Good morning, Neil. Podium right there. Good morning. Just a reminder, you have up to 5 minutes to speak, so please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Right. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. My name is Neil Naiman, and I'm the chair of Independent Jewish Voices Vancouver. We don't consider ourselves a fringe organization, but we are one of 13 chapters across Canada of Independent Jewish Voices, which is a grassroots organization grounded in Jewish tradition that opposes all forms of racism and advocates for justice and peace in Israel-Palestine based on principles of equality and human rights. And we fight anti-Semitism any place that it exists. IGV Vancouver sent a letter to council outlining our opposition to this motion, particularly in its silencing of voices of opposition to the Israeli government. This is not a definition which is trying to fight anti-Semitism per se. I wanted to comment on what some people said about the fact that you can say whatever you want about Israel without being without any consequences. Well, IJV has published a 100-page report, which you can find on our website, which describes how academics, students, and others have either lost their jobs, not been able to make presentations, have events canceled because they were accused of being anti-Semitic when they put forward Palestinian speakers and Palestinian events. That's not a little restriction on free speech. That's a huge restriction on free speech. We are joined in opposition to this motion by many Jews, including 650 Jewish faculty members across Canada. We're also supported by the BC Civil Liberties Association, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, who's also voted to send a letter opposing this motion. We also had 1,400 emails from an action alert that was sent out by IJV that was supposedly sent to City Council, but unfortunately got lost in emails somehow or other. The city clerk knows about it, but I was able to send councillors a copy of all of the people who had sent messages in opposition to this motion. 2 weeks ago, the UN Special Rapporteur on Racism said that it was time to suspend the adoption of the IHRA. Kenneth Stern, one of the authors of the IHRA, also has said that the definition has now gone beyond its original intent, which was educational, and is now conflating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. As a society and as a city, we need to fight racism, all forms of racism and anti-Semitism together. Privileging anti-Semitism in this struggle would be a setback in our collective struggle to fight all forms of racism and discrimination. Why do we need to have a definition of anti-Semitism? We already have hate crime legislation and human rights legislation to prosecute anti-Semitism, as the BCCLA says. We fight other forms of racism: anti-Black, anti-Indigenous, anti-Asian, anti-Islamic, anti-Indigenous racism without needing definitions. And now I would like to congratulate the mayor, wherever he is there, for his election as the first Chinese mayor of Vancouver. Congratulations. We've come a long way fighting racism together for you to get this position, and congratulations. Like Mayor Sim, I was lucky to have been born in Canada, but many members of my family, my grandmother, 5 aunts and uncles, over 20 cousins died in the Holocaust, and I swore I would never allow their deaths to be in vain. And I have always struggled against any forms of racism, never again anywhere. Merrick Edelman, one of the leaders of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, said, "To be Jewish is to be on the side of the oppressed and not the oppressor." Israel is the oppressor, and we as Jews have to speak up. The president-elect of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, stated, "Israel is not a state for all its citizens, but rather a nation state for the Jewish people and only them." I am proud of my Jewish heritage, yet but if I chose to disseminate the Amnesty International or Human Rights Watch's description of Israel as an apartheid state, I would be labeled as anti-Semitic. That's offensive, unconscionable. A quick example of the racism in Israel's state, which Hannah Kawas mentioned. If I get off a plane tomorrow in Israel, I was born in Canada, I'm automatically a citizen of Israel. But Hana Kawas, who was expelled from the country 40 years ago, can't go back and be a citizen of Israel.
Sorry to interrupt, Neil, but we're at time. Thank you for your comments. You have a question from Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks for coming in. I'm curious, there's been some discussion and questions about the specifics of the definition or of the examples that that have led to or the concerns are would lead to equating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. Can you speak to what the specific language is? Or
Well, it's the same. It's the most offensive of them is the one about the racist endeavor, and that's the one that is the most troubling. Because when I say that Israel is an apartheid state, apartheid in and of itself describes racism, describes systemic, legal forms in which some members of a society are discriminated against, have different laws, have different places that they can live. They're restricted about where they can live, the kinds of marriages, who they can marry, who they can't. All of those things are included in the description of Israel as an apartheid state. If there are meetings that are being held about the Amnesty International or the Human Rights Watch, as documented in that IJV document, people have had them canceled. If the IHRA passes and the library is asked to have a meeting to discuss the Human Rights Watch's description of Israel as an apartheid state, the library board, under this new IHRA definition, might think twice before it allowed this meeting to take place. That's not acceptable in an open and free society.
okay, that's helpful. My second and last question is just around, I have heard people say this is the consensus definition, but we've heard kind of an equal number of correspondents on either side of this discussion of whether this definition is useful. So I'm just hoping you can.
Yeah, there is an alternative definition called the Jerusalem Declaration, and even though one of our previous speakers said it doesn't have the credibility of the other definitions, this definition was drafted by 350 international Jewish scholars on Jewish history and the Holocaust. And they came up with this definition because they felt that the IHRA definition was not only confusing, but was leading to divisiveness and was not really an appropriate definition to move forward to fight anti-Semitism.
Okay, so there's some debate within the Jewish communities about
Complete
which
debate
definition.
within the Jewish community.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you both. No more questions, sir. Thank you for coming today. Moving on to speaker number 11, we have Sid Sinead, apologies if I'm mispronouncing that, on the phone. Sid, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. And for the record, could you please state whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver?
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Mayor Sim and members of Vancouver Council, in a 2018 electronic newsletter to his members, David J. Cape, the chairman of the Committee on Israel and Jewish Affairs, CJA, declared that, quote, "We're launching a national campaign to have government and police adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism because it explicitly confirms that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. I am a founding member of Independent Jewish Voices Canada. Our organization advocates for justice and peace for everyone in Israel-Palestine. We reject the view that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is hatred, hostility, prejudice, or discrimination targeting Jews because they're Jews. It is a form of racism akin to Islamophobia and the hatred experienced by people of Black, Indigenous, East Asian, and South Asian descent. Anti-Semitism had its origins in the conflict between Christianity and Judaism when the church blamed Jews for the killing of Jesus. Since its inception, anti-Semitism has manifested itself in different ways, ranging from expressions of hatred of or discrimination against individual Jews to organized pogroms by mobs, the police, or military forces against entire Jewish communities. Zionism is an ideology that arose in the late 19th century in Europe in reaction to recurring waves of anti-Semitic violence. It promotes the establishment of and support for a Jewish state in Palestine as a means of escaping this scourge. Initially, Zionism was highly unpopular among Jews who saw it as undermining the legitimacy of their claim to citizenship in the countries where they already resided. It wasn't until the Holocaust that the idea of establishing a Jewish state as a refuge from anti-Semitism became widely accepted among Jews, and Zionism became dominant in their ranks. Ever since then, romanticized, idealized visions of a Jewish state have been promoted in Jewish communities and institutions. The impact that creating and maintaining Israel have had on the indigenous people already living in Palestine, including the expulsion of 750,000 Palestinian residents, the consignment of those who remain to second-class citizenship, and the increasingly brutal military occupation of the Palestinian territories, has been largely ignored by the proponents of Zionism. In recent decades, awareness of the reality of Zionism and the devastating impact that Israel has had on Palestinians has been growing. The resulting growth in international solidarity with Palestine has generated serious concern in Israel and in the ranks of its Zionist supporters. Israel has responded by creating a government ministry to wage war on the Palestine solidarity movement. It has mounted campaigns to whitewash the actions of the State of Israel and to brand critics of Israel as anti-Semites. This strategy of suppressing criticism of Israel and Zionism has culminated in the promotion of the IHRA definition, whose 11 examples of anti-Semitism include 7 relating to Israel and Zionism. You are being asked by CEJA and others to adopt the IHRA definition to protect Jews. In responding to instances of anti-Semitism, we don't need a special definition any more than we need a special definition to respond to instances of Islamophobia like the horrific attack that occurred in London, Ontario last year when 4 members of a family were run down, targeted because they were Muslim. There are problems with the IHRA definition itself. No lesser authority than Kenneth Stern, one of the people who drafted this definition, has cautioned against adopting it because of the way it has been used to demonize legitimate criticism of Israel. In Stern's words, Israel and its Zionist supporters have weaponized the definition and its examples, using them against pro-Palestinian activists. One of the IHRA examples of anti-Semitism is claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. In my view, Israel is a racist endeavor because it has institutionalized the oppression of Palestinians both inside Israel and in the occupied Palestinian territories. Saying this puts me, not only me, in violation of the IHRA definition, but the likes of Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch as well, because both of them have labeled Israel an apartheid state. In conclusion, there are 2 points to make here. First, we must oppose anti-Semitism the same way we oppose all forms of racism and discrimination by joining in common struggle with the members of the Black, Indigenous, East Asian, South Asian, and Muslim communities who are the targets of racism and hatred, not by singling out anti-Jewish prejudice as if it were more important than other forms of discrimination. Second, we must not allow the crucially important struggle for justice for Palestinians to be impeded by letting anti-Semitism be used as a weapon against those who are striving to end their oppression. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Sid. We have a question. Actually, hang on the line there. We have a question from Councillor Joe. Councillor Joe, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sid, for speaking at the council. So I just want to ask you one question. I think you mentioned anti-Zionism, but I look at these examples of anti-Semitism. There are 11 examples. I didn't see anything about seeing anti-Zionism equals to anti-Semitism. So just wonder where you got that information from.
I got it from the 2018 electronic newsletter sent to CEJA members by its then chairman, David J. Cape, who interpreted the IHRA definition as the following, quote, "We are launching a national campaign to have government and police adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism because it explicitly confirms that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism," end quote. That is not my words. That is the words of the former chair of CEJA.
Okay, thank you, Sid. I guess my understanding is you get that from interpretation, not directly from the example, from the definition.
That is CEJA's own chair's interpretation.
Okay, that's all my question. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you both. Moving on to our next speaker. Speaker number 12 in person is Afra Sixto. Afra, if you could please approach the podium. Good morning.
Morning. Good
So,
morning, everybody.
Good morning. Please go ahead when you're ready. And just a reminder, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Ofra Sixto. I'm the owner and operator of Ofra's Kitchen, located on Denman Street in Vancouver. I closed my place of business today to be here, of the importance of the issue before you. I am here to speak in support of the IRA motion to combat anti-Semitism. I experienced hatred, and my life was threatened because I'm Israeli, because I'm Jewish. But before I tell you how this happened, please allow me to tell you a little bit about growing up in Israel. Growing up in Israel, I experienced war for the first time when I was 6 years old. The 1967 war, otherwise known as the 6 Days War. Even as a child, I clearly remember the fear of my family and neighbors when war broke. All men were called into the army. I remember the sirens, the cold shelters we had to spend much of the time in, the curfew, the darkness in our homes when we were asked to turn off all lights of fear to be seen by people that wanted to kill us. And there was so much more I experienced as a child in a war zone. However, this was not the last experience of war. There were more wars in years to come. I grew up thinking that the whole world is in a state of war, hatred, and fear. After I had my children, I wanted to give them a safer life. I wanted to move them to a place where we would not be targeted because of our religion, our culture, or place of origin. After much research and consideration, I decided that Canada was the safest place for us, a place of no wars, diverse and peaceful. We immigrated to Canada, went through the process of getting adjusted, and built what I consider to be a happy life. We are happy. It took me years before I could internalize that a plastic bag that was left behind in a bus stop is just a plastic bag that was left in a bus stop and not a bomb. I did not have to call the bomb squad like I did many times in Israel. The shocking and scary phone call came that I never imagined I would ever get here came last year. I will rape you, kill you, and chop you to pieces, a male voice said in Arabic with an angry tone. I speak Arabic. Due to tension in Israel at that time, Palestinians and others took to the street protesting, the restaurant the focal point of their anger. I was forced to lock my door as an angry mob swarmed outside my store, stopping in front of it, using threatening gestures, Allahu Akbar, God is great, shouts and waving flag in front of my store. And just like that, I was transported back to my past. The same feeling of fear, insecurity, and the overwhelming thought that my children, my grandchildren, and I are no longer safe came back flooding. And I asked myself why. I knew the answer, of course. It was because we are Israelis. It was because we are Jewish. I'm asking you as resident of Vancouver, as a local Jewish businesswoman, and as an Israeli, to please take our safety seriously. Anti-Semitism is a serious threat. Do not let it fester any longer. We cannot afford to be bystanders to expression of hate in our streets. The lives of members of the Jewish community like myself and my family are at stake. Protect us. Take the steps starting with the adoption of IRA. And give us the safety we deserve as humans living in one of the most diverse cities in Canada. Mayor, congratulations. I understand that your plate is full, but please make this a priority. Do I have another minute?
You have just a few seconds left, actually. 5 seconds.
Last year, I feed the homeless on my street and on Hastings Street.
So sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off.
It's a
But
good story.
you have a question, so you'll have another opportunity to speak. And thank you so much for coming in today.
Thank you.
Your first question is from Mayor Sim. Mayor Sim, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for coming in. And I know how hard it is to shut down your business for a day to come in here. So obviously it's really important to you. So I'd like to hear a little bit more, if that's okay.
Thank you. Let me just finish by that story that I wanted to say, 2 little anecdotes. I feed the homeless in my area, and I take food to Hastings Street and feed the homeless there. I made it as a point to help wherever I can. Many of the people I help are also of Arab descent. And one of them came to me last year and he said, he did not know I'm Jewish and I'm Israeli, even though there is a flag and everything on my restaurant. He said, you know whose fault is this of the pandemic? I said, who? Is the Zionist, he said. It's their fault. He's a homeless guy. I feel like he's a little bit not in the right mind. But I felt like it's what people think. Even the pandemic is put on us. And another story happened just yesterday. I was at a store buying for the restaurant, and there's many heavy items. And 2 people, one of them were wearing, a lady was wearing her, I lost the word for it, sorry, her head cover, and her son. And I said, being a woman is so hard as picking up heavy stuffs. And she said, do you want help? And I said, yes, please. And she asked, where are you from? I said, I'm Israeli. And she said, oh, we have to go. And they didn't help. And I felt, again, why? I'm the nicest person you've ever met. And I am giving freely and lovingly to anyone who walks at that door. Why? That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments today.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now move to speaker 13, Amal Rana, who is on the phone. Amal, can you hear us okay? Amal, are you?
Hi, I can hear you. Yes.
Hi, thank you. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Amal Ishaq Rana. I'm a Vancouver resident speaking from unceded Musqueam territories. I'm speaking today as someone with proud Jewish-Muslim interfaith family roots. I also speak today informed by the legacy of my Lithuanian Jewish matriarchs, the voices of family members silenced forever by the Holocaust, Jewish and other resistors who stood up against the tyranny of white supremacy and oppression, from the Warsaw ghettos to the underground resistance against Nazi fascism across several countries, to countless other front lines where lives were literally lost fighting for our liberation. It is in this spirit that I joined together with countless other Jews of conscience around the world, Palestinians, academics, civil liberty and human rights groups, artists, and even the UN Special Rapporteur on Racism to ask that you reject the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. I also speak as a recent past member of the Racial Ethnocultural Advisory Committee and the person who led the work on the committee to resist this definition. It's not easy for me to speak to today because in my time on the committee, I faced enormous harassment, questioning of my Jewish identity, and witnessed how any attempt to question this definition by non-Jewish members of the committee was labeled as anti-Semitic. It created an enormously unsafe and deeply hostile atmosphere on the committee. I had to leave for the sake of my health after being subjected to enormous bullying. We can all agree that anti-Semitism is an ongoing and deeply dangerous threat to us as Jews. We must oppose it unequivocally. It must be part of our ongoing fight against white supremacy, racism, and all forms of fascism. However, the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism seriously puts this resistance against fascism under threat. The IHRA definition's key goal is to silence any critique of the state of Israel, even though Israel continues to violate human rights standards and international law with the ongoing violent settler colonial occupation of Palestine. It entrenches and normalizes anti-Palestinian racism, as Hannah and other speakers have mentioned before. The IHRA definition has already been used in many places in the world to muzzle critique of or dissent against the state of Israel. If the definition is adopted, it will endanger free speech and impact anyone speaking out against the daily oppression of indigenous Palestinians at the hands of the Israeli government. This includes many, many Jews, Palestinians, and others. I urge you strongly to reject the IHRA motion. Instead, I ask that you continue the work some of us tried to start on the RECE Advisory Committee of creating a truly intersectional framework and policy against all forms of fascism, white supremacy, racism, anti-Semitism, and other forms of oppression based on truly community-centered approaches, not more policing. There will be many today, and many have claimed to speak for the Jewish community. I urge you to remember that many of us as Jews live at a multitude of intersections, and the voices that are telling you to adopt this definition today do not speak for us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Amal. Okay, we are going to move to speaker number 14, who is also on the phone, Irv Newcomb. Please go ahead. Can you hear us okay, Irv? Irv, are you there? Okay, we will move to the next speaker. Is Tom Lays, speaker number 16. Tom, please approach the podium. I just see Tom is on his way right now. Morning, Tom.
Morning.
Please go ahead when you're ready at the podium.
Thank you for inviting me. This is a first. My name is Tom Lees. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm opposed to the motion adopting the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism for 3 reasons. One, it's a definition of anti-Semitism which is immoral and dangerous for Vancouver. It's a definition that is only there to protect Israel from criticism. Secondly, apartheid, murderous Israel must be condemned, which is a fact that has nothing to do with Jewish people in general. The IHRA definition takes away Canadians' right to free speech, guaranteed by our Bill of Rights, and actually promotes anti-Semitism. And I'd like to call this to have a better city. First, on the first point, the IHRA definition is not going to be used to protect Jewish Canadians from anti-Semitic attacks because laws already exist to prevent or punish this behavior. But it is instead used to defend Israel from justified criticism. Kirby Young's Irwin Kotler letter that she read out yesterday argues that there's been a 47% increase in anti-Semitic hate crimes since 2020, which I find ridiculous. It means that there's been a 47% increase in demonstrations and articles condemning Israel's atrocities. That has been a huge jump. Kotler's letter confuses the two, so his statistic is manipulative and a lie. In fact, there's very little anti-Semitism in Canada, especially when contrasted with the racism suffered by Blacks, East Asians, Chinese, and Native people. It's these latter populations that really need defending, particularly Chinese citizens who've suffered enormously since the federal government kidnapped Meng Wanzhou here in Vancouver and mainstream media began its active anti-China campaign. Secondly, apartheid murderous Israel must be condemned. On Sunday, Israeli soldiers raided a town in the West Bank and shot dead a mother in her car. Charges have been brought recently by a young Palestinian woman who was detained by Israeli soldiers at a checkpoint and finger raped in her vagina and anus on the grounds that they were searching for weapons. Based on national security, no Israeli court will convict Jewish soldiers of any such crime. The death toll in Israel-Palestine increases every week, and every summer Israel massacres Palestinians trapped in Israel's Gaza ghetto. To criticize Israeli murders is not anti-Semitic, it is anti-murder. The IRA definition is a cooked-up means of diverting criticism from Israeli crimes. Nobody should condone attacks on synagogues or Jewish people, but every honest person should hate what Israel's been doing to Palestinians. When BC NDP Premier Horgan called the IRA definition a, quote, clarification of anti-Semitism, he was lying. It's an obfuscation of what Jew hatred is. The IRA definition of anti-Semitism declares that, quote, anti-Semitism may be expressed as hatred towards Jews, Jewish community institutions, and religious facilities. The biggest institution claiming to be solely representative of Jews is Israel. And as a result, this IRA definition allows defenders of murderous apartheid Israel to call any critic a racist and anti-Semite, and to gag good people for fear of being unjustly smeared. Strangely, Kirby Young fails to mention this. Why? It's not anti-racists or anti-murderers who are promoting the IRA motion. The IRA definition, finally, takes away Canada's freedom of speech from our Bill of Rights, a federal Bill of Rights, and actually risks promoting anti-Semitism. As Vancouverites and other Canadians witness the diabolical behavior of Israel, there'll be growing frustration at being prevented from denouncing it on the spurious grounds that in doing so, we're guilty of racism towards all Jewish people. That frustration might well breed hostility toward Jews in general, even though most Canadian Jews are innocent of Israel's crimes. It is an enduring, cynical ploy by Israeli Zionists to encourage anti-Semitism outside of Israel in order to be able to claim that Israel alone is a safe place for Jews, and in claiming this, encourage Jewish migration to the apartheid state. However, Israeli Jews who emigrate from Israel to Canada are grateful.
Okay, Tom, we're at time. Sorry to interrupt, but we're at your 5 minutes. Thank you for your comments. But stay right there because we have a question from Councillor Joe. Councillor Joe, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Thank you for speaking to the council. I really, appreciate your perspective. So I think you talk about a lot about criticism against other country, but I want to ask you: is there a difference between criticism and criticism without being racism?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no more further questions. Thank you both. We are going to go back to one of our speakers on the phone. We had a bit of a technical issue unmuting them. That is speaker number 14, Irv Newcomb. Irv, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, apologies about that. Please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator, and thank you for putting me back in the queue. Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Irv Newcomb. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm very much opposed to this recommendation. I'll start by saying how odd it actually feels to be opposing a motion that purports to be a tool to combat anti-Semitism. My work to oppose anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial goes back decades, and includes having been kicked in the kidneys by supporters of one of Canada's most infamous Holocaust deniers while I was protesting their use of a city-owned library for an alleged free speech event that was, in fact, a Holocaust denial forum. I felt in the tone of some of the conversations we've seen that I needed to open with that. I fully support the city in its fight against anti-Semitism and all forms of racism. Anti-Semitism is definitely in our communities. In Marpole, where I live, we recently had incidents of Nazi graffiti. And when one of our neighbors called to report it, the police operator didn't know what a swastika was or what it meant. So clearly education is needed. On the face of it, the IHRA definition looked initially to be a good tool. When I read it the first time the city considered it, I was fine with it until I looked at the examples that were provided. The examples strongly conflate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. And I and many others, as you've seen today, have a great many valid concerns with the actions of Israel, specifically the occupation of Palestine and suppression of Palestinian human rights. None of my concerns with Israel is due to anti-Semitism, but because I support Palestine and human rights. If I oppose the criminal actions of the independent nation state of Israel, it's because I'm trying to be a good and engaged citizen of the world, not being anti-Semitic. The IHRA definition equates criticism of Israel and anti-Semitism, and by doing so risks limiting participation in support of Palestine or otherwise criticizing Israel. Conflating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism only aids Israel's illegal actions and does nothing about actual anti-Semitism currently happening in Vancouver. So I ask you to review the IHRA examples carefully, and I do note that the examples are not actually evident on the IHRA website or indeed in the link provided with the city's motion. The problem that I have is that many of you may, with the very best of intentions, be basing your support upon the definition language, but we will end up making decisions as a city by applying the fine print examples. And I'm sure that you will hear from many others today about the large numbers of scholars and institutions who oppose this definition, and also the egregious examples of how it has been applied in jurisdictions that have adopted it. So applying this as an example, this definition could mean that access to a city-owned facility for pro-Palestine meetings would be denied, or indeed even that a Palestinian would be unable to speak about their lived experience in Israel without being deemed to be anti-Semitic. So I ask that the city not adopt this ready-made but greatly flawed definition, because it will cause serious damage to democracy and individual citizens. Providing cover for Israel's misdeeds does nothing to reduce actual anti-Semitism in the city. Instead, I urge you to support the people of Vancouver who actively resist anti-Semitism, racism, white supremacy, and other forms of hate. And in fact, I support the previous speaker's suggestion of drafting a more intersectional anti-hate policy that will actually reflect Vancouver as a diverse community that it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Irv, for your comments today. Seeing no speaker or no questions from Council or the Mayor, we're going to move on to speaker number 17, Robert Hornsey, who is here in person. Robert, please approach the podium when you're ready. Good morning, Robert.
Morning.
So, Robert, you have up to 5 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to Mayor and Council for having this debate go ahead. I would say that I am a resident of Vancouver, and that although I'm a founding executive member of the West Coast Coalition Against Racism Society, I'm primarily speaking today as a resident citizen of the city of Vancouver. I strongly oppose the Mayor and the Council's intent to adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. As a founding member of WCCARS, West Coast Coalition Against Racism, I'm opposed to all forms of racism at home and abroad. This includes anti-Semitism, absolutely, which simply put is hatred, vilification, and diminishment of a person because they're a Jew. It's simply racist and abhorrent to apply hatred, vilification, and diminishment of any person solely because of their ethnicity, skin color, religious beliefs, gender identity. The IRA definition of anti-Semitism that the Council is being asked to adopt conflates hatred directed at people of Jewish ancestry with a political agenda consciously designed to vilify anyone questioning the Israeli government's current discriminatory tactics when treating Palestinians and Palestinian lands. The definition identifies as anti-Semitic any, in quotes, rhetoric questioning the legitimacy of Israeli government policies. Such wording limits legitimate debate and criticism of the colonial occupation of Palestinian homelands and the apartheid-like treatment of Palestinian persons residing and working in Israel. This would deem as anti-Semites any progressive Jewish-minded Jews seeking other approaches to working with Palestine and Palestinian persons. This has been kind of personalized by statements earlier on the phone from Sid Schneid and Hannah Kawas, and that explaining how Sid in particular as a Jew would in fact be identified as an anti-Semite for his speaking out about more progressive policies. I stand in support of the position put forward to this council by the organization IJV, Independent Jewish Voices, speaking against the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. IJV is a committed member of the West Coast Coalition Against Racism and opposes all forms of racism at home and abroad. I also stand in solidarity with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, who have also made a clear, detailed argument against adopting the IRA definition of anti-Semitism, and their position was in fact sent to the mayor and all the councilors. They connect the colonial occupation of Palestinian lands by Israeli settler government policies as analogous to the colonial occupation of Indigenous lands in Canada and elsewhere. It would be disingenuous for Vancouver to seek to call itself a city of reconciliation should it formally adopt the IRA definition. The consequence would have impact on schools and libraries and places where there were legitimate forums for a broader discussion about understanding what anti-racism is all about. So myself, as a recovering non-Indigenous colonial occupier of stolen, unceded Indigenous lands, I seek to acknowledge the truth of how my privilege comes at the expense of Indigenous people on whose ancestral lands I live, work, and raise my family. My commitment is to try and move forward in a manner that respects and supports the voices and empowerment of Indigenous peoples on whose unceded land and resources I continue to benefit from. I strive to make wiser choices in the future that do not further harm those whose culture and traditions.
Sorry for your to interrupt, Robert, but we're at time.
Okay, that came before me.
Yeah,
This
we're at
includes,
time, Robert. Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
this includes Palestinians.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move to our next speaker, speaker number 18, who is on the phone, Kimball Cariou. Kimball, please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Kimball Cariou. I'm a resident of Vancouver for 30 years. I speak to you today on behalf of the newspaper, which I was the publisher for most of that time, People's Voice, and as a participant in many anti-racism activities in this city over over those decades. I speak to you to urge you not to adopt the IRA definition, which is a very politicized, weaponized, as some have said, definition of anti-Semitism, and I don't think it helps us address a very real problem in this society. And I'll tell you a little bit from my own experiences. We had at my newspaper a columnist for a number of years on issues arising around racism, anti-Semitism, far-right militias. Professor David Lethbridge, who lives up in the Okanagan. Dr. Lethbridge was sued for having identified two of the leading people in the militia, anti-Semitic, far-right movements up in the Salmon Arm area for identifying them as Nazis. And these are people who organized Hitler's birthday celebrations on their property and did everything else that you could conceivably think to present yourself as a Nazi, and they had an organization up there. The lawsuit succeeded in the courts because it was ruled that this defamed their character. And Dr. Lethbridge was ordered to pay a penalty, tens of thousands of dollars. Fortunately, there were anti-racists and progressives who helped raise the money, so he didn't go bankrupt. But I would just like to point this out as one example of many of how there are active anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish forces, movements, organizations in this country about whom nothing is done by the authorities, in contrast to movements in solidarity with Palestine. And I've been at many Palestinian activities, dinners, protests, pickets at liquor stores, other things. In all those 30 years here, there has never been a case of people at those events engaging in anti-Semitic activity, saying anti-Jewish things. If anybody did, they were very quickly dealt with and told in very severe terms that this is not permissible at a rally which is to express solidarity with the Palestinian people. Anti-Semitism is not something that can be expressed in the movements that I work in. And yet we know from the experience in many places where this definition has been imposed or where there's attempts to impose it, the actual practical effect of the IRA definition is not to result in any real increase in police or legal activity against the openly anti-Semitic and racist and vile and vicious forces in our society. The actual practical effect is to try and silence organizations and movements and individuals which stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people and against the apartheid policies of the State of Israel. So we can parse the different elements of the IRA definition as much as we want, but in reality, this is, a political weapon to silence criticism of Israel and to reduce the rights to free speech of people who live in this country. So, based on my own experience and my study of this issue, I think it would be a tragic mistake for Vancouver to adopt this definition. I urge you to turn it down.
Thank you for your comments, Kimball. Seeing no questions from Mayor or Council, we'll move to the next speaker. Speaker number 20, Rachel Tetro on the phone. Rachel, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfect. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel Tetro, and I'm a member of the Jewish community and a local resident of Vancouver. And I'm speaking today in opposition of adopting the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. The first time I really understood what it meant to be Jewish was when I was 14. I was preparing for my bat mitzvah, where I was to give a speech about what it meant to be Jewish in front of all of my family and friends. And before this moment, I honestly hadn't really given it much thought. I grew up in Southeast Vancouver. I went to Sir James Douglas Elementary School, and I was usually the only Jewish kid in my class. And so I understood that we, lit candles and ate gilts during Hanukkah, and we searched for the Afikomen or Matzah and Passover, and that somehow I got to celebrate all the Jewish holidays along with Christmas and Easter. So in preparation for writing my speech for my bat mitzvah, I turned to my family for advice. My mom suggested I read a novel geared to youth about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. My dad suggested that I reach out to my grandparents and talk about some of their experiences surviving the Holocaust. And when the time came for my bat mitzvah and for me to give my speech, the main thing that I had learned through my months of preparation was that being Jewish to me meant standing up to injustice every day in all its forms everywhere. And so here I am, taking some time out of my workday today, just on my lunch break, speaking to all of you because it's indisputable that extreme injustice is currently happening in Israel and Palestine. Israel openly privileges Jewish people over other citizens of Israel, particularly the Palestinians, who make up 20% of the population. Israel was formed in 1948, expelling 750,000 indigenous Palestinians because they were not Jewish. The Israeli law of return allows any person with one Jewish grandparent who may have no connection to Israel or Palestine immediate citizenship when they land in Israel. But Palestinian families who've lived in Israel, Palestine for hundreds of years are still not able to return to their homes. So myself and my 2-year-old son, we can go tomorrow to Israel and be granted citizenship, even though I've never been there. I have no family there, and my grandparents were from Poland. But my Palestinian friend, whose grandparents were born in Haifa, can't return at all because his family was expelled, and he's not Jewish. So we know Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch have laid out details of the racist policies of the state of Israel and what they're carrying out. But if this IHRA definition were to be adopted by the city of Vancouver, many critiques of the state of Israel, including much of mine, would be considered anti-Semitic. 7 of the 11 illustrative examples given with the definition of what would constitute anti-Semitism have to do with Israel, including any criticism of Israel. Conflating anti-Semitism with criticism of a nation state that is perpetuating injustices is dangerous and risks curbing legitimate discourse for people like myself who do work to speak up against injustices everywhere. Yes, we need to fight against anti-Semitism, absolutely, but this is not the definition to pass or the way to do it. We need to fight against discrimination in all its forms, but the IHRA definition is not the solution, and I urge council members to not adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Rachel. Seeing no questions from Mayor or Council, we'll go to the next speaker. Speaker number 21, Emma Gunn on the phone. Emma, can you hear us okay? Emma, are you there?
Hello?
Hi, Emma. Can you hear us okay?
Hello?
Hi, Emma. Can you hear us?
Oh, hi. Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, City Council. My name is Emma Gunn, and I have been a resident of the city for 6 years now. Apologies for the background noise. I've just stepped out of class to speak with you here today. I'm here to speak strongly against the adoption of the IHRA definition as it silences criticism of Israel and perpetuates anti-Palestinian racism. I stand strongly in opposition to anti-Semitism, but this motion not only perpetuates racism against Palestinians, as many other speakers have explained in detail, but distracts from the real fight against anti-Semitism. Furthermore, as a UBC student, I am deeply concerned about the impact that this motion will have on the freedom of speech for Palestinian students and scholars speaking freely about their lived experiences. In pursuing my higher education, I have learned about the crimes of the Israeli state both in and outside of my classes, and specific to my own experience, I fear that this definition will interfere with the freedom of speech in these educational contexts. Furthermore, on the question of academic freedom, I would like to reference the Independent Jewish Voices 100-page report titled Unveiling the Chilly Climate, the Suppression of Speech on Palestine and Canada, which details clearly how the IHRA definition silences academic freedom of speech. It says, quote, attacks on pro-Palestinian students and teachers are increasing worldwide. There's a connection to be made here between the attacks and efforts to market the IHRA definition as a response to the growth of anti-Semitism. Furthermore, it's quoting from a different section here. Furthermore, pro-Israel advocacy organizations have urged universities and other educational institutions to adopt the IHRA as a tool for determining which campus actions and utterances might be deemed anti-Semitic, while at the same time denying the IHRA will be detrimental to academic freedom. However, the adoption of the IHRA by universities does pose a threat to academic freedom through the potential prescription of courses and curricular materials which frame the Israel-Palestine conflict in terms of settler colonialism and other types of anti-colonial and anti-racist theory. And my quote there. So because of this and because of my deep concern for the academic freedom on my campus, I joined together with Independent Jewish Voices, the Palestinian Youth Movement, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, the UN Special Rapporteur on Racism, BC Civil Liberties Association, the Canadian Association of University Teachers, and more than 650 Jewish faculty across Canada, as well as many other organizations, in rejecting the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is a real threat to Jewish people. It must be fought like all forms of racism. But the IHRA is not the right approach. The IHRA's primary aim is to prevent criticism of Israel's policies and practices that violate universal human rights standards and international law. I therefore urge you to reject the IHRA motion. We must work together to combat all forms of racism and discrimination in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma, for your comments. Seeing no questions, we'll move to the next speaker. Speaker number 22 is Michael Fraser. Michael, please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes. Michael, are you there? No. Okay. We will move on and come back to Michael at the end in case he rejoins us. Next speaker is speaker number 23. That's Marcus Peterson. Marcus, you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Marcus, fantastic. Please go ahead. You've up to 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Good morning to the mayor and the councillors. I wish to express my opposition to the adoption of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism by this council, the government of BC, academic institutions, and all other public bodies in Canada. Anti-Semitism is an imminent and increasingly deadly threat to Jews. However, I do not believe that the adoption of this definition serves the purpose of defeating this insidious form of hatred. The IHRA definition, which has been adopted by the Canadian government, is worded in such a way as to intentionally equate legitimate criticisms of Israel and advocacy for Palestinian rights with anti-Semitism. The definition comes appended with 11 illustrative examples of anti-Semitism, 7 of which specifically focus on the state of Israel rather than on Jews as a group. The list of examples is intended to conflate anti-Semitism with criticism of Israel and Zionism. This conflation undermines both the Palestinian struggle for freedom, justice, and equality and the global struggle against anti-Semitism. It also serves to shield Israel from accountability to universal standards of human rights and international law. I believe that the adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism by this council would create a chilling climate in relation to forms of teaching, research, and activism on Israel and Palestine. I think it's also incumbent on us to acknowledge the crimes of the settler colonial state of Canada and the fact that this definition violates the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which the government of BC has legally adopted. The definition denies Indigenous Palestinians the right to self-determination and self-governance, freedom from discrimination, territories and resources which they have traditionally owned. I'd like to now read an excerpt from a letter submitted by Rabbi David Misaver, who addressed the mayor and council in 2019 when this similar proposal was submitted. The primary goal and use of the definition of anti-Semitism proposed by the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs and the Jewish Federation of Greater Vancouver is to suppress discussion about Israel's pervasive violation of human rights in Palestine. It is not to establish a workable definition of anti-Semitism. Rather, its goal is to create legal mechanisms by which frank, open, honest discussions on Israel's impacts on the lives of millions of Palestinian people can be silenced by being labeled anti-Semitic hate speech and thereby banned and even legally punished. That is what motivates those who propose it, and this is precisely how it has been deployed in many situations elsewhere. The definition is insidious. Among other false assertions, it claims that advocating for one democratic state in the land called both Israel and Palestine denies the Jewish people's right of self-determination and therefore is inherently anti-Semitic. That is neither true nor relevant to any reasonable definition of anti-Semitism or the safety of Jewish people in Vancouver. At the outset, the concept of self-determination itself must be interrogated. Not all peoples in this world are organized in their own ethnically based nation state. We in British Columbia certainly know that. There are many, many nations and ethnic groups which do not have their own nation state. We can look all over Africa, Asia, and the Americas, and even Europe to see many people and nations do not have their own state. To argue against the continuation of Jewish ethnic domination over Palestinians and advocate for a single democratic state with equality, freedom, and justice for all who live there is certainly not anti-Semitic. Yet it is defined as such by this intentionally misleading definition. I urge all those who value honest debate and academic freedom to reject the imposition of a definition that would imperil the pursuit of truth and the legitimate expression of dissent. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Marcus. Seeing no questions, we'll move to the next speaker, speaker number 24, Omri Haven, or Hyven, apologies if I'm not pronouncing that correctly, on the phone. Can you hear us okay? Omri, are you there? Nope. Okay, we'll circle back to you at the end. Let's move to speaker number 25 on the phone, Avi. Avi, can you hear us okay? Apparently not on the line as well, so we'll circle back. Speaker number 26, LJ Sloven. LJ, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Fantastic. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is LJ Sloven. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm also Jewish, and I'm a member of IJV Vancouver. I'm a second-generation North American Jew. My grandmother fled Europe as a teenager after her brother was killed when their farm was set on fire during a pogrom. I grew up in a Jewish community, deeply connected to my heritage, and deeply aware of anti-Semitism. I also grew up being taught about the necessary relationship and connections between struggles against systems of power and oppression. I'm speaking to you today asking you to oppose this motion. The IHRA is a threat to free speech. Critically, it is a threat to the important work of resisting systemic racism. I'm an instructor at UBC and Langara College. I teach courses in gender and sexuality studies. In my courses, we study gender and sexuality through an intersectional lens. In particular, we interrogate the role of settler colonialism in shaping norms of gender and sexuality. This is challenging work, but it is also important. I teach courses with students from all over the globe, and I encourage my students to draw connections across material and across their context. We do not shy away from difficult conversations. But already, when Israel and Palestine come up, I am honestly nervous, especially as a sessional instructor who works on a contract basis. The adoption of the IHRA would leave me even more vulnerable in the classroom. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and B'Tselem all agree that Israel is committing apartheid. However, were this motion to be adopted, then when I speak about Israel in this way, using this language, I would leave myself vulnerable to being labeled anti-Semitic. When I would assist my students in being critical, analytical thinkers, and making the necessary connections across settler colonial nations so that they can see the similarities in how Canada and Israel operate, then I would leave myself vulnerable to being labeled anti-Semitic. This motion, in practice, would contribute to a chilling effect that has dire consequences for a city that prides itself on reconciliation. It will chill and deter people from even approaching conversations about Israel and Palestine. However, these are not just conversations. We are speaking about human rights. We are speaking about apartheid. We must do the integral necessary work of understanding and then opposing systemic oppression. We cannot do this work if we are afraid of being condemned for it. Every term I have students in my classes who have experienced human rights violations. If we as a city are committed to reconciliation, to upholding and protecting human rights, then we need to take seriously the profoundly hypocritical messages the IHRA is communicating about our stances on these vital issues. In Judaism, there is a moral obligation to speak up against wrongdoing, not just against Jewish people, all wrongdoing. So I will not stop having these conversations in my classroom because every term I have students who feel seen and acknowledged by these discussions. Every term, I have students who tell me how integral it is to have an instructor discuss Palestine in the classroom because of how consistently Palestine is erased already in university settings. I will not stop having these conversations because as a Jewish person, it is my responsibility to speak up. So I urge you, please oppose this motion so that we may all honor our moral obligation to speak up against wrongdoing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, LJ. Seeing no questions from the floor here, we will move on to the next speaker. Speaker number 27, Daniel Sachs, is on the phone. Daniel, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. I come through all right.
Great. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sure thing. Thanks. Hey, everyone. My name's Daniel Sachs. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm a member of Vancouver's Jewish community and also of IJV Vancouver. I'm calling today in opposition to Vancouver's adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. First, I guess I want to clarify that what I'm speaking in opposition to is not Vancouver's commitment to fight anti-Semitism. I support any progress in Vancouver policy regarding equity, regarding anti-racism. However, the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is not a step in this direction. Instead, it turns the label of anti-Semite into a political tool to suppress criticism of the Israeli state and silence Palestinian activists and allies who would speak out against Israel's occupation of Palestine. To offer an example, although the IHRA definition states that criticism of Israel similar to that leveled against any other country cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic, it also says that holding the view that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor is anti-Semitic. So for me to kind of help parse this distinction, it's really been helpful to consider what the formation of Israel has entailed. We know that Israel was built on the expulsion of indigenous Palestinians, and it continues to privilege Jewish people at the expense of Palestinians. Palestinians displaced during the formation of Israel are denied a return to their homes, their land, and walls have been constructed around the occupied West Bank and Gaza to enclose, to segregate, and restrict the free movement of Palestinians. And security checkpoints and restrictive permitting systems, it enforces a reality of immobility, of forced immobility for Palestinians. By contrast, people with a single Jewish grandparent, perhaps no other relationship to Israel or Palestine, they're offered an easy route to citizenship. This is racism, this is settler colonialism, but the IHRA definition would have us believe that to say as much, to name the ways in which Israel privileges Jews at the expense of Palestinians is anti-Semitic. And to me, this is clearly a flawed and in some ways dangerous logic. As a young Jewish person, I take very seriously my commitment to standing in solidarity with Palestinian activists. In fact, I consider it to be a large part of my responsibility as a member of the Jewish community to speak out against and hold Israel accountable for its crimes against Palestinians. That doesn't make me an anti-Semite. It makes me a responsible member of my community, striving to promote anti-racism, just as Vancouver is striving to promote anti-racism in its own ways. And so the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism really leaves no room for my perspective. And it would label the work I do in support of justice an act of racism. It would label the work of Palestinian Jewish peers pursuing this work an act of racism. And this is deeply troubling to me, and I hope that Council will reconsider its approach to combating anti-Semitism and vote against the adoption of the IHRA definition. Thanks so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Hey, thank you, Daniel. As we were approaching noon and our scheduled lunch break, we have just over 5 minutes to hear another speaker, and as well as have time for a few questions. So we're going to hear speaker number 28 before we break for lunch. Speaker number 28 is Terry Engler, and Terry's here. No, not in person. Apologies. We'll move on to the next speaker. Terry's not here. So speaker number 29, Ayanis Ormond, also not here. Okay. 30's not here either. Okay. Let's skip ahead to speaker 31, Charlotte Cates. Charlotte, on the phone. Can you hear us okay? Charlotte, are you there?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Hi, perfect. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. First, thank you for hearing this. My name is Charlotte Cates. I am a resident of Vancouver and the international coordinator of Samidoun Palestinian Prisoner Solidarity Network. I urge the Vancouver City Council to vote no on the adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Israel is a racist endeavor. Yes, Israel is a racist endeavor. It is a settler colonial project
Just to
constructed
interrupt you,
on...
Charlotte.
Yes.
We need all the speakers to have respectful language and not be accusing any nation, person, organization of being racist. If
Well,
you could please.
I guess I would say that actually, you know what, this is a great interaction because it really does illustrate the problem with the IHRA definition, that we're talking about a nation state, and it's a well-armed nation state, supported by not only the Canadian government, the U.S. government with $3.8 billion of weapons per year, and a settler colonial project, and we're talking about protecting that nation state from being accused of racism as if that's unacceptable, when in fact it should be the responsibility of all elected bodies and peoples to actually examine and fight and confront racism. Because if we can't name racism for what it is, and if we can't name racist states for what they are, then how can we ever consider ourselves to be committed to fighting racism, to fighting white supremacy, and to fighting fascism? And of course, that includes to fighting anti-Semitism. Israel is a settler colonial project. That statement is nothing new and nothing unique. After all, it applies just as well to Canada or to the United States. Making these claims is hardly singling out this one settler colonial project. In fact, it's essential to criticizing the entire project of settler colonialism and looking forward to something better for all of our communities, something free of racism, and a way that we can fight together to achieve a better society. When we talk about land back here on this unceded and occupied land, we are making, in fact, not a singled out criticism, but the same criticism that rejects racism, that rejects settler colonialism, and that rejects the guiding ideologies that continue to animate the dangers and real harms caused by these ideologies on a daily basis. If we take a look at the most recent Israeli elections, we can witness through the election of people like Benjamin Netanyahu and Itamar Ben-Gvir, in fact, a very real danger of fascism confronting the Palestinian people and all people in that area. So if we're going to talk about how do we fight racism, well, that means standing up to fascism wherever it is, and that includes inside occupied Palestine. There's been some questions so far already today about where the IHRA definition in its examples lists the phrase Israel is a racist endeavor. That is number 7 in the examples that the IHRA provides, which it listed as a specific example of the framework of, quote unquote, denying the Jewish people the right to self-determination, which is how Zionists prefer to describe their ideology, rather than the colonial ideology directing the colonization of Palestine. Of course, this has not always been the case. After all, Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zionism, reached out to famous English colonialist Cecil Rhodes for his support for the Zionist project, noting that it is something colonial. The attempt to pass and promote the IHRA definition, not only in Vancouver, but across Canada, is not an attempt to fight back against anti-Semitism. That's why it uses such vague and confusing language as a certain consideration of Jews and that it can affect Jewish and non-Jewish people. I mean, then it is only the examples that actually give some real examples of hatred and racism towards Jews and combine that with repeated references to the Israeli state rather than Jewish people. And it's clear that the purpose of that constant conflation in this definition and in the promotion of this definition is to cast a lens of repression and extra scrutiny on those who criticize Israel, specifically Palestinians, who are the direct victims of Israeli colonization and have been for the past 75 years. And we note that the promotion of the so-called IHRA definition has been growing at the same time that we see an increasing level of support throughout campuses and communities across Canada for justice and liberation for Palestinians. For example, just last academic year, we saw four student bodies at major universities in Canada, including UBC and Simon Fraser University right here, adopt resolutions.
Sorry to
in
interrupt you,
support
Charlotte, but
of
that's your 5 minutes. Thank you so much for coming to speak on the phone today.
Thank you.
Okay, number 28, who was on the phone that we missed, has called back in. And I would just like to hear them before lunch. So number 28 is Terry Engler. Actually, is in person, apologies, or on the phone? They're on the
I'm
phone.
on the phone.
Hi, Terry. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Hi. Yeah, my name's Terry Engler. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'd like to congratulate the city on its reconciliation, the work on reconciliation. We have a long job, a lot of work to do. But I'd like to sort of show where whether there are parallels to what happened here. In the early 20s in Canada, the Native Brotherhood of BC and the Nisga'a group started to advocate for First Nations rights in the country. In 1927, Section 141, I believe, Section 141 of the Indian Act was added. And that act made it illegal for First Nations to hire lawyers, it made it illegal for First Nations people to ask for help to hire lawyers to defend their rights. This was done at a time of settler time to stop the First Nations people from trying to find their rights. The parallel here is that Israel has been having challenges because of their actions to maintain their support around the world. So what they're doing now, because the boycott, divestment sanction has increased and is getting stronger and stronger, they have a very large group that basically tries to fight for the rights of Israel around the world. Now, this language is very similar to what happened here in Canada when we were settler colonizers. So they are asking, the whole point of this definition is to stop people from criticizing Israel. It's not to defend Jewish people. Its purpose is to stop the people from criticizing Israel. So that same thing, we did that same thing in 1927. That lasted until, I believe, 1951. Where it's changed. Since that time, First Nations have made great achievements through the courts, through their abilities to fight. That's the same thing that we need to enable Palestinians to do the same thing now. So there's that issue, which is that this is a settler colonial society that we're dealing with in Israel. We were a settler colonial society. We're now starting to pay compensation for what we did to the people that lived here. The same thing will happen in Israel at some point in time down the road. We can be on the right side of this, or we can be on the wrong side of history. On the right side of history is supporting the rights of Palestinians, being opposed to anti-Semitism and all forms of racism. But right now, if the city council passes this motion, there's been discussion about the recent election in Israel. It is considered to be an extremely far right-wing group. One of the leaders that's probably going to be a minister has been convicted for charges of incitement and supporting terrorist groups, and the other is a West Bank settler who openly supports annexing Palestinian territory. Now, if we're in favor of reconciliation here, we should be doing the same around the world. We need to tell Israel, if people that feel Israel is a friend, that I'm your friend, but you're going down the wrong way. Fascism is not the way out of this. Attacking Palestinian rights is not the way out of this. Finding peace is the way out of this. So I really hope that the city will think clearly on this and come to the conclusion that we don't need this definition. The only purpose of this definition is to stop free speech, is to stop criticisms of Israel, which right now looks like it is becoming, as said before, a fascist government. We have the right to attack. When Trump was doing his crazy stuff in the United States, we had the right to attack, and there were probably Americans that were treated badly. The other issue that I need to bring up is the Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip is a open air prison where children have grown up. They have been bombed. They have been bombed. There was an incredible picture online of a father missing a leg, holding a baby missing two legs. That's what's happening in Israel right now. Do not support Israel and their fascist government that's in place right now. Support anti-Semitism, support the fight against anti-Semitism and against racism, and defeat this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comments, Terry. We're going to recess for lunch and reconvene at 1 p.m. with speaker number 32.
Hi, Lise. Can you hear me? Sorry, I had the internal discussion off.
Oh, that's okay. I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for joining us again. We are reconvening now that lunch break is over and it's 1 p.m. And we're going to start again with speaker number 32, Adam Dobrer, in person. Adam, please come to the podium. We'll just wait a minute for Adam as we just reconvened. Yeah. Just going to grab Adam and just resume in a minute here. Thanks for your patience. Good afternoon, Adam.
Test.
Yep, we can hear you just fine. Perfect. So thanks for joining us today, Adam. And could you state if you're a resident of Vancouver or not?
I am not.
Thank you. So you have up to 5 minutes to speak, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Honorable councillors, my name is Adam Dover, and I am the lead advocacy professional at Hillel BC. Our mission at Hillel is to provide a safe space for Jewish students to explore their Jewish identity and to support them through all the highs and lows of being in college. Honorable councillors, I'm thankful for the privilege today to speak in favor of the motion. I speak for the hundreds of Jewish students that I serve across the great colleges across the city, and on behalf of the 6 million Jewish souls stolen from the world for the crime of being Jewish. Last week, the city commemorated the 84th anniversary of Kristallnacht. That fateful night, thousands of synagogues were burned, hundreds of businesses were ransacked, 91 Jews were murdered, and 30,000 Jewish men were deported to concentration camps. After Kristallnacht, the world stood back in silence and did nothing. Canada's official position at the time on accepting desperate Jewish refugees was crystal clear. None is too many. The price we paid to learn the lessons of Kristallnacht was the genocide of 6 million Jews. 2/3 of European Jewry, millions of men, women, including many members of my family. The painful lesson of Kristallnacht, best summarized by Elie Wiesel, is that the opposite of love is not hate, it is indifference. Anti-Semitism did not begin on Kristallnacht, and it did not end with the liberation of the last concentration camp. And neither did the indifference. The world vowed never again, and has broken that vow many times over. In fact, the history of anti-Semitism is a history of indifference. Anti-Semitism rises when indifference triumphs, and it wanes when citizens, leaders, and societies possess the courage, wisdom, and moral fortitude to set indifference aside and embrace a shared and common humanity. But what is anti-Semitism? That is the question at the heart of the definition being discussed, and is what the IRA definition attempts to answer. It states, anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews, which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. But what is that perception? Anti-Semitism is the perception that behind every evil and injustice in the world are Jews. Jews as individuals, as a religious faith, as communities, as a purported Semitic race, or as embodied today by the concept of the existence of a Jewish state. If Jews did not exist, the anti-Semite would simply have to invent them. In Christian Europe, imaginary Jews were called Christ killers. In times of plague, imaginary Jews were called well poisoners. In economic downturns, the imaginary Jews were called greedy, manipulative swindlers, hucksters, and thieves. This is why the imaginary Jew can exist simultaneously as a powerless parasite and an all-powerful puppeteer. The imaginary Jew can be both arch-capitalist and arch-communist, the subversive cosmopolitan who fits in too well, and the insular outsider who doesn't fit in at all. And history teaches us a simple truth. Imaginary Jews don't pay the price for these conspiratorial delusions. Living, breathing Jews always do. This is what makes anti-Semitism so dangerous. Its capacity to mutate. Today, on top of the swastikas, the COVID conspiracy theories, the threats of DEFCON 3, on top of Holocaust deniers and neo-Nazis, the students I work with every day are made to be unsolicited spokesmen for a decades-long conflict over which they have no control. They are told their families hiding in bomb shelters from rocket fire deserve it. They are called Zio-Nazis, white supremacists, fascists, and colonizers. They are told to go back to Poland, or worse, to go back to Auschwitz. They are ostracized, bullied, and intimidated for nothing more than expressing their belief in and support for the inalienable right to Jewish national self-determination. Let me speak as clear as the glass shattered on Kristallnacht 84 years ago. It is the Jewish community and the Jewish community alone that gets to define the terms of our oppression. Counselors, the choice before you is a simple one: to act with courage, with moral clarity, and in solidarity with the Jewish community of Vancouver, or to embrace indifference. It is my hope that you choose wisely, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. See no questions from the floor. I will move to the next speaker. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Speaker 33, Stan Squires. Stan, when you're ready, please approach the podium. Hi. And you have up to 5 minutes, Stan.
My name is Stan Squires, and I'm from Vancouver. And I wanted to say that I criticizes the Canadian government, the US government, and the EU governments. So why should I leave out Israel, who commits war crimes and crimes against humanity against the Palestinian people? If Israel wants to have a law condemning people who criticize Israel, that is up to the Israeli government. But here in Canada, I shouldn't have to abide by the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, since I criticize governments in all parts of the world, and there is no law against that here in Canada. So why should I leave Israel without criticism? Besides, the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism here in Canada would hinder Palestinian people living here from criticizing Israel. All people living in Canada got the right to criticize governments of the world, so why should Palestinian people living in Vancouver not be allowed to criticize Israel? That is provocative, to say the least. Palestinian people here in Vancouver are being discriminated against by the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism if it is passed. And another thing I wanted to say, whenever a lot of people get killed in Palestine, for instance, in 2014, when around 2,000 Palestinians got killed in Gaza, the Canadian government always says, well, Israel got a right to defend itself. Well, it's the Palestinians who should have a right to defend itself. These are Palestinians that are being civilian Palestinians that are being killed by the thousands, in some cases by the Israeli forces. And by saying that Israel got a right to defend itself, that's like saying that Idi Amin had a right to defend himself in Uganda in 1972. It's absurd and outrageous to say that Israel got a right to defend itself. Israel is the aggressor in Palestine when it comes to killing Palestinian people. It's a crime against humanity. It should be condemned by the Canadian government, and that's why people should be able to criticize Israel when brutal oppression is being committed every day of the week. In the last couple of months, every single day in the West Bank, someone got killed, or in some cases, 2 or 3 people got killed. So people all over the world is criticizing that. And they should be allowed to when such brutal actions like that takes place. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism should be condemned because it is an insult and discriminatory to the Palestinian people here in Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. Seeing no questions, we shall go to the next speaker. Next speaker is speaker number 35, Paul Tetroat, in person. Paul, please approach the podium. Please go ahead when you're ready. You have up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Paul Tetroat. I'm a longtime resident of Southeast Vancouver. My wife and my kids are Jewish. I am not. And congratulations to everyone that got elected or re-elected. I guess you're a bit surprised that the first member motion that you had was on Israel-Palestine, which may not be the one file that you thought you were getting involved in when you ran. I was certainly surprised, and I'm here actually to oppose the adoption of this definition. Now, we all want to fight anti-Semitism, all the counselors and all the speakers that I've heard, both pro and against. And there's a tremendous support, in my view, in the community for fighting anti-Semitism. At the same time, we've heard that there are more incidents of anti-Semitism in Vancouver and elsewhere. But I haven't heard today a rational connection between the passing of the IHRA motion and the fighting anti-Semitism. And so it leads me to think that there are other motivations behind the introduction of this motion. And frankly, I think that you are being invited under the guise of fighting anti-Semitism to a political debate. And that's what I've heard this morning when I've been listening to this political debate. There are some people, I believe, and I think through this motion, that do want to limit certain criticisms of Israel. At least they want to control these criticisms. And they want you to help guide the VPD and the VPL in this control. Now, you don't want to, I know you don't want to, no matter which group you're in, no matter which party you're in, you don't want to be controlling speech, right? It's not something you don't want to be doing. And I was involved in a case at UBC which had the same dilemma that you're facing. I'm a retired lawyer. And 4 years ago, 2 PhD students in geography, who were my clients, were accused of anti-Semitism by pro-Israel students on the basis of a definition of anti-Semitism, which is similar to the IHRA definition. And these students, one of them was an Indigenous man and the other was a Muslim woman, were very strongly anti-Semitic, against anti-Semitism, and very strong anti-racist. And what they had done was that they had opposed the rental by the geography department of a certain facility at UBC in the Hillel facility, which is a Jewish facility, which is openly and proudly pro-Israeli. And they had opposed that successfully, and they were then accused of being anti-Semites. The university then launched an investigation. The investigation took 6 months. And all during this time, these students, these PhD students, were under the threat of being called anti-Semites for their political beliefs, essentially, and having their careers destroyed, really, because in the academia, you're not going to be called an anti-Semite to be successful. Eventually, the investigator who the UBC hired vindicated them and said this was political speech, not anti-Semitism. But they were traumatized because for 6 months, they did not know the outcome of their careers. And it was clearly political speech from the beginning. So I'm saying to you that this is a situation which I experienced, and I experienced their trauma. And I'm concerned, frankly, that the passage of this motion could lead to similar incidents. I should say that UBC was, I think the cost to UBC was about $75,000 for the investigation.
Sorry to interrupt, Paul, but you're at time. Thank you for your comments. You're at time. 5 minutes.
I would ask. I just have a couple of points at the end.
Unfortunately, I can't entertain that. We have a long list of speakers, and we need to give everybody an equal opportunity.
Well, I just
you
heard.
have questions though from Councillor Boyle.
Okay.
So you'll get a chance to respond. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks. You had spoke to work that we can be doing, the shared commitment to addressing anti-Semitism and work we can be doing. And I wondered if, outside of the debate about this specific definition, if you have thoughts on what that work can and should look like.
Well, we can't build an anti-racist culture with such a divisive motion. In my view, it's impossible to do that. And I'm somewhat surprised by the fact that there's so much insistence on jamming through this motion. Because to build an anti-racist culture and to build a culture where anti-Semitism is non-existent, we're going to have to build unity around something that we can agree to together. And in my view, it's the examples that are the main problem here, the examples in this definition. And I'm not convinced that, that the council has received, at least through the discussions I've heard this morning, any particular expertise or evidence or submissions on these examples. And this is the key to the emotion before you, right? So I'm hoping that the council will receive some professional or other submissions that go into some depth as to what the particular concerns are about these examples, because people have raised them. These are serious concerns, as I mentioned, too long away. They happened at UBC and they were traumatic. And I don't want them to happen here. And I don't want to be considered an anti-Semite myself for political opinions that I might have. Right? Because I happen to have a political opinion which would put me in the anti-Semite box, which, I'm sorry, is not fair or conscionable in my view. So I invite you really to look at this very carefully and not make a quick decision on this matter. This is a very important decision to a lot of people, as you've heard already.
Thanks.
I can also help with the examples.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to speaker 36, who is on the phone, Martha Roth. Martha, please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, as we've heard over the last several hours, the IHRA definition is not really about anti-Semitism. It's, to quote Rabbi David Mivister, it is, quote, a contrived mechanism for silencing unnecessary, honest talk about Israel-Palestine. And it has already been rejected by the City Council. as well as hundreds of scholars and civil liberties groups, including Kenneth E. Stern, the former director of the Division on Anti-Semitism of the American Jewish Council, and he's the man who first drafted this IHRA definition. It's used to shut down laws.
Are you still there, Martha?
The definition. Sorry. Yes, I'm here. Sorry. It's the definition is used to shut down public discussions about Israel-Palestine. That's its real purpose. Jews don't need separate laws to protect them. In fact, singling out Jews in that regard is a form of anti-Semitism. What we need to make everyone safe, what we need to do is make everyone safe. That's the vital task for the City Council of Vancouver. Not singling out Jews for chimerical, for fantastic reasons. This is not the function of a city council. It's also not the task of real pro-Semites, real pro-civil libertarians. I'm unhappy that this motion has to the City Council again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martha, for your comments. Seeing no questions, we shall move to the next speaker, speaker number 37, Rami Katz. Apologies on the pronunciation there. On the phone. Please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Dear Mayor and City Council, my name is Rami Katz. I'm a Jewish resident of Vancouver. I moved here over 25 years ago with my family and have lived in the city since. I'm asking that you oppose the motion B2, adopting the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IHRA, working definition of anti-Semitism. The problem I have with the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism is that it conflates anti-Semitism with criticism of Israel. This motion excludes the rights of Palestinian people to their homeland. The so-called right to self-determination in the name of Zionism means that 750,000 Palestinians who are living in Palestine were violently expelled from their land for the creation of the Jewish state of Israel in 1948. Palestinians are routinely denied the right to return to their ancestral homeland in violation of the Geneva Convention. Meanwhile, there are over 600,000 Jewish settlers illegally in the occupied West Bank. All Israel's settlements and outposts in the West Bank are illegal under international law. The current reality in the West Bank of permanent occupation, where Israeli settlers and Palestinians living in the same territory are subject to separate and unequal systems of laws, rules, and services. Israel continues to enforce severe and discriminatory restrictions on Palestinian human rights to facilitate the transfer of Israeli civilians to the occupied West Bank and severely restrict the movement of people and goods into and out of the Gaza Strip. In 2021, Human Rights Watch published a report called A Threshold Cross: Israeli Authorities and the Crimes Against Apartheid and Persecution, stating that in most aspects of life, Israeli authorities methodically privilege Jewish Israelis and discriminate against Palestinians. Being critical of Israel and vocalizing the different forms of state-sanctioned racism and segregation within Israel has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. In fact, there are many anti-Semites who fully support the state of Israel, such as Hungary's far-right Prime Minister Viktor Orban, Steve Bannon, and who is Trump's former chief strategist. As the BC Civil Liberties Association noted in their opposition to the IHRA definition, we fear that if adopted, the IHRA definition will serve to severely chill political expressions of criticism of Israel, as well as support for Palestinian rights. I urge the Council to reject the IHRA definition and instead support initiatives to defeat white supremacy, anti-Semitism, and all forms of racism, and uphold the equality and human rights of all people in Canada and around the world. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, we shall move to the next speaker, who is in person. It's speaker number 38, Tara Shastarian. Please come to the podium. She's on the phone. Okay. Tara or Tara?
It's Tara, and I'm on the phone.
Tara. Okay, thank you. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone, dear Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak to this motion and my opposition to the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. My name is Tara Shishtarian, and I am a resident of Burnaby. Being racialized and my family being multi-ethnic and multi-religious, we take acts of racism and discrimination very seriously. I have been biometric, fingerprinted, x-rayed, searched because of my last name, Shishtarian, which is Iranian, even though ethnically I'm South Asian Hindu Sikh. I suppose, and I'm right to assume, that none of your children would be called son of Osama bin Laden and be made to feel that you could not exist. So believe me, I know the importance to speak with one voice against all kinds of exclusion.
Tara, sorry to interrupt you, but do you mind just speaking a little bit louder? We're just having a bit of trouble hearing you.
Okay, sure. Is this better?
That's a bit better. Thank you. Please continue.
Yeah, okay. The IHR definition of anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews, rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, towards Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. Who cannot agree with this definition? It is that the IHR definition goes further to conflate anti-Semitism with the criticism of the apartheid and expansionist policies of Israel, which many speakers before me have eloquently propounded, so I won't go into that further. As stated by a group of 122 Palestinian and Arab academics, journalists, and intellectuals, the fight against anti-Semitism should not be turned into a stratagem to delegitimize the fight against the oppression of the Palestinians, the denial of their rights, and the continued occupation of their land. Would we as Canadians idly stand by and not question the plight of the Uyghurs in China or the Kashmir situation in India? To critique is not hate speech. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees everyone the freedom of conscience and religion, thought, belief, expression, opinion, freedom of press, peaceful assembly, and association. We do have a right to peacefully and non-violently have an opinion, and not to be silenced like the assassinated journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, whose death is now being investigated by the FBI. The fight against anti-Semitism should go hand in hand with the struggle on behalf of all oppressed peoples and groups for dignity, equality, and emancipation. The lessons of the Holocaust, as well as those of other genocides of modern times, must be a part of the education of new generations against all forms of racial prejudice and hatred. As per your motion, every person in the city of Vancouver has the right to realize their potential without fear or discrimination and to live in conditions of dignity, respect, and peace. Please kindly ensure this for all your constituents. Let's observe Kristallnacht as well as the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people on November 29th. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Tara, for those comments. Seeing no questions, we are going to move to the speaker number 39, Sarah Sheridan. who is on the phone. Sarah, you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Sheridan. I oppose the adoption of the IHRA definition. In 2019, I wrote a letter to the council at that time opposing that IHRA definition, and I am here on the phone with you now voicing my same opposition. I support the independent Jewish voices who have denounced the definition by stating, quote, "It is our view that discrimination against Jews must not be treated in isolation from the struggle against other forms of racism," end quote. I support the BCCLA who are strongly opposed to the IHRA definition and have stated, quote, "The legal adoption of the IHRA definition is inconsistent with the values underlying the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and would greatly narrow the scope of political expression in Vancouver," end quote. I support the Union of BC Indian Chiefs who cannot support the IHRA definition and who have said, quote, "We do not condone protecting Israel from criticism in relation to its settler colonial policies and mistreatment of Palestinians," end quote. If Israel is proud of what they're doing, then why are they afraid of critique? If they have no shame in their actions, then why are they trying to muzzle resistance? This is only an attempt to shut down support for Palestinians. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Seeing no questions, we shall move to speaker number 40, Dalia Masri on the phone. Dalia, can you hear us okay? Okay, may not be there. We'll come back to them. Next speaker is speaker number 41, Mariwan Jaff, on the phone. Can you hear us okay?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Sure. Hello, my name is Mariwan Jaff. I work for the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, the BC office here in Vancouver. But I'm here speaking in my own capacity as a community member and a resident of Vancouver. I'm also here because as a Kurd, I'm familiar with all forms of discrimination and injustices growing up in southern Kurdistan. And I'm very familiar with the very systems that criminalizes speaking about those injustices. Here in Vancouver, I have faced discrimination and Islamophobia in my living spaces in my co-op and various other workplaces. I am here as a Vancouverite to oppose this motion. And as others highlighted, the promotion of IHRA definition is part of a widespread effort to suppress discussion of the Palestinian plight at the hands of Israel. Can you imagine if we equated criticism of the undemocratic and patriarchal rule of Islamic Republic of Iran or Saudi Arabia to Islamophobia? Or the criticism of the barbaric treatment of the Uyghur people by the Chinese government as anti-Chinese hate. But here we are, considering adopting a definition that attempts to silence critics of Israel by labeling those of us who speak out against its unjust policies as anti-Semitic and associates us with Holocaust deniers. In a free and inclusive city I want to live in, I want to be able to march the streets to protest the Islamic Republic of Iran or to call for a boycott of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their barbaric treatment of women and minorities without being labeled an Islamophobe. But I also want to be able to call for a boycott, divestment, and sanction against the apartheid state of Israel without being labeled as an anti-Semite. In a letter to the United Nations, signed by 128 scholars, they say that they find the definition deeply problematic, vague, incoherent. The IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism does not satisfy the basic requirement of a good definition. Rather than ensuring greater clarity, the IHRA definition has been generating confusion about what constitutes anti-Semitism. As a result, the IHRA definition has become highly controversial and contested, including among Jews. Its weakness
prompted 350 leading scholars in anti-Semitism, Holocaust studies, and related fields to endorse another more robust definition, the Jerusalem Declaration of Anti-Semitism. They go further, stating that the divisive and polarizing effect of IHRA definition flows from 11 contemporary examples of anti-Semitism attached to it, 7 of which relates to Israel. Ample evidence show that these examples are being weaponized to discredit and silence legitimate criticism of Israel's policies as anti-Semitism. Among those denouncing such misuse is Kenneth Stern, the lead author of the IHRA definition. More recently, Anthony Lerman, former head of the World Jewish Congress's Institute of Jewish Affairs, has sharply criticized the IHRA definition for several flaws, including its focus on the so-called new anti-Semitism linked to Israel, at the expense of attention to virulent forms of anti-Semitism now on the rise. Examples of these such weaponization is in Germany and Netherlands, where policies have been issued to decriminalize the boycott, divestment, sanctions movement. And here, we just witnessed earlier before Rents Reset, the chair of the committee trying to call the point of rule on someone who actually used one of these examples. This is a divisive definition that must not be adopted for its negative impact on human rights. That is why HRA definition is opposed by many organizations locally. These includes the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, BC Civil Liberties Association, the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, the Canadian Association of University Teachers, 40 Faculty Association, the Jewish Faculty Network, and many others. More than 650 Jewish academics across the country have signed a petition urging the rejection of this definition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Seeing no questions from council or the mayor, we're going to move on to the next speaker. Next speaker is speaker number 42, MTS Popat on the phone. Can you hear us okay? Okay, not on the phone. We'll come back to them and move to the next speaker. Speaker number 43, Elsa Boyd on the phone. Elsa, are you there? Not on the phone. Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker number 45, 44 was withdrawn. So speaker number 45 is Haley Yasmin Dash on the phone. Haley, are you there? Hi, Haley. Are you there?
Yes.
Perfect. So you have up to 5 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, Council. My name is Haley Yasmin, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I have been for over 6 years. I'm speaking to you today in solidarity with the Palestinian Youth Movement, Samadoun, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, BCCLA, the UN Special Rapporteur on Racism, and many more groups in vehemently opposing your council's adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. As many other folks before me today have stated, the IHRA definition example of anti-Semitism number 7 includes the following, quote, denying the Jewish people the right to self-determination, example, by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor, end quote. This definition equates anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism. This is a gross and dangerous falsehood that silences critics of a racist colonial Israeli war crime, as Israel continues its ongoing military occupation of historic Palestine, the mass displacement of indigenous Palestinians from their homeland, as well as the murder of thousands of Palestinians. Israel is an apartheid occupation state that has alone in 2022, just this year, murdered 183 Palestinians, and this includes 35 children. Zionism is the continuation of these heinous crimes. If your council adopts the IHRA definition, me and other anti-Zionists correctly identifying these unconscionable actions committed by the Israeli occupation forces as racist and colonial would be considered anti-Semitic. The IHRA definition purely exists to enable Israel's incessant daily crimes against Palestinians, despite the fact that Israel violates international law in numerous respects. People in Vancouver should and must have the ability to identify Israel as a settler colonial state and all the crimes it commits against Palestinians and its violation of international law. With the adoption of the IHRA definition, unjust retribution will follow for those who do so.
Additionally, the IHRA definition in itself is a form of anti-Indigenous and anti-Palestinian racism. Israel is a settler colonial state that is dispossessing Indigenous peoples from their land through genocide, not unlike the creation of Canada. As many of us here are settlers currently occupying unceded, unsurrendered Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh territories, it is even more crucial that we reject this racist IHRA definition as a move towards reconciliation. The BC Union of Indian Chiefs has written to your council a letter asking of you not to adopt this definition because it is a form of anti-Indigenous racism. Do you disagree with the BC Union of Indian Chiefs, and do you disagree with them because you choose to bow to the Zionist Israel lobby? We must continue to oppose colonialism in all its forms, including the existence of Israel, which is inarguably a settler colonial entity. As someone else previously noted, the founding father of modern Zionism, Theodore Herzl, even writes about how the creation of the State of Israel is an act of colonialism, and he says this himself in his own writings, that the colonization of Palestine is inherent to Israel's existence. So it's no secret that Israel is a colonial project, and nothing has changed since Herzl wrote these words many decades ago. The occupation and massacres of Indigenous Palestinians are still ongoing. And moreover, if your council adopts the IHRA definition, it would be in direct violation of UNDRIP, which is the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And this was previously adopted by council and the province. And your council's promises of reconciliation would also be in violation if you adopted this IHRA definition. As settlers living on unceded Coast Salish lands, we must connect these two colonial projects that both dispossess Indigenous peoples from their territories. No to colonialism here in Canada, and no to colonialism in occupied Palestine. So once again, I'm asking you, along so many other people and organizations who have been fighting against many forms of racism, including anti-Palestinian, anti-Semitic, and anti-Indigenous racism, not to adopt the IHRA definition. It would be a move towards the normalization of Israeli war crimes, Israel's violation of international law, and its massacres of Palestinians. And it would also be a move against previous promises from Vancouver City Council regarding reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Haley Yasmin. Seeing no questions, we are going to move to the next speaker on the phone. Speaker 46, Kathleen Copps. Can you hear us? Kathleen, is that you?
Yes, I'm here. I'm just, here I am, yes. Thank you. Sorry about that. I just got in the door.
No problem.
Yes, my name is Kathleen. Thank you.
Please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes, Kathleen.
Yes, okay. I'll take a deep breath. My name is Kathleen Copps, and I'm a resident of Vancouver and a retired BC teacher. I feel compelled to express my complete opposition to this IHRA motion. If passed, what message does it send to the citizens of Vancouver? That we take a stand against anti-Semitism, but other forms of racism and discrimination do not deserve our attention and action? I'm distressed particularly about the message this would send to our students. Racism does exist in our schools, but all targeted groups and individuals require our efforts and commitment to eradicate all forms of discrimination and hate in order to affirm the dignity and rights of all students. Anti-Semitism must be denounced at all levels, but anyone who values universal human rights should be aware that its real intention is to silence the growing world awareness of and outrage against Israel's apartheid policies and inhumane 18-year illegal siege of Gaza. In 2012, I visited Gaza and I saw for myself why people of conscience must stand in outrage against Israel's brutality. Gaza had then not yet recovered, well, it still hasn't, from the murderous caste-led assault in 2008 and 9. I stood in the classroom of a UN school where 2,700 neighborhood families had tried to take refuge during the 22 days of bombing. Parents and their children slept for 3 weeks in classrooms with no light, no heat, windows exploding, the west wing and library of the school destroyed, and fire sometimes out of control. In that very school, 46 people died, including 5 students, and 100 children were injured. 3 8-year-old boys died when they left the school to try to go outside to play and were killed in the street by Israeli artillery shells. During caste-led, more than 300 children were killed, and 6,000 homes were destroyed. Hundreds of children were left maimed or orphaned. According to the IRA definition proposal, I should be considered an anti-Semite for telling you that. Israel does not want the world to know what they have inflicted and continue to inflict on the people of Gaza during Caslet and several subsequent murderous assaults since then. I was very distressed when B'nai B'rith, one of the major promoters of IRA, published their 2021 audit of anti-Semitic incidents. The first chapter, entitled Assessing the Data of Anti-Semitic Incidents, is highlighted with a picture of me holding a sign that says Canada and Israel, partners in apartheid, partners in colonialism. B'nai B'rith is the same group that offers their reassurance that criticism of Israel would not be targeted by IRA. Yet, according to B'nai B'rith, I'm a national symbol of anti-Semitism for expressing a legitimate criticism of the racial policies of both Canada and Israel. So much for the false claims that criticism of Israel is not anti-Semitic, according to B'nai B'rith and the people who are pushing the IRA proposal. What Israel and its defenders want to do is to silence the voices of Palestinians and their allies who seek justice and the fundamental right of the Palestinian people and all people for justice and freedom. That's why I join the many progressive, respected individuals and organizations across the country and globe who have expressed strong opposition to the IRA definition of anti-Semitism. Thank you very much. I have included a list here of many of the organizations and individuals who oppose it, but I think a lot of that has been covered already. So thank you for your time today. I appreciate it very much.
Great. Thanks, Kathleen. Seeing no...
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no speakers, or no questions, pardon me, we are going to go to speaker number 47, Justin Mongiardo in person. Justin, please come in and approach the podium. No? Okay. Apologies, that's not Justin. Okay, we'll come back to Justin. Let's go next to speaker 48, John Price. Please approach the podium. And John, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity to explain why I oppose the current motion B2. My name is John Price. I taught history for 21 years at the University of Victoria. My ancestors first settled in Kwantlen territory near Langley Prairie over 100 years ago, and my family residence is here in Vancouver, unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. As a historian of Canadian foreign policy, I spent many hours exploring files in the National Archives in Ottawa. But only recently have I come across the story of Elizabeth Pauline McCallum. She was Canada's first specialist on the Middle East and was widely respected, appointed chief advisor to Canada's delegation to the United Nations in 1947, when the issue of Palestine was debated. She was among the first women to break the glass ceiling at Canada's external affairs. She was awarded the Order of Canada in 1967. I would like to share some of Elizabeth McCallum's insights regarding the creation of Israel. In the aftermath of the Holocaust, she felt, and I quote, Arabs regard it as a matter of essential justice that Europe itself should make reparations to the Jews for the suffering it has inflicted on them. And that, I quote again, a fundamental element in the Arab position is the belief that Asia is not the property of Westerners to be parceled out among European interests, as was done at the close of the last war. In regard to the call for partition of Palestine, she contended that both Canadian and international public opinion was deeply divided. She regarded the Zionist contention that a Jewish state was the proper recompense for the age-old problem of anti-Semitism in Europe, or that it would ensure that never again would the Jewish people have a minority status in a country, or that it was the only hope for the security of the Jewish community. By curtailing the Arab right of self-determination, declared McCallum, the new Jewish state would acquire new enemies, continued insecurity, the unending need for a great power to ensure its existence, and the constant danger of conflict with its Arab neighbors. McCallum believed that these threats could lead to the ultimate destruction of the Jewish state. She argued that the General Assembly had no legal authority to divide the country against the wishes of the majority of the population and to turn over 65% of the territory to the Jews, who now own only 6% of the land. This violated, she stated, the UN Charter, which said that the United Nations' purpose, among others, was to develop friendly relations among nations based on respect for the principle of equal rights and self-determination of
John,
peoples.
sorry to interrupt. Can we focus on the IRA motion?
I'm coming to that right now. My purpose in
Thank
bringing
you.
this information to your attention is to illustrate how Elizabeth McCallum's views could easily be interpreted as portraying the creation of the State of Israel as being a racist act at the expense of Arabs in Palestine. Therefore, her views, according to the IRA definition now before you, would be considered anti-Semitic. Do Vancouver City Councillors really want to put in the position of ostracizing this first wave Canadian heroine? Elizabeth McCallum believed that a single federal state in Palestine with full rights for both Jews and Arabs was the way to go. She was overruled by her Ottawa employers, but that does not mean that her cautionary message should not be heard. Precisely to avoid such situations, many universities in Canada have refused to adopt the IHRA definition, as has the Canadian Association of University Teachers. It's important to support Jewish victims of racism, so please do adopt a resolution on anti-Semitism, but not the one before you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You have a question from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. We've heard a lot of speakers specifically point to the examples that are associated with the definition of anti-Semitism as being the most problematic. If the examples were not part of what Vancouver supports, but just the simple definition of anti-Semitism, is that more preferable to you or not?
Well, I think that the resolution before you has now provoked a lot of disunity and divisions. As you've heard from the people who are speaking, there are strong feelings about this issue. I think it would be just for City Council to review and hear from experts, but certainly I would consider that shearing off the illustrative points, the 11 points, would be absolutely essential if any definition were to come before it.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And that's just a test of the emergency alert system for British Columbia. Sorry for the interruption. But that concludes your questions. Correct, Councillor Carr? That concludes your questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
It is a bit of an emergency, yes.
Okay, thanks, John. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
coming in today. Okay, we can resume, and we are going to speaker 49. Ellen Woodsworth, who is on the phone. Ellen, please go ahead.
The mayor and council for the election, and finally a mayor of Chinese origin, so we have more reflection of our city. Mayor Ken Sim said all of us are affected earlier. This motion divides us, as all the speakers and over 1,300 signatures on the petition referred to by a previous speaker are strongly opposed to anti-Semitism. The concern about the motion is that IHRA is being used to silence criticism of Israel's treatment of Palestinians in Palestine. It does not bring Vancouver citizens together to address anti-Semitism or racism. We as citizens must speak out and ask council to strongly address these and all racist attacks. Rabbi David Mivasar urged Vancouver to reject the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, as it have many other organizations. Proponents claim it is harmless, but extensive experience shows the opposite is true. It is used to deny employment, reject proposals, stop funding, shut down events, remove participants from panels, and more. All of us here today are committed to building a world without anti-Semitism. We must never forget. We want the City of Vancouver to strongly stand up against all forms of anti-Semitism. This motion does not do that, as many speakers have clearly outlined. The discussion in the council chambers is very important and can assist the mayor and council to address the impact of all forms of racism towards Indigenous, Black, Asian, people of color, Palestinians, MENA, and Jewish people. Prejudice builds in times of crisis, and people lash out at each other. We ask that all levels of the government speak out on all of our behalf and unite us. As a former city councillor, white, lesbian, and older woman, I'm concerned about the growing rise of racism, homophobia, and violence. Jewish and non-Jewish homosexuals were murdered in the Holocaust, as were many others. We are afraid today with the rise of the right wing. It is my responsibility to speak out against all human rights violations so that we are all safe. You can show anti-racist leadership for the city as you're doing an important work with Indigenous leaders. However, Speaker 145 said this motion violates the City of Vancouver commitments to UNDRIP. The impact of the new right-wing coalition government of today is explicitly homophobic. And I could go on and on about how dangerous the leader of the third party is, militantly intolerant with queer people, and has called for the expulsion of Arab citizens of Israel. And his party has that third vote in the coalition. And as he is lobbying to be the Minister of the Interior, in that role he would have power to impose his racist, homophobic, terrorist, intolerant views in an unprecedented manner. The attacks on the Palestinians fighting for their right and land will grow in this political context. This government is supporting increasing the attack from the LGBTQ++ community. This reaction to this right-wing government is fanning the flames of anti-Semitism and homophobia if people conflate anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism, and Israel. It does not make me anti-Semite to speak out about the Israeli government. I have a long record of opposing anti-Semitism and will continue to fight it in all its forms. I am fighting for human rights for the 2S LGBTQIA++ everywhere and against anyone. I speak up about the impact of the right-wing homophobic, racist politics of all governments towards any group. I raise these issues whatever country they occur in, whether Israel, Uganda, or Russia. I oppose this motion as this wording is and will be used to silence people from speaking out about the government of Israel. We all have the right to speak out. This council has a responsibility to encourage citizens to engage and speak out. It is one of the basic tenets of democracy. Racism builds on fear, and the evident fear that so many of us feel today must be given voice and addressed by motions that bring us together, not dividing us, allowing racism to grow between us.
Thank you, Ellen. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for your past service on council. We shall move, seeing no questions, we shall move to the next speaker. Speaker number 50, Rabbi Dan Moskowitz. Apologies.
Hold on.
Who's here in person. Rabbi, please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dan Moskowitz. I am a resident of Vancouver, a Canadian citizen, and the senior rabbi of Temple Shalom, a 60-year-old Jewish congregation comprised of 950 households here in Vancouver. I rise to speak in support of the adoption of the non-binding definition of anti-Semitism that has been before you. And I want to thank you. I want to thank you for listening today. I've sat through long board meetings. I know how hard it is. It's been hard. It's been hard for me. It's been hard to hear and listen to such hatred and bias and grievance. Honestly, I feel traumatized by this day. 40 speakers have told me what I feel, what I experience, what my community feels and experiences is simply not true or relevant or important enough to warrant your attention. And that's really hard to hear. Really hard to hear in a week and a month where my Jewish identity has been characterized and criticized from everyone from Kanye to Saturday Night Live. So I want to make 3 points. You've heard from a number of Jewish people here opposing this measure. They state that as Jews, this measure is wrong. As individuals, they have every right to their opinions, but they do not represent the Jewish community. In fact, their opinions are statistically diametrically opposed to the opinion of approximately 85 to 90% of the Jews of Vancouver and around the world. And they are being trotted out as token Jews to confuse you on the matter. Every minority group deserves the right to define what is offensive to their own group. No other group is defined by a tiny minority of members with contrary opinions. And therefore, despite the number of self-described Jews you have heard from today, please do not tokenize us. And please recognize the overwhelming sentiments and needs of the Jewish community. There is legitimate criticism of Israel. I have engaged in it from my pulpit of my congregation and in the media. As in any democracy, people are free to speak out against policies and vote against governments that they don't agree with. Canadians, Americans, and Israelis do this all the time. IHRA does not prevent that type of political speech or action. But sometimes, as IHRA's the definition makes this clear in its first example, that criticism is not directed at Israel or Israeli policies, but it's directed at me or my congregation or all the Jewish institutions in this community, such as when those very same anti-Semites spray painted the sidewalk outside of my synagogue, Temple Shalom, 2 years ago, with hateful and hurtful words condemning me and my congregation for Israel. That's anti-Semitism. That should be called out for what it is, because that endangers me and my community. And that is what IHRA helps to define and discern. There is no reason to spray paint a synagogue with anti-Israel messages unless you hold all Jews responsible for the actions of the Israeli government, which we are not. I am not responsible for the actions of the Israeli government and have no more influence over that government than I do over the government of Great Britain. I am not an Israeli citizen. I can't vote in Israel. I don't live or work there. But I am targeted. My children have been targeted. My synagogue building has been vandalized because I am Jewish. And one of the many forms of modern anti-Semitism conflates my being Jewish with being held accountable for the policies of a sovereign democratic state halfway around the world. That is to persecute and terrorize me because I am Jewish. And that's anti-Semitism. And that's what makes IHRA clear and what it makes clear and why I support it. And I find it necessary. So let me leave you with this powerful lesson from history. Martin Niemöller was a German Lutheran pastor born in 1892. Niemöller initially supported Hitler, rising to power, and then became disillusioned and realized that what Hitler had in store. He eventually became the leader of a German clergy group that opposed Hitler. And in 1937, he was arrested and eventually confined to 2 concentration camps. After he was released in 1945, he became a leading voice of conscience and reconciliation for the German people. And he wrote the following. First, they came for the communists, but I did not speak out because I wasn't a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a trade unionist. And then they came for the Jews, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. We know what anti-Black racism is and anti-Asian racism is and Islamophobia. I'm out of time. We need to understand that this is anti-Semitism.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you.
You have a question from Mayor Sim and another question following that. So over to you, Mayor Sim.
Great. Thank you, Rabbi. So I have 2 questions for you. There's been a lot of talk about suppression of freedom of speech. If you could maybe give us some color around that and why, in your opinion, it is or is not, it shouldn't be a concern for residents of Vancouver. And also, if you can, share with us how, in your community, how adoption of IHRA will actually, promote more safety to the, we've seen a huge rise in anti-Semitic acts, like violent acts, like I think it's 731% across Canada. How will this help reduce that number, in your opinion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are tough questions. I would just say this, that having this working definition allows me or my children in public situations where anti-Semitism is not recognized as a marginal, or Jews are not recognized as a marginalized group, and anti-Semitism is not seen as a real hurt, allows us to point to it and to say, no, it really is. This is what hurts our people. I think that that's critically important. I think it's critically important in businesses where there's a diversity training, and often anti-Semitism is left off the list, or Jews are not seen as a minority or marginalized group. So I think that this definition is critically important and useful there. With regard to free speech, as I said, I don't read anything in this statement, in this definition, that prevents somebody from saying, I disagree with these policies. Israelis do it all the time. We do it in Canada all the time. There's nothing to prevent that. But if you then say to me that because you're Jewish, you're responsible for the policies of that government, that's targeting me because I am Jewish, and that's anti-Semitism. And that, as Niemöller tells us, leads to violence, and in the history of my people, it has led to murder.
Thank you. That was very clear. Thank you.
Thank you both. I will move to Councillor Kirby-Yung for questions. Councillor Kirby-Yung, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Rabbi, for being here to speak and for being very clear in your words. The question I have following up for you is following up on the one that Councillor Carr asked earlier about asked the speaker and their perspective on what if we adopted the definition but not the illustrative examples. And I wonder if you can comment on how you feel about that and if you think that they are connected and intertwined or if they work separately.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I believe that the examples are critically important because, look, I'm a textual person, right? I read the Bible through commentary and through text. And it's the contextualization of statements like that that allow them to live and breathe in society. And those examples are real. I mean, the example that I gave you today could have just as easily been pulled out of that definition. These are real things that happen. I believe that without them, we limit the effectiveness of the definition. We allow people to, as they so often do throughout the history of anti-Semitism, skirt the issue and say, as we've heard today, oh, it's not really that. The examples make clear, no, that is that. And targeting an individual because of their Jewishness is anti-Semitism. And whether you connect that Jewishness to their to the fact that Jews in Israel are also Jewish, or because they are Jewish and they wear a yarmulke, the same is the same.
Okay, can I follow up and ask you another question, and just in an attempt to maybe help illustrate this? Sure. You mentioned anti-Asian racism, and I've been deeply troubled by that. It's something that's always existed. I think it was just more overt and grew during the pandemic. And oftentimes Canadians and local Vancouver residents of Chinese heritage are presumed to be Chinese communist sympathizers, for example, or supporting the motherland. And there is a conflation with politics, with their identity, or with supporting those folks here at home. Do you see a parallel there?
Absolutely.
In terms of what's happening here and conflating what's becoming a very broad geopolitical discussion, it seems to me. And I don't want to put words, but just to frame the question into this conversation we're having today.
No, I absolutely do. And we experienced it here in this community during the pandemic, when Asians were held responsible, Asians in our community, for the China virus or whatever it is. That was horrible. That was tremendously painful, and it was exactly the same kind of thing, conflating these two. Yeah, I recognize what you're saying, and I think that they are very much related to each other, and I think that that is part of what we see in our society today.
And following up on that, I mean, and this might be a bit personal in sharing this, but do you see that that has the ability to spread from one community to other groups? And I'm being very honest about my personal experience. I, by extension, have been called a Chinese communist sympathizer because my husband's ethnicity is Chinese.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and your experience is real and relevant. And that kind of bias, that kind of racism, is what IHRA speaks to. Is this guilt by association, by even affinity, and it is terribly wrong and hurtful.
Sorry to interrupt. We're at time. Thank you both. We have more questions for you, Rabbi. This time from Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, nice to see you. I am curious to hear. I guess I'm grappling with hearing some members of my family who are opposed to this categorized as sort of token Jews, and I have members on both sides of my family with very strong conflicting opinions on this, as I'm sure you can imagine. So I'm wondering, the conversation about outside of the definition, what we can do tangibly, what else we can do tangibly to be addressing safety concerns, addressing anti-Semitism. What are the other suggestions or requests or ideas you might have around tackling anti-Semitism in addition to or outside of IRA?
I don't. I think it starts here and we build from here. To the point about tokenism, the Jewish community is united on this. We're not a monolith, as was said early on. Jews are, as of any group, of multiple opinions, but the organized Jewish community here in Vancouver and truthfully across the country is organized on its need and its desire to have this resolution adopted. It has been adopted by so many bodies within this country at the city and the provincial and even the national level. Why is Vancouver different? Why do we have to debate what hurts us in Vancouver? But in those other cities, when Jews come forward and say this hurts us, it's accepted. I don't understand that. And if I could ask a question, I would ask that to be explained to me.
Okay. But we can have this conversation other times too, and I look forward to it. But happy to hear if and where there are other instances where, as it relates to the many other powers we have that we as the local government can be.
I would love to work with you on that.
Yeah.
Let's start here. Let's have a definition, and then we can work on how we teach that definition and how we eradicate the people that how we eradicate the actions that are in violation of that definition.
Great. Thank you both. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Rabbi.
Thank you.
So I guess I want to zero in on the I guess it's the seventh example, where it by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. I want to unpack that specific one, and I guess reading some of the comments from Amnesty International that sort of frame Israel as apartheid and in the treatment of Palestinians, and I could read some of the quotes and stuff. And I'm curious if you see that this would put a chill on criticisms like that from, largely well-respected organizations like Amnesty if they're commenting on that situation. Do you feel that this definition and the example specifically would prevent that kind of critique? Or should?
I think that it is perfectly fine to criticize and speak against the policies of any nation or any country, even more so if you're actually in that country and vote in that country. And perhaps one should be a little more circumspect when they are not and don't live under that country's rules or laws or pay taxes there or anything. That said, policies change, governments change. Canada, the United States have all done things that in their past we look back upon and we are horrified by what we have done. But that does not, at the core, invalidate the legitimacy of that country. It just says it has work to do. Israel has work to do. So does Canada. So does the United States. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have a right to exist. But I'm not here to talk about Israel. I'm here to talk about the people that conflate my being Jewish with Israel and therefore endanger me and my community.
No, that's fair. I mean, it seems that the gist of a lot of the critiques seem to focus on that one example clause. Yeah. So, that's the big bugbear here.
Yeah.
But I appreciate that perspective and that yes, I think we do all have work to do.
Yeah. If I can just say, and I think I'm still answering your question, on a geopolitical level, this is complicated and complex and hard, as most geopolitics are. On a human level, it isn't. This is what hurts me. This is what hurts and endangers my community. And I need our city to stand up and say, this is not allowed. This is not right. We should stop this. We should recognize it and call it for what it is. That's what I think the council can do today by adopting this resolution.
Okay, well, with my last little bit of time here, what do you think a non-binding resolution can achieve if it's passed by the City of Vancouver?
Well, as I said before, it allows me as a tool when members of my congregation come to me and say, Rabbi, they had a diversity training at my office, and they either left Jews out or talked about how anti-Semitism, wasn't really because Jews are white and privileged and all these things. That's not really anti-Semitism. Or they used the treatment of Palestinians as the example of, horribly racist and biased policies. And then they conflated my Jewishness with that. I get that all the time. I hear that. I hear from my college students who don't feel comfortable walking on campus, who don't feel comfortable wearing a yarmulke on campus.
Rabbi, I'm so sorry. I'm going to have
That's
to.
okay. I'm just trying to answer. But yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And thank you, Councillor Fry and the other councillors for your questions. Sorry. We have more questions, actually. This time from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Rabbi, for taking the time and answering the questions as well. I'm going to follow up on Councillor Fry's question because I've been reading a lot about this in preparation for today, and then hearing people speak and realizing that one statement that Councillor Fry pointed out appears to be the one that has the most conflict over it in terms of the broader community. And so I'm going to just read it again. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, e.g. by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. So I think in that there is a real focus on the state of Israel. I know that you said that it's not about that, it's about anti-Semitism and people who are Jewish elsewhere. I don't know the history behind why that particular clause was put in, but I did want to ask you, what if that particular clause was not included in the motion by the City of Vancouver? Would that be problematic? You said that we need examples, but what about that specific example?
It would be problematic for me, and I think it would be problematic for the Jewish community, because to deny the legitimacy of the state of Israel to exist is to deny that Jews have a right to their indigenous homeland, to deny that Jews are in a democratic society that is, as I've said before, complicated and polarized as all democracies are, and to say, no, you can't have a nation. We have seen what has happened to Jews when we didn't have a nation. The Holocaust is one example of that, but really throughout history. But again, I'll go back to what I said before. This definition is not about Israel. The examples are that sometimes people use Israel as a way to attack Jews. And that's what that example speaks to, in my view.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you both. Thank you very much, Rabbi. Appreciate you coming in. We are going to go to speaker 51, Gabriel Goodman, on the phone. Gabriel, can you hear us?
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Can you hear me?
Yep, great. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. So thank you all very much for hearing this meeting out. I want to thank all of the councillors and mayor who are concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism in our community. I am a settler in Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh Lowland land. My family fled Poland, fled pogroms in Russia at the beginning of the 1900s, and came to this continent as refugees and as settlers. And they experienced anti-Semitism in Europe. They experienced anti-Semitism in the United States and in Canada. And it is that history that calls me to oppose this motion today, because it has become abundantly clear that racism and white supremacy everywhere are a threat to all people. I wanted to thank all of you for sincerely trying to address anti-Semitism in our community. However, we have to address that the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism does not adequately protect Jews. In fact, I think it endangers Jews in Vancouver. It endangers our community, and we have seen that. The previous speaker, thank you for bringing those examples forward of how anti-Semitism becomes a way of, the struggle for, how shall I put it? How our community gets for behavior of the State of Israel, which is any definition of anti has to distinguish between Jewish people and the State of Israel. But it also needs to distinguish between Zionism and the Jewish people. And Zionism in particular as the mode for self-determination for the Jewish people. That is not true. That is what is at stake here, and that is what is problematic about this motion and about the IHRA definition. And I think to speak to Councillor Carr's question, that is the question. It is Zionism is not the only mode of self-determination, and to incorporate criticisms of Zionism into definitions of anti-Semitism is the part that is harmful to Jews in the IHRA definition. And I do resent being characterized as a token. I fully appreciate that the organized Jewish community has taken a stance on this, but the organized Jewish community has also driven out Jews like myself and many, many Jews like myself who you've heard speak today over this issue. We are not welcome in those spaces. We are not supported in the conservative Jewish leadership, and they don't represent us. And they don't. And I don't think it's fair to claim that leadership speaks for the entire Jewish community. I would think, council, if you want to take a serious step towards ending anti-Semitism in Vancouver, there are other definitions to look at. A speaker earlier spoke about the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism, which is a much, much better definition that will actually protect the Jewish community in Vancouver. It does make these distinctions between conflating the State of Israel and Jews around the world. It also makes sure that the actions of the State of Israel are open to can and should be criticized because they are apartheid. And we need to call it out when we see it, and we need to be able to support things like boycott, divestment, sanctions, which is a nonviolent movement of global resistance towards the Israeli occupation of Palestine. That is,
Sorry to interrupt you, Gabriel. We're at the 5-minute mark. Thank you for your comments. Seeing no questions, we will move to the next speaker, Speaker 52. Philip Bregman, please approach the podium. You have up to 5 minutes, and please begin.
Thank you. I'm Rabbi Philip Bregman. I am the Rabbi Emeritus of Temple Shalom, so whatever Dan said, yes. Our building is located now at 7190 Oak. Why? Because when I was the rabbi in 1985, January 25th, that building was firebombed with a Molotov cocktail and destroyed. And the mayor of the time, Mike Harcourt, was furious, empathetic, supportive that it happened under his watch. These eyes have seen the anti-Semitism. These ears have heard it. I was born in a small town called Galt, Ontario, now called Cambridge. I grew up with anti-Semitism. I know exactly what it feels like, what it tastes like. And this definition hits it right on the head. I receive death threats. I receive violence. I don't know if you've ever built a building, a synagogue, a church, a mosque, and have to go to the contractor and say, we need bulletproof glass. I don't know if you know what that does to me as a Canadian here to say, in my country, in this city, and I've been here since 1980. And after I retired, or supposedly retired in 2013, I was asked to become the executive director of Hillel, of the Jewish student organization on campus. And boy, If I thought I saw anti-Semitism before, it was nothing compared to what I saw on the campus. I saw the swastikas. I witnessed the physical violence on our property of one of our staff members by a staff person at UBC because they did not like the fact that we were opposing BDS. I have gone and been the advocate for students when they have heard hurtful, horrible, hateful things in a classroom. Oh, Hamas was only sending water balloons over, water balloons. And I had a student whose beloved cousin was killed by what, a water balloon? And when we went to discuss this with the professor, he admitted he really didn't have enough information and probably shouldn't have been teaching the course. Wow, thank you. So what are you going to do now with the 200 students who have not heard that statement? Could you please tell me that you're going to send out an email and repeat to them exactly what you've told the student and myself here? Did we get the email? Of course not. And about 18 months ago, I left Hillel, and now the next chapter. I'm the interfaith liaison for the Jewish Federation of Greater Vancouver. And with that, I immediately formed a team. It's an interfaith, intercultural team. There's 7 of us. A representative of Christianity, of Islam, the Sikh individual, the Sikh religion, Asian, Buddhist, Indigenous, Black, and myself. And we're called the other people. Why? Because each one of us in Canada at one time or another has been the other person. And we go around to classrooms, to high schools. In the first year, we spoke to over 1,000 students, continue to do so. On more than one occasion, students have come up to me and said, Rabbi, I have a question. Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Alberta, British Columbia, cities across Canada have adopted the definition, what's the matter with Vancouver? And my response was back in May, well, we're going to be having civic elections in October. And it is my hope that we will have a council who will have the courage to do it. What will it do? Is this going to end anti-Semitism? Of course not. But it is another tool in the box. It is another thing whereby we can say to teachers, to students, to parents, this is the definition. You know, one of the schools we spoke to this past year, we got the call from the principal of the senior high school in Salmon Arm. I don't know if you know, but Salmon Arm purported to be the white supremacy capital of Canada. And by the way, when we speak, we ask that the questions from the students come in anonymously so that they can have an opportunity to ask whatever it is they want to ask. We have never seen or heard such bigoted, racist questions, and each one of them was answered. Answered because we're trying to teach. For so many of these students, it's the first time that they're going to see panim al panim, the Hebrew for face to face. A Jew, a Muslim, a Sikh, an Indigenous chief, a representative of the Black community, a representative of the Asian community, the Sikh community. We are teaching. We are using every ounce that we have.
Rabbi Bregman, apologies for interrupting, but we have questions for you from Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Kirby-Yung, please go ahead.
Hi, Rabbi. Thank you for being here. You talked about, and I thought it was a very powerful illustrative story when you talked about what happened at UBC and that professor. And these are places of education. My perspective on this is that at heart, this is about the power of education, and this is an educational tool. Am I hearing you, and do you want to provide further comment on if you feel that the education is lacking and that's really the gap that we're seeking to fill here?
I think education is always lacking. I think we can always do better. And we can take a look at what we've done and where we need to go. Education is dependent on a number of key ingredients, not the least of which are individuals who know the subject and are able to put, and this is one of the things we discuss with our kids, their implicit bias, first of all, to recognize it and then to put it aside or to deal with it. They need to deal with it. We all have it. Sometimes the implicit bias is benign. We all think Toronto sucks. Okay, but that happens to be true, even though I'm from Toronto. But that's okay, maybe on the sports field or the hockey rink or whatever. But there's other implicit bias that is tremendously dangerous. So education is a key. But we need to be able to get to the people who are not only teaching, but the ears that are listening. One of the most phenomenal things that we've heard from students who have come up to us afterwards and said, I have to admit, I really do have some negative feelings about, or had negative feelings about A, B, and C. And it's not that we magically had it all disappear, but we've put something out there for them to seriously think about. We need the cooperation of the families, of the parents. We need to be able to go into communities and say, what are you teaching in your homes? What are you teaching in your synagogues, in your mosques, in your temples? What are you teaching? What are the students hearing? What are they picking up? We are so far behind when it comes to social media, because that's where so much of the information or misinformation is out there. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to try. And we do it by being there in person.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. You also have questions from Mayor Sim. Mayor Sim, you have up to 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much. You sort of got cut off when you were talking about your experience in Salmon Arm, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about that, if that's okay.
So there's 2 high schools, grades 9 and 10 and 11 and 12. And we got the questions that came in. And from the grade 11 and 12, they were pretty much the same as questions. Some were a little offside, but the questions from the grades 9 and 10, we have, it's got this great word in Yiddish, or vezmir. They went after the Asians. They went after the Muslims. They went after the Jews. They went after the black representative with a vengeance. They didn't say simply the N-word, they said the word. And boy, our black representative, Jamira, who's the youngest member of our team, boy, did she school these individuals in a caring, loving, and important way. I was speaking at the beginning, giving a definition of racism, bigotry, implicit bias, and 4 grade 9 students thought it was okay to stand up in a public school in an auditorium with the rabbi speaking and give the Sieg Heil Hitler salute. That's how confident they felt. They were immediately whisked away. I'm not sure what's happened afterwards, but boy, it said it all. It really did. And we're still working with that community and working with individuals within that community, as we are with individuals actually in the Okanagan. We had a professor from UBC Okanagan who turned in to our presentation by Zoom, and she wrote me afterwards and said, I don't know if you realize, but what you really did was a community-wide intervention. And we're working with that professor, who quite honestly is fearful for her life as a non-white professor at UBC Okanagan. Do we know what's going on there? We do. Boy, talk about deflection as what's going on here, where people are saying, I'm all in favor of fighting anti-Semitism. However, this particular definition, and all of a sudden we're off to Israel. Why? It's called deflection. Deal with the resolution. Deal with what it's trying to do. And if the Jewish community says, this is the one, and is it every Jew? No, but the vast majority, and you've heard it from Rabbi Moskowitz, you heard it from Nico, this is what the majority of the community says. So what's the conversation? What's the debate? And yes, we need to be going after definitions of what Islamophobia is about and what anti-Asianism is about. But if you say, as someone I heard said, well, if we do this definition, we're going to have to do the others. Okay. You know what that reminds me of? I come to you and say, counselors, we have a very, very dangerous intersection. People are dying. People are getting hurt. We need to put a traffic light there. And somebody says, well, Rabbi, if we put a traffic light there, we're going to have to put traffic lights here, 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 and here. So what's the problem? This is where we start.
Rabbi Bregman, I'm so sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to close it. But thank you.
You have done something that no one else has been able to do in 41 years. So.
I did wait about 45 extra seconds. Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to move on to our next speaker. Speaker number 54, Noah Gottfried. Please approach the podium, and just a reminder, you have up to 5 minutes. There's also a series of lights on the podium as well that will indicate when your time is coming to a close. So please go ahead.
Hello, members of the council, Mayor Sim. Thank you for taking the time to listen to everyone today. My name is Noah Gottfried. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm a member of Vancouver's Jewish community. I'm also a local musician, and I work in a food program at a homeless shelter downtown. I also want to take a second to just thank everyone who's spoken today. We've heard from rabbis who've had their, sorry, I guess I should start with saying I'm speaking today to express my opposition to the council's adoption of the IRA motion. Yeah, we've heard from rabbis who've had their synagogues vandalized. We've heard from people who've had swastikas carved in the snow in front of their house and had their young children seen them. We've also heard from Palestinians who are no longer able to return home. And I just want to thank everyone who's shared like very emotionally charged things, because that's hard. I think fundamentally we're sort of coming down to basically arguing over the semantics of numbers, point number 7, right? Is it, denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination for example, by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. Now, to me, that feels unclear. We've heard from all these people speaking for the definition who've shared real trials and tribulations where they faced anti-Semitism. They've asked for clarity. They've asked for tools to identify anti-Semitism and ways of fighting it. And I really have to argue that this definition is not that. I think just due to the fact that we've had to spend 4 hours arguing the semantics of this quite honestly vague and confusing definition proves that it is unhelpful to the community. The fact that there is an example to me infers that there would be more examples. And who is it to decide what those other examples are? This definition, if passed, would be disseminated to the police, to the school board, to the parks board, to the library. Is it just some librarian who is going to read these and not have all the context and nuance required to understand these issues and make a decision that perhaps a Palestinian reading group is not allowed to rent a room at their library? This person doesn't necessarily know all that we know about the issue, and they might, and it's quite possible. I feel like the problem with this issue is that it has the extreme potential to be interpreted in a way that would silence free speech and specifically make it more difficult for Palestinians who are legitimately protesting their cause to organize in a safe way. And I know that many of my colleagues from my community have argued that this has nothing to do with the definition, but I think it's important to not just look at the words, but also to look at the intent. Obviously, the people putting forward, like one of the big groups that's putting forward this definition is the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs. That's our biggest lobby group here. I think it's worth noting that our biggest advocacy group for Jews in Canada is not just the Center for Jewish Affairs, but the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs. So obviously they have a stake in Israel. And I think it's important to note that even though the definition you might be able to argue doesn't really not allow the criticism of Israel, it seems pretty clear to me that the people who are putting forward this definition are and have historically used anti-Semitism as a way of silencing genuine criticism of Israel. And I think that you could also argue, and I do argue that the way, even if, again, the semantics don't exactly say it, I think that the way that this definition could be used non-bindingly by all the people it's going to be disseminated to has the extreme potential for it to be interpreted in ways that would cause harm. My second point is the divisive nature of our community. I think you've witnessed today that the Jewish community is divided. We've heard rabbis say that 80 to 90% of the Jewish community supports this definition. Myself growing up in the progressive Jewish community surrounding Or Shalom Synagogue, that is not at all what I've witnessed. And I don't think that's the case. Something that's not really been touched on is that in our Jewish communities, Israel is an incredibly tense subject. We don't talk about it. When I grew up, I was growing up and I got into more like leftist ideals and I started talking about Palestine and they said, hush, we don't talk about that. And I think that other than anti-Semitism, one of the biggest problems facing our community is lack of dialogue around this issue. And I think that this definition is going to just make those problems even worse, and it's not going to help our community, and it's certainly not going to, I see I'm out of time.
Thank you, Noah, for your comments. Appreciate it. You do have a question from Councillor Carr, and we'll go to Councillor Carr now. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. You talk about this definition not being the one that you would support. Have you read I'm sorry if you mentioned it already.
The Jerusalem Accord?
Yeah, the Jerusalem Accord. And what is your perspective on that as an alternative definition?
I believe it's clearer. I'm not necessarily just here to advocate that we should adopt that one instead of this one. I'm actually an advocate for a more intersectional approach to fighting racism. I think what we just heard from, the rabbi who spoke before me, not Moskowitz, but the one who just spoke, I'm not sure his name, but he spoke about like the traffic lights. And I have to disagree with him there because I think what he was, like the terrible racism that he was witnessing was obviously coming from white supremacy and these white supremacist groups that we see are really coming up and causing terrible harm. And that's also where anti-Semitism is coming from. And I think going after the root of that type of hate from an intersectional lens, as opposed to just kind of shining a light on anti-Semitism alone in a motion, is going to solve these problems that we've heard so much about today.
Thank you for answering the question.
Okay, thank you both and appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move to speaker number 56. It is Kit Rothschild, and Kit is on the phone. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you great. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and thanks to City Council for hearing people. My name is Kit Rothschild, and I speak to you today as a private citizen, an anti-Zionist and Ashkenazi Jew, a non-binary queer, and a multiply disabled former nurse and former sex worker. I'm speaking in opposition to this motion in the strongest terms available to me. I'm speaking to you from Kemkemalai on unceded and stolen lands of the Halkomelem and Squamish Saanich-speaking peoples, the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish nations. My hope is to always show up well and in solidarity with Indigenous peoples because my ancestors have also known displacement, policies of genocide, and intergenerational trauma. I grew up as a second-generation Canadian settler on Treaty 7 territory in what is known as Calgary, and I have experienced anti-Semitism. I know it very intimately. I know it because I have been called derogatory words like kike many times. I have been called my little Jew by elementary school teachers. I have been held down by schoolmates and had a swastika drawn on my forehead. As an adult, I have been asked to leave spaces because people weren't comfortable socializing with Jews. I have been told I kill babies to make soap. I have been told Jews are like cockroaches and we are, quote unquote, too hard to kill. And I have been physically threatened for having a Jewish nose. I have been harassed since kindergarten about my last name. I have been told I run the media, the banks, and the world. I have been told I should pay more for rent because I must be part of the Illuminati. I have been told it's my fault Hitler came to power and also that the Holocaust wasn't real. I have been told that Jews just, quote unquote, can't get over it. I know anti-Semitism. I know it in my bones. And do you know what anti-Semitism isn't? It isn't a critique of government or its policies. It isn't refusing to prioritize Jewish lives to the detriment of Palestinian lives. It isn't support for the boycott, divestment, or sanctions movement. It isn't a desire to hold governments accountable for the harm their policies have wrought. And it is definitely not anti-Semitic to desire an end to apartheid. I know what anti-Semitism is because I have experienced it countless times. It has affected my view of the world and my understanding of my Jewishness within it. It has taught me to question where white supremacy has both benefited and harmed me. And I'm not sure if any of you are Jewish or have much interaction with Jewishness, but if you know nothing about Judaism other than this, please know that at the core of Judaism, it seeks to question everything, even the word of God. It is quintessentially Jewish to question everything, including governments, policies, and their effects on the world around them. I am not a token Jew, as a previous speaker suggests, and I find that extremely dismissive and distasteful. The Jewish community is not united on this subject. I'm speaking before you as a Jew who believes in decolonization and land back, and I'm speaking as a Jew who has spent the better part of a year in the ethno-state of Israel, and I felt horrified and disgusted by the highly visible racism and violence perpetrated against Palestinians in the name of quote-unquote all Jewish people. I'm asking you as a Jew, a proudly anti-Zionist Jew, not to sign on to the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. It lumps together anti-Semitic experiences like the ones I have had with valid and valuable critique of a government whose policies support settler colonial narratives and genocidal programs to starve, maim, deny access to health care and education to a captive population. Signing on to this definition tells Jews like me that our support for the rights of Palestinians somehow diminishes our Jewishness. It tells us that we are anti-Semitic for questioning a government's policies. This is false, divisive, and harmful rhetoric that supports the totalitarianism of the Israeli government. Disagreeing with the government or its policies are not hate crimes. If this council wants to support human rights, it must support the rights to life and self-determination of Palestinian people and not support this brutal and ongoing occupation of Palestine by signing on to this definition and increasing its legitimacy any further. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kit, for your comments. Seeing no questions, we will move on to the next speaker. Next speaker is Speaker 57, Ryan Booth, here in person, I believe. Yeah, I believe this is Ryan on his way right now. Good afternoon, Ryan.
How's it going?
Please approach the podium, and you have up to 5 minutes to speak.
Oh, God.
So please go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my fellow Palestinians in diaspora, and everyone who took the time to speak on behalf of Palestine today, I am so heartened. When you are Palestinian, your voice is suppressed. Facebook has admitted to suppressing Palestinian voices. We can't get any Google credit. We can't get our voice out there. But I see today, with all of the people who came and spoke for us, we're farther along than I thought. Keep going, stay strong. Free Palestine. Council, my name is Ryan Jefferson Booth, and I am an actor and a personal trainer in Vancouver. I have been here for 20 years. I've seen the good. I've seen the bad. I've prospered. I have succeeded beyond my wildest dreams in both of my industries, and I know that is because of the privilege that Vancouver has given me. But I also see its faults. I see what we have to work on. Anti-Semitism is definitely one. I will stand shoulder to shoulder with each of you against anyone who would harm my Jewish brothers and sisters. If you have blood that comes from the Holy Land, you know that we are all cousins. It is for this reason that I stand here to ask Council to vote no to the IHRA's proposed definition of anti-Semitism. The IHRA it's a political lobby, and it's seeking to conflate Judaism with Zionism. Zionism is a Judaism is a religion. Zionism is a political ideology, one that exists solely on the back of the Palestinian people, whom it oppresses. The IHRA's definition of anti-Semitism contains within it 7 key points that would seem to be exclusively about the occupying state of Israel, making criticism of that occupation, that illegal occupation, a potential crime. IHRA wants you to believe that Israel is the nation state of the Jews, like France is to the French or Japan is to the Japanese. But is that really true? Are all Vancouver Jews de facto Israelis? I think you've heard from enough of them here today to know that that's really not the case. The point could be made that this is actually cultural appropriation of the Jewish people, a hijacking of Jewish identity. You're Jewish, you must be Israeli. Council, Vancouver has some pretty big problems to solve. Housing, homelessness. We're somehow still poisoning our drug addicted. There's hate against our Chinese populations. This list is not exhaustive. I wonder, would Council entertain a notion giving China the considerations the IHRA's definition of anti-Semitism would give to Israel? When framed within this context, one can easily see how the IHRA's definition of anti-Semitism collapses under the weight of its own absurdity. I just want to take a second to thank Rabbi Yaakov Shapiro for that verbiage. I didn't write that. I thought it was great, though. Now, that said, these are powerful entities. The IHRA has railroaded its definition through most municipalities in the United States. Most recently, Arkansas, who boasts the most racist town in the US of A, Harrison. You can look that up. There's a motion in front of the Supreme Court which will probably pass, and the IHRA will probably win there. They had this resolution passed in Ontario without even a vote. They know how to manipulate the loopholes to get this motion passed. I don't doubt that one day they will be successful. The rabbi a couple of guys ago asked this, and I want to ask it, but in another way. Why are we any different than Harrison?
Ryan, I'm going to have to, unfortunately, cut you off as we're at the 5-minute mark.
Okay.
But thank you for your comments.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Okay. Oh, you have a question. Sorry, Mayor Sim. Okay, please, if you could stay there for a sec, Ryan, that'd be appreciated. Mayor Sim, you have up to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hey, Ken, how are you?
I could turn.
I guess I could turn it on as well. Sorry.
There we go.
Sorry for the gremlins. Can we get 3 more minutes on the clock? Great.
More seconds.
Thanks.
Yeah, we'll start over again.
So thank you for coming on in today, and thank you for your passion.
Thanks for having me. It's nice to see you in a non-gym environment.
I'm just kidding.
Ken Sim works out, everybody.
Yeah. Well, I take a lot of time off the clock by talking, but that's a separate situation. Listen, I hear you. I hear the passion, and look, there are a lot of geopolitical issues that are going on here, and as sitting in this chamber, looking at how it affects Vancouverites. But my question to you is, there's been a lot of criticism about how this could affect free speech, and Israel will have some kind of super shield against them. And the way I understand it is, criticism of Israel similar to that leveled against any other country could not be, the answer is they're not immune to it. And so, do you want to give us some color on that?
Yeah, I mean, there's 7 specific points in the IHRA's definition that would give special consideration to the criticism of Israel. We're not talking about making anti-Semitism legal here. We're talking like we define what anti-Semitism is. It's like any hatred or like conspiracy against Jewish people. You know it's wrong. I know it's wrong. Right? What we're talking about here is the ability to free Palestine with peaceful means. We're not talking about wiping out the Jewish people out of the area. What we're talking about is having the ability to boycott, divest, and sanction and cripple them economically. This goes back to the homeland where when Israel acts out too much, the Palestinians, they boycott, they strike for a day, and it cripples the economy. The end game of the IHRA's thing is to end that in Palestine. They can look to Canada and say, everyone in Vancouver believes that the IHRA's definition of anti-Semitism is right. You can't protest. We will kill you. And incidentally, global anti-Semitism goes down when Israel isn't acting up. That's a stat that nobody wants you to hear. But if Israel's killing Palestinians, global anti-Semitism goes up. All we're trying to do is get Israel to stop killing Palestinians. It's not a both sides thing. It's not a complicated thing, Ken. Not at all, sir. It's the most simple thing of all time. Free Palestine.
Thank you for your comments, Ryan. We're at time. Actually, you have more questions. Apologies.
Yes, sorry, Chair.
Councillor Fry, go ahead.
That was pretty last minute on my part, so thank you for indulging. Ryan, so I'm just like, and I get that is one of the critiques of this, is that it stifles the opportunity for BDS, but I don't see it in the examples.
Well, the fact is that the IHRA has not acted upon it in North America yet. What we see is the potential for it, and that's why I'm here. That's why I took 2 days off of work, because somehow you all managed to bump this to the next day, right? So, and the 56 prior speakers also believed that it's strong enough of a reason to take time off of work and come here. So if what you're saying is you don't believe that they took the time for a reason, then I just can't help you.
No. I'm not saying that. I totally get where your concerns lie. I'm not seeing it in the IHRA examples, and I'm just curious if there's.
I don't think that you have to. I think we can look to global human rights establishments like B'Tselem, which is actually an Israeli human rights thing, who says that this is a potential issue, like Amnesty International and like Human Rights Watch. All of this work has been done already by great minds. Once again, just let me reiterate, one day this council will most definitely pass the IHRA's working definition of anti-Semitism. It's practically a given. The question here is it going to be you? And don't you think that we can do a little bit better? What if we learned from our racist mistakes in Vancouver? We have a storied history of racism. What if we learned from those? What if we all did a little bit better?
Okay, thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you both, and thanks for coming in today. So, committee, we've been at this for a couple hours. I am suggesting that we take a bio break for 5 minutes and or a bathroom break, and resume with speaker 58 in 5 minutes. Okay, hi everybody. Thanks for allowing us to just take that quick break there. We are going to resume the speakers, and just a quick reminder for speakers. We do want to stay focused on the IRA definition, as opposed to straying into geopolitical political speeches, that sort of thing. So just a quick reminder to please stay focused on the definition and your thoughts around that. So we are going to move to the phones for speaker number 58. That is Lisa Barrett. And Lisa, you have up to 5 minutes. So please go ahead.
Thank you. I am Lisa Barrett, and I'm a settler resident on unceded, occupied Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam territories. I submitted the following comments that I'll make via Independent Jewish Voices, but I understand those comments haven't been forwarded to Council, so I really thank you for the opportunity to speak to it now. The subject line of my message was, IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is a disingenuous means to stifle criticism of Israel. I'm a former two-term mayor and GBRD Metro Van director. I ran for Vancouver City Council in 2014, along with a couple of the lovely people that are sitting at your council tables there, and for Parliament in the riding of Vancouver Centre in 2015, a year after the horrific attack by Israel on the people confined in densely populated Gaza. The Gaza war has enduring consequences for the 2 million inhabitants. Over 2,500 Palestinians were killed, 500 of whom were children, and 11,000 were wounded, placing a huge strain on the already severely stretched medical sector. Charges against Israel are today being pursued by the ICC, International Criminal Court. I have been publicly attacked by Mr. Mosting, the CEO of B'nai B'rith, who used the IHRA definition to accuse me of anti-Semitism for my criticism of the illegal actions of the State of Israel and its armed forces against Palestinian civilians. He and other leaders of IHRA proponent organizations put enormous pressure on the leaders of the federal and BC Green parties. He demanded and got my removal from my position as the foreign affairs critic for the Green Party of Canada. He went on to boast about his success in his newsletter, the same media in which he's been boasting about the recent successes in having provincial governments adopt the IHRA definition. It seems to be a singular obsession, and the language used is hyperbolic. This kind of muscular aggression against elected representatives happens all too often, and the IHRA definition, if embedded as policy, enables this tactic of silencing people of conscience in order to avoid scrutiny and accountability for the unconscionable actions taken by the State of Israel. In a Global News report regarding the GPC's Policing Convention, Michael Mostin from B'nai B'rith called the Green Party's position on BDS, quote, anti-Semitic, in a statement issued the night after the vote. This clearly reflects, no, that was the same night actually. This clearly reflects how out of touch the Green Party has become with Canadian culture and values, and it has made itself less relevant after its convention this weekend by voting for the politics of division and demonization, Mostin wrote. B'nai B'rith will continue to expose the bigotry that festers within Green Party ranks. In the same statement, the Chief Executive Officer of the Jewish National Fund, Josh Cooper, said his organization was, quote, appalled that the Green Party has endorsed BDS. B'nai B'rith went further in its own press release. Anti-Semitism is real. It's a form of racism, and racism is real and dangerous. And we must all actively oppose and hold racists accountable. This definition will not advance that goal. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is demonstrably a tool for the State of Israel and its Zionist supporters, including those formerly designated terrorists, new Knesset members, to infiltrate international policy-making bodies and insulate themselves, and those who would commit crimes against others, especially Palestinians, from prosecution and eventual accountability. I respectfully ask you to vote no to the IHRA motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, for your comments. Seeing no questions from council, we will move to the next speaker. Speaker number 59 is Ann Roberts on the phone. Ann, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Great. So
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I'm a resident of Vancouver, former city councilor and school board member, and congratulations to all of you elected to this new term on council. I have some idea of what you're facing ahead. You've heard many eloquent speakers before me laying out the key arguments around why that back up and elaborate on why I think you should vote no. Most of the opposition expressed to is not exactly with that definition itself, but the examples. The definition is vague and open to interpretation, but nothing to get too excited about, I think. It's the examples that are the problem. And although some people say, why are we always talking about Israel? Why not anti-Semitism at home? Well, if you look at the examples, 7 of the 11 examples have to do with Israel. And it's 3 of them that I think are particularly problematic. It's quite curious that examples are not spelled out in the motion submitted. But anyway, I'd like to focus on example 7, which is denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. Now, I'm going to warn the chair here. I'm going to say that Israel is a racist endeavor. Before you made some kind of comment that was not using respectful language. But that is,
And just to interrupt, if you're saying the state, that you're within your rights to do so, that was more in reference to saying that the people of Israel.
Well, I think what I heard. Anyway, if you say that phrase, Israel's a racist endeavor, good. I mean, I hope, right, it is, we're talking about the state of Israel. Anyway, I'm saying this is one of the, seemed to me it illustrated some of the problems that people are pointing out of how quickly interpretations can turn into considering something to be anti-Semitic when it is just being negative about Israel and it's being critical of Israel. So it kind of illustrates so much the point of the problems with the examples, particularly the example 7. I'm a longtime journalist. I taught at Langara. I know how to do the research accepted at mainstream media like the Globe and Mail and the CBC. So I've done a lot of research over many years, and I have come to the conclusion that Israel is a racist endeavor. I'm not an anti-Semite to say Israel is a racist state. Another name for that is an apartheid state. And it's a matter of the facts. The facts are clear. They start with Israel's founding as a European colonial project, the expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians. Israel subjugates the residents of the occupied territory under military rules. It subjects Palestinian citizens of Israel to second-class status in many of its laws and practices. Anyone who doubts that should read the in-depth report produced by Amnesty International or the Human Rights Watch. I'm not an anti-Semite, as everyone who knows me at all personally, and my work as a journalist and community activist. It's outrageous that CIJA, the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, B'nai B'rith, the IRA, International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, could call me an anti-Semite for saying Israel is an apartheid state. I hope the city does not add its weight to this travesty. I know that some of the pro-Israel groups who believe in Zionism as a political philosophy lobbied my political party, COPE, to get me off their slate before the election that I ran in. And they accused me of being an anti-Semite.
After I got elected, some unknown person added a line in my biography on Wikipedia that I was an anti-Semite. Yes, you can do that. Anyone can. That's how Wikipedia works. How long it was there before I discovered it, I do not know. How many people saw it and just took it as a truth, I do not know. I think I was accused of anti-Semitism because I'd helped sponsor a talk by a British journalist who was a keen supporter of Palestinian rights and a strong critic of Israel. So, it has big effects, these things, of being accused of being anti-Semitism, and I've certainly felt that and felt the chilling effects of that. And then the other part of example 7,
Sorry to
just
interrupt you,
focus
Anne.
in.
I did give you a few extra seconds because I interrupted you while you were speaking, but we're at time.
Oh, are we already at the end?
We
Well,
are.
I'll just say though, I hope that actually you could look into the work that is being done by your staff for the past 3 years.
Thank you
that
for your
looks at
comments,
all
Anne.
forms of racism.
Thank you so
Okay.
much. Appreciate it. And seeing no speakers, we will move on to the next, no questions, pardon
Okay,
me.
thank
We'll move
you.
Thanks so much. Have a great day. Moving on to speaker 60, in person, Alex Schiff. Alex, please come to the podium. And just a reminder, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, Chair Meisner, Mayor Sim, and members of council. My name is Alex Schiff. I'm a resident of Vancouver, volunteer board member with CGN BC, and I am speaking to you today in support of the motion. As far back as I can remember, I have lived with anti-Semitism as a reality of everyday life. Attending Jewish school as a child, bomb threats, swastikas spray painted on doors, hateful graffiti, and heightened security measures were a common occurrence. I largely grew up within the Jewish community. I attended a Jewish school, went to a Jewish summer camp, and almost all my friends were Jewish. Sports was one part of my life where I would interact with kids from other communities. I was an avid tennis player and would often compete against children from other tennis clubs. In my first year of playing competitively, after beating an opponent in a match, he threw his racket at me and called me a dirty, cheating Jew. None of the other competitors or coaches said a word. Somehow, even as a 10-year-old, this kind of blatant bigotry was completely unsurprising. I didn't even bother mentioning it to my parents when I got home. You see, the unfortunate truth is that anti-Semitism is so ingrained in society that as a young Jewish person, you become used to it. It seems normal. You come to accept anti-Semitism as a routine presence in your life. I shared this particular story with you, not because it was unique in any way, but because it was rather ordinary. Just another routine example of the kind of discrimination Jewish children in Vancouver face every day. It was only recently that I was able to gain a new perspective on the impacts and trauma of living under the cloud of anti-Semitism. My wife was not born Jewish and converted to Judaism prior to our wedding 3 years ago. She grew up in Vancouver with the commonly held belief that anti-Semitism was not really a contemporary concern. When she became part of the Jewish community and began to experience anti-Semitism, it was incredibly distressing for her. She couldn't understand why I wasn't taken aback by stories of Jewish people being assaulted, by offhand derogatory remarks from acquaintances or strangers, or the fact that when she shared her fears with members of the progressive community that she grew up in, she was often met with blank stares, silence, or worse. The sad truth is that we as Jews have come to expect too little from society. Hatred of our community has existed for so long that we often aren't surprised at our own targeting. Since my childhood in the 1990s, Canada has made great gains in becoming a more accepting and tolerant society. Open bigotry has become increasingly unacceptable. We've become more inclusive, and the majority of society stands in solidarity with marginalized groups whenever they are attacked, with one glaring exception. Ask yourselves this: would self-identified anti-racists and social justice activists attempt to police any other minority groups' advocacy efforts against their community's discrimination? Would they think it appropriate to tell Chinese people what constitutes Asian hate, Black people what supremacy really is, or Indigenous people what actually constitutes genocide? The fact that these people so quickly come out of the woodwork to oppose our fight against discrimination, to deny us agency in combating and defining bigotry against our own community, tells you something really important about the insidiousness, complexity, and manifestations of anti-Semitism. Jews constitute a tiny proportion of the world's population. We are a small minority community in Vancouver, yet look at the disproportionate attention that this motion has garnered. So I ask you, this new council, to do what is right, to stand with us and say Jews deserve to feel safe in our city, that we deserve to have a say in fighting our oppression and expressing our truth. I ask you to support this motion and take a small but important step in the millennial-long fight against the ancient scourge that is hatred of the Jewish people. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. We have questions from Councillor Klassen. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Schiff, thank you very much for your comments. I have to admit, your remarks about your wife who converted to Judaism really stopped me cold. The fact that somebody who did not grow up with the Jewish faith to come into it with fresh eyes, if you could see and to experience that. How, in your view, do you think adopting the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism here in Vancouver might help your wife?
Sure. Well, I think it's a couple things. One, I think one thing I was trying to convey in my remarks is the lack of solidarity that Jews generally feel as a marginalized community, and that many of us have come not even really to expect it anymore. And I think, my wife's experience and perspective really made me realize that I should probably expect a little bit more from society. So that's one place, is just, it is an act of solidarity passing this motion. The second is that, in order to combat anti-Semitism, we have to understand it, and we have to identify it and define it. And that's really what this does. IHRA is the consensus definition of anti-Semitism by hundreds of experts in the space, and it really should not be controversial that that's the definition that we use.
And of course, I'm not sort of setting your wife apart from all other members of the Jewish faith in Vancouver, but it would just be, I think, very interesting and telling if this definition would have that ability to bring more confidence, I guess, in her lived experience and the lived experience of you and your family as well. So. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Questions also from Councillor Joe. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Schiff. Thank you for your question. Thank you for speaking to the council. So my question is, your story, you said when you received some racism when you were young, when you were playing the sports game, that really resonated with me. So my question is, if you have this definition long time ago, and your other people, they received this definition and education before, would that make a difference?
I think it would. Part of my story, again, was really about how routine that kind of discrimination was, and that I didn't even think really to mention it to my folks. And part of that is because, I think we as Jews generally believe that that's how a lot of people in the world think. Maybe they don't say it. Maybe they're not as obvious as, trying to assault you and being very clearly obvious with their remarks. But I think, we really do expect not a lot from society. And at a minimum, I think that if the kinds of actions like adopting IHRA were taken by government bodies when I was a child, I would have felt perhaps like this wasn't acceptable, and it was something that, I should bring up and address.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you both. That concludes the questions. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
Next up is Speaker 61, Justin Soliam. Please come to the podium. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Justin Soliam. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm opposed to adopting the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism. I'm opposed to the IHRA definition because it is too broad and because it will be weaponized to silence those critical of Israel's mistreatment of the Palestinian people. I'm half Jewish on my father's side. My father was in a slave labor camp in Hungary during the Holocaust. The Nazis took his middle brother with them to be used as slave labor in the last stages of the Second World War, where he was killed. His older brother's wife, his brother's 6-year-old son, and his brother's 4-year-old daughter were killed in Auschwitz. Even in Vancouver, I was sometimes the direct target of anti-Semitism in the schools I attended. One irony of history is that sometimes the oppressed becomes the oppressor. The fact of the matter is this: the state of Israel as it exists today is a racist endeavor. Palestinians within the borders of Israel are second-class citizens that cannot leave. If they do, they cannot return home. Those that fled Palestine after the 1948 war cannot return to their homes. Israel has been credibly accused of committing the crime of apartheid by human rights organizations such as Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and even the Israeli group B'Tselem. In March 2020, a United Nations human rights expert charged Israel with apartheid. Nelson Mandela, in drawing a direct connection between the apartheid regimes of Israel and South Africa, once stated, and I quote, "We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians." An unfortunate reality is that many of Israel's historical and contemporary actions and policies against the Palestinian people do resemble Nazism. The Zionist rationale for the creation of Israel was that Palestine was a land without a people. The problem is that there were already people living there. Similar rationale was used by the Nazis in their quest for Lebensraum, or living space, in Eastern Europe. Indeed, the same rationale was used to justify the ongoing colonization of North America. In the 1948 war, Israeli forces massacred several Palestinian villages wholesale, including women and children. Today, Israeli security forces kill Palestinian civilians indiscriminately, including the journalist Shireen Abu Akleh in May 2022. In the West Bank, Israeli settlers illegally expel Palestinians from their homes. The territory of the nation of Palestine within Israel continues to shrink. Even in the face of this reality, Israel cynically weaponizes charges of anti-Semitism against its critics. The working definition of anti-Semitism on the IHRA's website declares that references to Israel as a racist endeavor and comparisons to Nazism are two examples of anti-Semitism. In practice, this definition will suppress the reality of Israel's historical and contemporary abuses against the Palestinian people. If we are committed to the process of decolonization in this country, we must not be cowed into silence about the reality of settler colonialism in other parts of the world. In my teens, I would reflexively defend Israel in the face of criticism. Attacks on the legitimacy and actions of Israel felt like attacks against me and my identity. This was before I understood the true nature of the Zionist project. The persecution of Jews over the last 2,000 years does not preclude the Jewish people from engaging in many of those same behaviors. Adopting the IRA definition of anti-Semitism will ironically fuel hatreds towards Jews. If peace is to be achieved, we must be open and honest. We must have open and honest conversations about Israel's actions in the past and in the present. Peace cannot be achieved any other way. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Seeing no questions, we will move on to the next speaker. Next speaker is speaker 62, Orav Katz, who should be on the phone. Orav, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Sim and Council. My name is Chaplain Orav Katz. I'm a settler resident of Vancouver. Thank you for the time and care you're all taking with this debate and giving me the opportunity to share a bit about why I'm opposed to this motion. I'm a spiritual care provider who has worked as a Jewish, multi-faith, and mental health chaplain in our federal prisons. I'm ordained as a Kohenet, a Hebrew priestess, through the Kohenet Hebrew Priestess Institute, and I'm an Ashkenazi Jew, which means that my ancestors on both sides come from Europe, specifically Poland and the Ukraine. I'm not indigenous to the state of Israel, the land of Israel, though I do have a profound connection to the Holy Land. Several people in my family survived concentration camps, Nazi occupation, and fought in the resistance against Nazi genocide in World War II. Several didn't survive. I grew up hearing stories of collective violence, trauma, and isolation, as well as stories of connection and survival. The moral of these stories was always a call for collective justice, not just for ourselves as Jews, but for everyone. In my mid-20s, I joined the Jewish Women's Committee to End the Occupation and began unlearning the false narrative I had grown up with, that the Jewish people could prevent another Holocaust against us by having our own state, and more importantly, that the state of Israel was, quote, a land without a people or a people without a land. Let's be real. Holocaust denial is a thing. Neo-Nazism is a contemporary reality. Synagogue shootings, random acts of violence against visible Jews, vandalism, these are real and terrifying. They need to be denounced. But these horrific acts do not happen in a vacuum. Collective intersectional movements, which explicitly oppose white supremacy, anti-Indigenous racism, anti-Black racism, anti-Asian racism, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism, pivot this global wave of rising hate that we're all experiencing. That collective movement includes nonviolent opposition to Zionism and the state of Israel's treatment of its indigenous Palestinian population. From my perspective, we are not debating today whether anti-Semitism is an issue, who it affects, or whether the city of Vancouver and its institutions should strongly oppose it. We all agree on that. We are debating whether accusations of anti-Semitism should be used to criminalize legitimate debate, protest, and dissent against a settler colonial state whose origins lie in the ethnic cleansing of its Indigenous population. Like Canada's current process of grappling with our origins, our violence and genocide against Indigenous peoples, the movement for Palestine is a decolonizing movement. It asks us to examine history from a different lens, to center the experiences of victims, to question resource extraction, racial profiling, house demolition, and ultimately, it asks us to bravely oppose apartheid. Adopting the IRA definition of anti-Semitism will erase this possibility, the possibility of exercising our movement's most viable nonviolent tool for dissent, BDS, or boycott, divestment, and sanctions. IRA's push to author how anti-Semitism is defined is happening because BDS as a global resistance strategy is working. It's threatening the foundations of Zionist institutions like the ones I grew up learning from. The majority of the international community understands that the state of Israel violates innumerable international laws, fits the UN definition of an apartheid state, and does not represent all Jews in the so-called diaspora. On that note, as you've seen today, anti-Zionist Jews are far from tokens. We stand with tens of thousands of our Jewish siblings in groups like Jewish Forces for Peace, Independent Jewish Forces, Not in Our Name, Neturei Karta, as well as groups in Israel-Palestine such as Behrut, B'Tselem, and Rabbis for Human Rights. Check us out because we're wonderful. Whatever you believe about the state of Israel, its actions, its right to exist, ask yourself whether you support our city adopting a blanket definition of hate towards Jews, which gives impunity to that same violence towards another people. I want to conclude by offering my gratitude to this land, so-called Vancouver, and its original stewards, the Coast Salish peoples, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. May we humbly find truth, justice, and reconciliation in our time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Orav. Thank you for your comments, Orav. Seeing no questions, we are going to move on to the next speaker. That's speaker number 63, Sason Ross. Are they here?
Can you hear me?
On the phone. Is that is it Sason or Sason?
It's Sason, but feel free to call me Sas.
Okay, great, Sas. Thank you. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you very much. My name is Sason Ross. I'm here today as an active member of the Vancouver Jewish community and former political staffer at Global Affairs Canada. Before I truly begin, I wanted to mention there was a comment made by a person named Brian when it came to regards to Israel and their more active actions against Palestinians. And he mentioned that when that happens, more Jews around the world face anti-Semitism. This is exactly the issue that us, people who want to support this motion, are trying to fight against. Before I begin, I want to state clearly that I oppose Israeli settlement and expansion in the West Bank. I oppose disproportionate force used by the Israeli military in Gaza. And like other Jewish Canadians, I'm concerned by the words and actions by Ben Gvir, a likely member of the new Israeli cabinet. Despite all these criticisms, I'm a fierce supporter of Israel's right to exist and its ability to live in safety and security, its ability to be a Jewish democratic state, and a supporter of the two-state solution for both Israelis and Palestinians. With all this said, I'm here today to support the IRA definition and the motion presented to you. Legitimate criticism of Israel cannot be considered anti-Semitic, as carved out by the definition and given that it is a non-legally binding document. I understand and appreciate the concerns raised by others. However, I don't believe their concerns to be the material issues at hand today. The issue at hand is that this City Council must take decisive action to adopt this motion to signal to all people that it is unacceptable behavior to those who would attack, demonize, or harass Jews for being just that, Jews in Vancouver. The IRA definition will succinctly achieve this, and one that is recognized domestically and globally, including by those who I respect most on this issue, for example, Irvin Kotler. Some here today have claimed that there are other better definitions to use for anti-Semitism, including the JDA's version. While there are components I agree with, there are serious problems, including the idea that opposing Zionism generally cannot be viewed as anti-Semitic, nor could BDS. Zionism, to me, is simply the movement which led to a Jewish homeland in the area that resembles the ancient land of Israel, the ancestral lands of both the Jewish and Palestinian people. To fully oppose any version of Zionism is to say that Jews have no right to self-determination in any version of a Jewish people in Israel, the only Jewish majority country in the world. This is not only an unacceptable outcome given historical precedent. When Jews have not had a homeland, we have all seen what happens when that happens. This does not, however, discredit the true plight and suffering that has occurred on the Palestinian people. Zionism and a Palestinian state, in my view, are not inherently opposed, and Zionism is not inherently racist. To clear that it is in and of itself anti-Semitic. In regard to the JDA's mention of BDS, while it is not in and of itself anti-Semitic, in all my experiences with manifestation, it almost certainly leads to Jewish people being targeted and harassed, and Israel being disproportionately targeted for criticism. In my own experience while on campus at McGill University during BDS Week, an event that occurs every year, my friend and I happened to be tabling for a mental health event that had nothing to do with Judaism or Israel, and that was sponsored by Hillel, a Jewish organization on campus. While speaking with a fellow classmate about this, he said that while he liked the event, he wouldn't attend due to Hillel's connection to the Jews and Israel, and that he supported BDS. While this had nothing to do with anything about the event, he used BDS to conflate criticism of the state of Israel with harming Jewish community experience on campus. Furthermore, I had several friends, Jewish friends, that during that BDS week recount stories of harassment and even assault. As a person that describes myself to be left of center of the mainstream view, I trust my community institutions. There are those progressives that believe in community organizing. This definition reflects that. While the Jewish community is not a monolith, we are highly organized. Our community institutions, including Federation, rely on the verbal and financial support and consent of most of our community members. And while I know for a fact that some Vancouver Jewish community members may not agree with this definition of anti-Semitism, the broad majority who support our organizing instrument have not come forth asking institutions to change course. Vancouver City Council should recognize what our organized community is asking for with this specific definition and adopt it so accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Sass, for your comments. Seeing no questions from the mayor or council, we'll move on to the next speaker. Next speaker is Speaker 64, Lance Burowitz. Please approach the podium. Good afternoon, Lance. You have up to 5 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of Council. My name is Lance Burelowitz, and I'm a Jewish resident of Vancouver. I'm here today to speak in support of Council passing the motion to adopt the IRA working definition of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism, as we've heard from many speakers, is real, pernicious, and unfortunately, much more widespread in Canada than many Canadians may be aware of. In order to address and combat this form of racism, we must first identify and define it. The IRA working definition of anti-Semitism is a useful tool in this regard. The IRA definition has been adopted by some 37 countries, including the country of Canada, and several Canadian provinces and cities. It differentiates crucially between anti-Semitism and legitimate criticism of Israeli government policies and actions. It does not infringe on Canadians' inherent civil rights or their legitimate rights to protest. In fact, the IHRA definition guidelines specifically state that, quote, criticism of Israel similar to that leveled against any other country cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. It is non-legally binding. It does not criminalize any action that is currently legal, including protest and free speech. It will not muzzle critiques of Israel or indeed any other state. And we should not conflate combating anti-Semitism with supporting Israeli government policies. Some here have called for Council to reject adopting a working definition of anti-Semitism, citing a fear that this would somehow restrict legitimate criticism of Israeli government policies and actions. With all due respect to those voices, this is a misapprehension and a red herring. Doing that would be akin to saying that Canadian governments should not define discrimination against, say, Chinese people as racism, because that would stop people from criticizing the Communist Party government of the People's Republic of China. Or define prejudice against Muslims as anti-Islamic racism, for fear that that would somehow stop Canadians criticizing the Islamic regime in Iran for its gross human rights abuses. Or define hatred against, say, black people as racism, as this would somehow mute Canada's criticism of African governments that oppress their own peoples or minorities in those countries. This is a counterfactual and fallacious, misleading argument. Anti-Semitism is real and growing across Canada. It grows and mutates, like a virus infecting our society. And history teaches us that, left unchecked, anti-Semitism eventually impacts all of society, not just its intended target, the Jewish people. It needs to be addressed by Canadian governments and civic agencies. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is a useful tool to help governments and public agencies identify and counter this dangerous phenomenon. Its adoption by this Council would also send a strong symbolic message that Vancouver does not tolerate anti-Semitism. And so I urge Council to approve the motion before you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Lance. See no questions from Council. We shall move to the next speaker. Is Speaker 65, Joanne Nyman, on the phone? Joanne, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you great. So you have
Okay, it's
up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'll try my best. I am Jewish and I'm opposed to this resolution. I grew up in Toronto, where both my parents were actually members of B'nai B'rith, and indeed my father was a one-time president of his lodge. At that time, it was primarily a social group, and they had a bowling league, and then we had Hanukkah parties. I attended Hebrew school in Toronto, where every classroom had a map of Israel, and we studied modern Hebrew and Israeli geography in addition to the religious aspects of Judaism. At the age of 14, I was the rabbi at the school's closing exercises. That's my background. I'm now a retired sociology professor and also a former head of a Canada-wide anti-apartheid organization. So it's not hard for me to grasp why the mainstream Jewish community has latched on to blind support for the colonial remnant known today as the State of Israel. Put simply, it has been increasingly used as the glue in an attempt to bind this diverse group of people together, therefore requiring that any criticism of Israel, no matter how legitimate it might be, must be suppressed. One obvious example is B'nai B'rith, which has moved from the social group I mentioned with its bowling league to now being a major defender of Israeli policies against Palestinians. I now want to turn to my fears about this resolution. If it is passed, I am very concerned that rather than reducing anti-Semitism in the city, it will actually inadvertently increase it. Surely we can expect many in this city to wonder, why is this new council, with so many important local issues to deal with and so many needy groups, as you all know, in our city that require urgent care, why are you starting off with this particular issue? I'm sure all the councillors are aware of the long and ugly history of European treatment of the Indigenous peoples of this land. I'm proud, some of you may not know, but Vancouver did adopt, it's my understanding, UNDRIP at its last council meeting. If Canadians are increasingly willing to acknowledge this past against Indigenous people, it only makes sense that we should also recognize settler colonialism wherever it occurs, including, in this case, the State of Israel, and its well-documented maltreatment of the Palestinian people. In a statement last week, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs stated that the adoption of the IHRA definition stands in direct opposition to the commitments made by Council towards reconciliation and UNDRIP. How can this Council then, at its first meeting, go against the expressed wishes of Indigenous community by adopting this controversial and divisive IHRA definition of anti-Semitism? This is not the way to reconciliation and not the best way to proceed to fight anti-Semitism. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Seeing no questions from council, we will move to the next speaker. Speaker 60.
Okay.
Thank you. Speaker 66 is Joseph Thal on the phone. Joseph, are you there?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. My name is Joey Thal. I'm speaking as a queer Jewish settler of Ottoman, Eastern European, and Assyrian descent on the unceded and solitary territories of the Homusquayam, Homush, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, here to voice my opposition to City Council adopting IHRA's definition of anti-Semitism. Much of my work in the past few years has been in Southwest Asian and North African Jewish Palestinian solidarity and justice for Jews of color. Jews of these backgrounds only make up a small percentage of the diaspora outside of Israel. In contrast, we make up almost half of Israel, so I will be one of the few you will hear from today. One key example of the definition that I, along with others, put into question is as follows: denying the Jewish people the right to self-determination, for example, by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. You'll hear about the overcrowded, humiliating checkpoints that Palestinian workers crossing into Israel have to endure on a daily basis just to make a living and come back to their homes. But there's a big perspective missing here that not many have heard of. The stolen generations of Jewish children from Yemen, Iraq, North Africa, and the Balkans, taken by the Israeli government and given to Ashkenazi families in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. To quote the Amram Association, a group that has gathered witness testimonies from these families, the state must come clean regarding the nature of the medical treatments used on the immigrants, including experimental treatments for scientific research, which were used on the immigrants without their consent. After all this time, I ask where the reparations are for Sephardi, Mizrahi, and also Horn of African Jews who have unconsentfully lost our languages and traditions by having to assimilate into mainstream Israeli culture. Black and Mizrahi Jewish families are still discriminated against in housing and employment. Many live in neighborhoods and towns that have been segregated since the 1950s and 80s that are subject to gentrification and constant displacement. When will we ever be heard and paid attention to? Whose right to self-determination is it really? Reconciliation extends the context beyond Canada, and the use of the word Indigenous to justify 20th century European settler colonialism is extremely appropriative and disrespectful to the Indigenous people here on Turtle Island who are going to be dealing with the real effects of that for many more years. It has been used as a convenient epithet to evade any other conversations on what self-determination could look like globally for Jews.
Joseph.
I'd like to know how none of this is state racism.
Joseph, could we just get back to the IHRA motion and focusing on that?
This is very important to it because this is my point. So continue leading into calls for isolationism and ignoring the influence of far-right tendencies like here with the IHRA's definition will only further push our communities into the margins, and it is not a way to alleviate the situation at all. Let's not ignore that the third biggest party voting to the Israeli Knesset is a neo-Kahanist religious Zionist party that is pro-settlement, anti-Arab, and theocratic. I believe that this global shift to the far right within mainstream Jewish communities is all actively making us be targeted more here and abroad, and is actively reverting us back. I feel like this IRA motion will make my friends and I be afraid of being canceled for vocalizing statements like mine, when we're the next generation on the ground trying to make things better for everyone. I also encourage everyone to read on the history of Reuben Abergel and the Israeli Black Panthers. Their struggle is the missing link to so many of these century-long debates about quote-unquote what is and isn't good for Jews in Israel. Thank you for your time, Shukür, and Basimeh Rabba.
Thank you, Joseph. Seeing no questions, we will move to the next speaker, Christina Laffin, speaker number 67. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead. Not on the phone. Okay, no worries. We'll just come back at the end and double check that. Next speaker is Victoria Obidkoff. Please, Victoria, good afternoon. Please come to the podium, and you have up to 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much, councillors, for this chance to be heard by you. I am not a resident. I visit here regularly because I lived in Strathcona during the 70s. I loved living there at Union and Princess and love the city. Just shortly, I lived in Toronto for 30 years. I have many Jewish friends there. I heard the horrifying effects of the Holocaust on their relatives and have stood firmly against expressions of anti-Semitism. I also know there's a whole range of different views and opinions amongst the Jewish communities I know, mainly through the arts. I then went to Israel, and I'm only mentioning this because the IHRA definition seems to be mainly about Israel, from what I read. I was horrified in the West Bank, particularly at the way children and youth were being imprisoned. If you're a Palestinian child and youth, Israel doesn't give you a civil trial. You go to a military court, and you can be kidnapped from your house. You can be detained and tortured. I haven't heard of this situation in any other democratic country. The British lawyers, we were there in March 2006, said at that point there were about 500 children and youth detained. This was a low point for me. I also met Israeli Jews of great conscience who are trying to change this. I don't believe it's anti-Semitic to criticize the brutal treatment and effects of Israel's occupation. And I'm really worried, well, I'm concerned that the IHRA definition and examples will have more of a chill effect. I live in Saskatoon now on Treaty 6 territory. I know that Palestinian students at the U of S campus have had to really struggle to get space to share their narratives of what it was like for their families to have to leave if they were fortunate enough to come as refugees. Students try to get articles printed in the newspapers. They have to retract. There's big fights around the space for narratives, actual Palestinian narratives. So my main concern, we must denounce anti-Semitism, but I don't see a lot in this particular definition that gives actual behaviors and attitudes that are directed against Jewish people and those of the Jewish faith in Vancouver and Canada. Most of it has to do with Israel. IJV has already published a report on the chill effect. The IHRA has been in effect for about 10 years now, maybe, I don't know, maybe 8. They've been tracking it. And there is, in fact, a chill effect. People lose their jobs. Students get anti-Semite put in their files. They can't advance. The list goes on. We've heard examples today, even from one of your former counselors, of how just criticizing these policies can get you smeared as anti-Semitic. Again, I say anti-Semitism is wrong and horrifying. We must develop robust definitions and education to stop anti-Semitism, as we must for other forms of racism. But why couldn't we do that with an intersectional lens so that anti-racism and stopping anti-Semitism comes together? The BC Union of Indian Chiefs, you're probably aware, say that the IHRA definition is in direct contradiction to UNDRIP, which guarantees the right of self-determination and Indigenous rights. And of course, Palestinian Indigenous rights are now denied in the occupied territories and diminished within the actual state. I've led delegations there, most recently on behalf of the United Church of Canada, so I won't go more into what I saw there. And again, I'll say there are brave Israeli Jewish allies in the work, but it's tough right now. I've met students at Carleton, young women who can't share openly what's happened to them living under occupation. They're threatened on campus. This is not conscionable. I've been around physical violence. When I was living in Toronto, I'd go up to York to actually be bodyguards, including an elderly rabbi was with me when Palestinian students...
Victoria, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you are
sure.
at time.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
Thank you for hearing me. It's been a phenomenal day of courageous testimonies.
Thank you for coming in and thank you for your comments.
Sure.
Seeing no questions from council, we are going to move to the next speaker, Speaker 70. Jason Murray, please approach the podium. You have up to 5 minutes.
Your Worship, councillors, my name is Jason Murray. I'm here to speak in support of the motion. I'm here as a resident of the city, as a Jew. I'm here for my family, and I'm here with words that I know from experience echo throughout the organized Jewish community. For some background, I am the past volunteer chair of the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs Local Partner Council. I'm the current, again, volunteer chair of the Jewish Federation of Greater Vancouver's Community Security Committee. I'll state that each of the recitals to the motion in front of you explain the many reasons why you should approve it. But let me touch on 3 points, 3 topics. The first, the need to define anti-Semitism. The second, understanding how the working definition can be used. And the third, the value of accepting the views of the very community that is at risk. So first, why define it? Our Jewish community is a community small in number, but with an outsized representation in this country's hate crime statistics. That's a fact. A definition works as a guide for evaluating whether a particular incident was in fact anti-Semitic. It asks you to consider overall context. It asks you to step back. It asks you to think and ask an important question framed by the lived experience and perceptions of the Jewish community. Question is this: is this action? Are these words aimed to cause harm to Jews as Jews? The working definition helps you answer the question. While all forms of hate and discrimination are linked and certainly should be addressed, they're often expressed differently. No matter how interconnected they may be, we can't combat anti-Semitism, anti-Asian hate, anti-Black racism, anti-Indigenous hate, Islamophobia, if we don't identify the unique manifestations of each of these forms of bigotry. Quite simply, you won't realize you're anti-Semitic if you don't know what anti-Semitism is. My second point, understanding how the definition can be used and how it can't be used. The definition helps educate on anti-Jewish bias, helps assess claims of anti-Semitism, and helps one consider, given the relevant facts and circumstances, whether conduct may amount to discrimination under already existing legislative and legal frameworks. The motion correctly identifies the definition as being non-legally binding. And that's important. The motion doesn't invoke council's lawmaking powers. It adopts a vital tool, not a law. The definition is important and helpful in educating without impeding anyone's right to speech. My last point, there's an inherent value in accepting the consensus views of the very community that's at risk. I think you should accept at a very fundamental level that a community, especially one that's the target of so much vitriol and violence, can draw from its own lived experience, its own traumas, the threats set against it, and tell you what causes the community and its members serious harm. This is not a definition, this is not a tool that was cobbled together in haste or in private. It was developed internationally, in the open, thoughtfully, by Jews and scholars and leaders of civil society. What you read in the definition represents the consensus of the Jewish community coming to you as our civic leaders and telling you these things intentionally hurt us and these things relegate us to second-class citizens. That's why the working definition is recognized by dozens of democratic countries around the world, by our own parliament and provincial government, by civic government, by places of learning, and incorporated into Canada's anti-racism strategy. It accepts our lived experience. You've heard from our community spokesmen, our congregational rabbis, our Holocaust Education Center. You've heard from an educator and a business owner, both of whom shared their own pains. Each person explained to you how anti-Semitism does violence to us as Jews in word and in deed, and they explained the value of the working definition. Those voices represent the strong consensus of the Jewish community speaking to you as leaders. I suggest that people who deny the validity of our community's perception of anti-Semitism are looking to redefine it so they and their friends can simply get away with it. I'm a Vancouverite, a Jew, an employer, and a community volunteer, and I'm a parent. All of that and more define how I see the motion before you. When I leave here this afternoon to pick up my children at the community center, children who I aim to protect from the psychological and physical violence that results when you leave anti-Semitism unrecognized or its impacts ignored or undervalued, I hope that this time I will not be placed in the position of casting my eyes down in shame and explaining to my children that their neighbors, their city government, have decided that we as Jews are worth less. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Jason. See no questions from council. We will move on to the next speaker. Next speaker is Speaker 71, Julius Kosotoni. Apologies for pronunciation. Hi, you can hear us okay?
That's all right. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, Julius, you have up to 5 minutes, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Thanks for everybody for being here and for hearing me and all of the rest of us who have chimed in about this. My name is Julius Chitany. I live on the original lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I'm a settler. I moved here from Hungary, and Canada took me in, and my family as well. And we're very grateful to be here, but I'm also very keenly aware of how we have, as a society, displaced those who were here before us. And with that in mind, I'd like to say that I oppose taking the definition of the IHRA of anti-Semitism here. I am fiercely against racism of all kinds. I take a strong position, and I speak out strongly against racism of every kind, including anti-Semitism. I think it's disgusting. That I think everybody's clear about. We need to stamp out racism of all sorts, including definitely anti-Semitism. That's not an issue here. My problem is with the definition and the guiding examples that are provided for the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. For one thing, the actual definition that's being suggested is a little vague, and I think that is a bit of a problem. But more importantly, I think that there's a little bit of ambiguity or contradiction within some of the examples provided. So the actual definition itself doesn't seem to be terribly bad in my opinion. It's a little vague, I think, but the guiding examples that were provided do provide some problems in my opinion. And a lot of other speakers today have really nicely voiced this, a lot nicer than I'll be able to. Speaker number 69, I'm sorry if I'd forgotten, I missed her name, but she gave some good examples of having seen what's happening in the state of Israel. And the reason I say this, what I bring up the state of Israel, is because the examples, as others have pointed out, highlight the state of Israel to a larger amount than I think is useful for us here in Vancouver specifically. I don't see why we should be adopting this particular definition. Why can't we adopt a definition that is similar to this, but not necessarily this specific one, and remove the parts that maybe are problematic? So, for example, a lot of people have brought up point number 7, example number 7, which refers to denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination by claiming that the existence of the state of Israel is a racist endeavor. Although there was that earlier mention that, however, criticism of Israel similar to that leveled against any other country cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. Those two are a little bit contradictory. So there's a little bit of a problem in the ambiguity of this sort of, I guess, call this a body of thought. The problem with point number 7 is that it's not saying that it's a problem to refer to the people of Israel, in any way, but it's regarding the state of Israel. That's a governing body. We cannot say that we're going to not refer to a particular government as never being racist, because we have seen many times that governments do in fact exhibit racism. And right now, many speakers have pointed out how the state of Israel currently is an apartheid state and has been, in fact, easily demonstrably mistreating Palestinian residents there. So I have a problem with accepting this definition, and especially with this body of thought that's described, that has been used to develop it as it is. I think we should definitely work very strongly to fight anti-Semitism in any form, but we have to be careful, I think, in what we adopt as the definition and what goes along with it, because I think there's a lot of strings attached to this one that I think are going to, as Speaker number 69 had said, lead to things like that chill effect. And other speakers have also mentioned that it could, in fact, heighten anti-Semitism as a response in some ways, and that would be a problem, I think. So
thank you, Julius. We're at time. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your comments. Seeing no questions, we will move on to Speaker 72, Oriel Mate, on the phone. Please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Oriel Mate. As a Jewish resident of Vancouver, I'm also deeply concerned and scared by the trackable increases in anti-Jewish hate here and around the world. Like others, I've closed my small business today, my sole source of income, to speak here. I very strongly cannot recommend that City Council adopt the IRA working definition of anti-Semitism. It's already been proven to be easily abused in the places it has been adopted, and is often weaponized against both Palestinians and non- and anti-Zionist Jews. In the UK, where these guidelines have been adopted, a charity fundraising for Palestinian children had to cancel its event due to London Council's fears of breaching the IRA guidelines. An Israel-critical event about boycott, divestment, and sanctions, which we have talked about today and is not inherently anti-Semitic, was canceled at the University of Central Lancashire. And a play during Israeli Apartheid Week was canceled in 2017 at the University of Exeter, simply for not fully agreeing with everything Israel does. When the U.S. adopted this definition in December 2019, 3 complaints were immediately filed with the Department of Education targeting Palestinian advocates. In Germany, Jewish Voice for Peace had its bank account closed in 2019 following the adoption of this definition, and American rapper Talib Kweli had his scheduled performance at a music festival in Dusseldorf canceled because of his refusal to denounce BDS, boycott, divest, and sanction. We've already heard today about how Palestinian self-advocacy and movements like BDS are not anti-Semitic. These examples illustrate the problem. The IRA definition has a chilling effect by conflating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. Why are 7 of the 11 examples directly referencing to Israel when Judaism is so much more than Israel? And giving and give an aura of authenticity to the suppression of these discussions. The working document is too vague. As some other speakers have said, the definition is not bad, but the examples are so vague. Among other things, the working document prohibits any criticism of Israel that isn't comparable to criticisms that would be made of any other nation state. And there is validity in that. But the problem is with the vagueness of it, is the reality is Israel is unique in the world. It's the only country that is majority Jewish. It's the only country that faces systemic anti-Semitism. The vagueness of that statement, that no criticism can be made that would not be made of another nation state, is so broad that it can and has been, as I've just showed, twisted to make it impossible to critique Israel in any real way. If the city adopts the IHRA definition, Palestinians are likely to see their rights to talk about their own lives restricted or lost, because they already have been in places where it has been adopted. Israel also calls itself the center of global Jewish life. If the city of Vancouver adopts the IHRA definition, I am likely to be prevented from criticizing a government that claims to speak for me. This is the reality of how the IHRA working definition has been implemented. It's critical that we work toward ending anti-Semitism. The number of reported hate crimes prove it. We've heard the depths of it today from Jewish community members on both sides of this debate. We've even heard anti-Semitism in this conversation today from at least one non-Jew who agrees that IHRA should not be adopted, but downplayed anti-Semitism as part of his argument. I don't doubt that all the other stories of anti-Semitism we've heard today are absolutely real, but IHRA's definition does not add to the existing body of laws designed to protect Jewish peoples. It's tempting to see it as a solution, to put down more easy definitions and rules, but IHRA's definitions are too easy to twist and warp. It takes away nuance. It takes away opportunity for conversation. It doesn't make me safer if Palestinians cannot speak about their own lives, or if I can't express my own opinions freely. IHRA dangerously oversimplifies a really complex conversation about anti-Semitism, and it harms both Palestinians and Jews. Do not trap Vancouver into a vague and weaponized definition of anti-Semitism. Do not adopt this working definition. It's already been proven that it's too open to abuse. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Seeing no questions from Mayor and Council, I will now go through the list of speakers that were not available when we called on them. Starting with speaker number 22, Michael Fraser. Speaker 8, okay. Apologies, I missed a speaker. First speaker is actually speaker 8, Rabbi Jonathan Infeld, was an in-person speaker. Good afternoon, Rabbi.
Good afternoon.
You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And I want to, first of all, thank you and commend you all for making this one of your first priorities. I could not imagine a more important agenda, a more important aspect of your job to take on than the fighting of anti-Semitism. I also want to tell you and apologize that I missed my opportunity to speak earlier today because I was performing a funeral. And actually, this is so important to our community that the family of the deceased actually made sure to do their best to organize the time of the funeral around when I would not be speaking. And unfortunately, it turned out that I was. I am Jonathan Infeld. I'm the rabbi of Congregation Beth Israel. I am also the head of RAV, the Rabbinical Association of Vancouver, and one of the 3 co-chairs of the Canadian Rabbinic Caucus. Professionally, I am standing here today to speak to you as a representative of the mainstream Jewish community of Vancouver and Canada. I am here speaking today on behalf of the majority of Vancouver and Canadian Jews. I also, though, am here speaking to you today as Jonathan Infeld. And I'm speaking to you today as the son of 2 Holocaust survivors. My mother escaped from Germany in 1938 with her parents, my father, her father, who had an arrest warrant for Dachau, and my father survived 1 year of the Krakow ghetto, 4 years of concentration camps. I am the son of survivors. I never knew the rest of my father's family because they were all murdered because of one reason and one reason only. That is, that they were Jewish. I never knew my grandparents, my aunts or uncles. And it is important for this council to understand that it wasn't that they wanted to stay in Poland. In fact, for the years leading up to the Shoah, to the Holocaust, they were actively teaching their family and their children Hebrew so that they would be able to emigrate to Eretz Israel, to the land of Israel. And the doors of the land were shut. And thus they were caught in Poland and murdered because there was no country that would accept them. There was no country that would give them the opportunity to live. I am here also as the rabbi of Congregation Beth Israel, a synagogue that every single year for the last 4 years has spent tens of thousands of dollars on security. Because as far as I know, synagogues are the only sacred spaces in the city that have to have continuous security for every function and every service that we do, including my daughter's bat mitzvah that we celebrated this past Saturday night and her party. We, the Infeld family, have to pay for the security to protect our synagogue from potential anti-Semitic attacks. You've heard, unfortunately, many misnomers today, many lies, many things that simply weren't true. But it is important for us to study history. It is important for us to understand that the Jewish people didn't just leave the land of Israel 2,000 years ago because we wanted to. We were taken away in chains as slaves. We did not move to Europe over the course of that time because that's where we wanted to go to, or to African countries, or to Middle Eastern countries because that is where we wanted to go to. We were there because that is where we were taken as slaves. For 2,000 years, and our religious tradition actually calls upon us continuously in every aspect of our religious tradition to look towards Israel, to look towards the land of Israel. There is absolutely no separation between our religious tradition and the land of Israel. What we are doing today, by defining anti-Semitism, by giving a word, by giving voice to the very ideas that have been promulgated over the course of 2,000 years that have led to the murder of Jews, gives us an opportunity to fight anti-Semitism. And by the way, the members of my synagogue are rightfully so often frightened.
Rabbi Infeld, so sorry to do this.
Not a problem.
You are at time, but you do have a question from Mayor Sim, so you'll have another 3 minutes. So, Mayor Sim, and actually another question from Councillor Kirby Young after. Mayor Sim, please go ahead.
So a couple of things, if you can continue with that story. And then I do have one question, and the question is, you say you speak for the majority. If you can elaborate a little more on that, that'd be great.
So first of all, I would suggest that the many members of my synagogue are rightfully so when they come to synagogue frightened of what could take place. We remember 4 years ago, the worst single attack on Jews in North America, in Pittsburgh, Tree of Life Synagogue, the city in which I happen to have been born and grew up. And especially since that day, we have been concerned and we have real security issues. Real security issues that I have to say, the Vancouver Police Department have been exceedingly good at protecting us, always there for our needs. But even just a few weeks ago, we had a security issue. We had to have the Vancouver police come and arrest an individual who had inappropriately entered our building. We are grateful for what the VPT has done, and we are grateful for the security that they have provided us. When I say that I speak for the majority at this point of Canadian Jewry, what I mean is that as a representative of Rav, as the head of Rav, the the Rabbinic Association of Vancouver, and as a member of the Canadian Rabbinic Council, I am one of the rabbis who truly represents the majority of the people who are affiliated with Jewish life, the majority of the Jews of this country, and the majority of the Jews of the Lower Mainland.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks, Rabbi, for coming to speak today. I guess I want to zero in on one question, and I know that you've been here through the afternoon and hearing a lot of the debate. What message do you think it will send to Vancouver's Jewish community, and how do you think the Vancouver's Jewish community will feel if Council, for example, were not to wholeheartedly support this definition?
I can't tell you how many people said to me, encouraged me to speak today. I had a number of meetings that I had to cancel. And when they heard that I was canceling them in order to be here, even last moment when I sort of got bumped or, because of the unfortunate timing of what happened earlier today, they said, absolutely, we completely understand. What you are doing is supporting us, giving us a feeling of security. If we do not pass this motion in its entirety, we are denying the reality of the fact that anti-Semitism comes in many different manifestations, historically and today. And over the course of the last 50, 60 years, one of the most clear forms of anti-Semitism, especially in the last 10 or 15, 20, 30 years, has been anti-Zionism. And anti-Zionism has been used as an excuse to attack Jews. In fact, recently, a few years ago, I was at an event of the Jewish community at one of our synagogues, not my own. And I was trying to enter into the synagogue, and there were anti-Zionists screaming at us. And as we tried to enter in, as I tried to enter in, police officers of the VPD actually literally had to come and escort me into a synagogue. I would never imagine that anywhere in the world, let alone here in Vancouver, that I as a rabbi would have to be escorted into a synagogue because of anti-Semitism, which is masked under the title of anti-Zionism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, apologies. Yes, you can, Kirby-Young. Could you add yourself back to the queue, please? I can't see you there anymore. Tina?
Okay, great. Thanks. Sorry, I think I had about 40 seconds left. I sort of asked you what it meant if Council didn't accept this. This is the second run at it. This motion was brought before Council in July 2019, and Council determined that time to refer it, but not even to hear from speakers. Can you tell me what it's been like or how the community felt for the last 3 years?
I have to say, we weren't surprised completely. We have, as a community, of course, faced anti-Semitism over thousands of years, but we were hurt. It was not pleasant. And we, of course, were looking forward to the day when we would have the educational opportunity to be able to define anti-Semitism and to be able to hopefully not cure anti-Semitism, because we know that that's never going to happen, as has been said, but to begin to take steps in the right direction of not only fighting anti-Semitism, but fighting racism of all kinds. So I really encourage everyone here today to do the right thing, to do the morally right thing, and to vote in favor of this motion.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay, we will now return to the list of speakers that we didn't hear from earlier, but are on the list. Back to speaker number 22. That is Michael Fraser on the phone. Michael, can you hear us?
Hi there, I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So my name is Michael Fraser. I live in Vancouver, and I'm a member of a Jewish community, not the Jewish community, and there isn't a monolithic Jewish community to speak of. My ancestors, a bit about me, were displaced and brutalized in pogroms in the Ukraine, and I'm here today to oppose the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. I have directly experienced anti-Semitism throughout my life on an individual and systemic level. I've been called a kike. I've been told while working in restaurants innumerable times that if I question the way things are, that I'll be thrown in the kitchen oven. And I oppose this motion on the ground that the IHRA's definition's vagueness and conflation of criticism of Israel and anti-Semitism is unjust, offensive, and categorically false. I do not accept the dogma that we as Jewish people can only be safe with a nation state that comes at the cost of displacing an indigenous people, namely Palestinians, and a state that is insulated from criticism by motions like the IHRA definition. Further, it's important to point out that there's no one definition of Jewishness. Judaism and Israel are not synonymous. There's not consensus, as previous speakers have indicated, in the Jewish community on Israel or on this definition. And respectfully, again, there's not a monolithic Jewish community in the first place. As the previous speaker so eloquently stated, if there is a fundamental characteristic of Jewishness, it is perhaps to question everything. And I'm here to question and to call on council to also question this vague and misleading definition of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. I stand here opposed to this motion. I stand here with a pretty shaky voice, and I hope you can hear the humanity and the overwhelming opposition to this motion from the Jewish communities present, myself included. And I also hope you can hear that there are many different modes of Judaism, not just Zionism, such as the mode that I embrace, which is our homeland is in our hearts and our relations to others. And I am here today, again, to oppose this vague and misleading definition. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Seeing no questions, we will move on to the next speaker that we missed. Speaker number 24, Omri Haven, are you on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good, thank you. And thanks to all the speakers and the counselors who have been doing this all day. And I'm appreciative of the way that I was raised. I was raised as an Ashkenazi Jewish young man in Nova Scotia, but I've been here for 4 years. I was taught early on that a lot of my family perished in Eastern Europe, including in the Nazi Holocaust. But all the same, I am very much opposed to this motion. And I am not trying to legitimize anti-Semitism as some of the speakers would have you believe. And I will not be tarnished for defending the freedom of speech for people who take up the Palestinian cause or take up human rights in Israel-Palestine more broadly. I am a young, real person, and as the previous speaker mentioned, I am part of a broader Jewish community that does not tolerate blindly toting the line of Israel. We get to decide our definition as Jews of what anti-Semitism is. I've heard that from a few speakers now, and I decide to follow the Jerusalem Declaration and the international scholars who crafted it. They crafted it keeping in mind the definition of the IHRA and adding to it so that these examples that we've heard so much about, these 7 of 11 examples that have to do with the state of Israel, are not front and center. That instead, we have a robust definition that takes into account the full identity of Jews, and that takes into account the bludgeoning and the silencing that takes place through the accusation of anti-Semitism. So the Jerusalem Declaration has clear definitions and coherent guidelines. And this is as opposed to the IHRA that blurs the issue and is unhelpful. Here in Vancouver, we have an anti-hate task force for all forms of bigotry, and I think we need to be able to use it. And your council, which is just now forming, has a lot of potential to use it and to view anti-Semitism alongside a whole spectrum of hate that has increased over the past few years. And we need to unite with other groups who face the end of hatred and be in opposition to it as united front. There is a reason that the IHRA was not passed at the last council meeting and that it was batted down the road. It is a murky definition. It has murky examples. It is murky territory. Do not be intimidated by those who say you're being anti-Semitic. Young people like me are united in our understanding that we need to stop hate and bigotry and racism on a united front. Jews are not Israel, and this is an ignorance to conflate us with it. We need to make sure that with the recent elections in Israel of anti-Arab and anti-Palestinian parties, political parties, that we have freedom and the ability to criticize and point out Israeli apartheid. Now, I use the term Israeli apartheid with full confidence because I know I'm standing by with the authors from such organizations as Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and the Israeli Human Rights Organization, B'Tselem. I'd also like to point counselors towards a recent report from the Independent Jewish Voices organization on the chilly climate for pro-Palestinian activism in Canada. And you can find it on the website by going to report Unveiling the Chilly Climate, the Suppression of Speech on Palestine in Canada at ijvcanada.org. This report is quite recent. It's just from this past month, and it shows exactly to what ends criticism of Israel is silenced in this country, even without the IHRA definition. With the IHRA definition passed in, every municipality, every university, every level of government, we stand no chance. So despite some of the grandstanding that has taken place today, this motion will only harm the cause of justice, and it will mainly mislead us in our goal to eliminate hate in this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Seeing no questions from council, we will move to the next speaker that we missed previously. That is speaker number 25, Avi Haluga. Haluga, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Are you on the phone? Avi, are you there? Nope. Okay. Okay, next speaker was speaker number 29, Ayanas Ormond. Are you on the phone? Okay. Moving on to speaker number 30. That was an in-person speaker, John Irwin.
Hello?
Hi, is that you, John?
Yeah, I'm on the phone. Chair
Great.
Meisner.
Okay, so you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for your time this afternoon, Chair Meisner, Mayor Sim, and City Councilors.
Sure, John, sorry to interrupt you. Do you mind speaking up a little bit louder? It's a little hard to hear you.
Yeah, I'll get a little closer to the phone. Is that
That's
better?
great. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Chair Meisner, Mayor Sim, and City Councilors. Congratulations on your election and re-election. I support the motion. As a father of 3 Jewish children with a Jewish partner, I've witnessed with growing alarm the increasing anti-Semitism in North America and in our own city and region. And to be frank with you, if someone had told me this was going to happen 10 or 15 years ago, I would have shaken my head in disbelief. Over the past few weeks, someone spray painted a massive amount of anti-Semitic graffiti at the back of stores in our neighborhood near the Broadway SkyTrain line, stores that face the Community Kollel Synagogue and where my partner and children shop, as well as myself. In March 2021, Riverview Park in southwest Vancouver was defaced with swastikas. that was March 1st. Similar to those of Islamic background, I sit in our local synagogue and worry that massacres like the one that occurred in 2018 in Pittsburgh, which Rabbi Infield mentioned, at the Tree of Life Synagogue, and or the massacre that occurred in Christchurch, New Zealand in March 2019 at the Al Noor Mosque, or the mass killing that occurred in Quebec City at the Islamic Cultural Center in January 2017 could occur at any time, including obviously here in Canada. On January 15th, 2022, Rabbi Charlie Citron Walker threw a chair at a gunman to fend him off and prevent a mass shooting in Colleyville, Texas. He was praised for his quick thinking action, but should rabbis have to train in self-defense against armed gunmen? For me and my family, this definition is about fighting anti-Semitism that is too prevalent in our society, and that means in North America and in Canada. I did want to say I disagreed with one speaker who I generally agree with, and that is that I think we hopefully could get rid of anti-Semitism, and I'd like to note Galton's notions of peace. Negative peace, which is just the absence of war or direct violence. Positive peace, the absence of structural violence or a state of social justice or relative equality. And then cultural peace, the absence of deeply embedded notions in the collective subconscious that lead to either direct or structural violence. The examples I listed provide a clear indication that we need to oppose hatred of all kinds, especially anti-Semitism, which is one of the longest standing examples of hatred of the other. The Jewish community has asked that we adopt the non-binding definition as a city, and I think we should do this. Other motions that attack racism of all kinds, including anti-Indigenous, Islamophobia, xenophobia, and hatred of South Asians, would also be good to pursue. And thanks for your time and for listening to everybody today.
Thank you, John. Appreciate your comments. No questions from council, so we will move on to the next speaker that we didn't get to earlier. Speaker number 40, Dalia Masri. Are you on the phone? No, not on the phone. Okay. Next speaker, speaker 42, Imtiaz Popad. Are you on the phone? Not on the phone, okay. Speaker 43, Elsa Boyd. Are you on the phone? Elsa? Nope. Okay. Speaker 47, Justin Mongiardo. Are you on the phone? Not on the phone, okay. Speaker 67, Christina Laffin. Are you on the phone? Not on the phone. Okay, that is the end of our speakers list. Thank you to everyone for taking the time out of your days today to speak to council. Council, is there any discussion? Please add yourself to the main queue. Okay, we will go to count. Okay. You've been added to the queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, we will get IT to look into that for you. Oh, okay, great. Just a note on time, it's 4:45, and we do need to recess at 5 o'clock, but we can do about 10 minutes of discussion. So we'll go to Councillor Carr for that. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Motion to extend beyond 5 to complete this item. Oh.
Councillor Carr, we do have a special council meeting at 5 o'clock, so we won't be able to extend it, unfortunately.
I have a point of procedure, if I might, Chair. Just following up on Councillor Carr's inquiry, is it possible, because I know we have a lot of speakers or members of the committee here, rather than having them wait the dinner break, to start the special meeting a little later, say at 5:15, so that we could endeavor to complete the item?
Councillor Kirby-Young, would you like to put a motion forward to do
Yes,
that?
I'd like to follow the lead of my esteemed colleague, Councillor Carr, and suggest that we move to complete this item and then delay the start of the special council meeting accordingly.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, great. All those in favor say yay.
Okay.
Okay, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Let's go back to the queue and start with Councillor Carr.
Now, I wonder, Chair, if you could reset my timer?
Yes, sorry about that. I'll do that right now.
Thank you.
Okay, your time starts now. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to start by thanking every person who came to speak to us, those who were here in person, and everybody who wrote to us as well, everybody who was online, and especially for sharing the personal stories and experiences. They were very powerful and impactful. And I want to also start by recognizing that racism, anti-Semitism exist in our city, and I condemn it. And I'm committed, as I believe all members of this council are, to combating that violence, racism, anti-Semitism, and to protect people's safety and well-being. I'm very concerned about how divided the community is on this issue, but I don't believe it's because they are divided in any way around concern and desire to combat anti-Semitism. I believe that that was a shared value that was expressed. The divisiveness was around this specific definition of anti-Semitism. That is the focus of this motion. Many speakers said, listen to the people affected and what they are saying, and I have listened carefully. I took notes the whole time. The IHRA definition is not a consensus definition. Many speakers identified themselves as Jewish, said that that definition is controversial, did state that it was divisive, and cited other preferred definitions. So the community is not united on this. I particularly identified with Speaker 71, Julia Sistoni, who worried that the IHRA definition could further divide our community. At first, I thought perhaps I should amend the motion, maybe remove specific examples or clauses that were for the focus of controversy regarding especially the state of Israel. But on reflection, thought it's not up to me. I am not Jewish. It is not up to me to amend any definition. The definition is what it is. I'm not prepared to oppose it. I am concerned about the divisiveness. I am not going to oppose it because I'm very alarmed by the rise in anti-Semitism and more broadly, the increased polarization, divisiveness, racism, and hate crimes in our society at large. So as I said, I'm not going to oppose it. I will abstain. I rarely abstain, but that is the position I'm going to take now.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Montague.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, all the speakers were definitely passionate around this motion. We heard both personal interpretation and personal experiences regarding this definition. I found those in particular who spoke in support of the IRA definition of anti-Semitism to be extremely compelling. With regards to Councillor Carr's comments, I don't think we'll ever get to 100% consensus. I don't think we can wait for 100% consensus. Our responsibility as council is not foreign affairs, it's not global politics, but rather the safety of residents, visitors, and businesses in Vancouver. People in our city should feel safe. They should not be the subject of violence, intimidation, or harassment simply because they identify or they're identified by others as being Jewish. When I look at the wording, I take into account the incredible number of speakers we had and listened to today. I'm simply not convinced that the IRA definition suppresses freedom of speech. I'm not convinced that it stops someone from having a political opinion. And I'm not convinced it prevents people from speaking out against harmful government policies, as those who spoke against the definition suggest. I will be supporting this motion, and I urge my fellow councillors to also vote in favor. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Montague. Councillor Joe, you have the floor.
Okay, so I think it's a pretty emotional day for me hearing all the story in the past. So we need to make sure our children will not suffer in that situation again. This is the country we all love. This is the city we all love. So I want to say three things. So I think the most dominant reason for people who oppose this motion is because they think it will hurt our freedom of speech. So I did some research. I want to share those research with you. So as of November 22nd, this month, there are 38 countries in the world have adopted the definition, including Canada. And also there are some other countries, I want to say their name: Canada, Australia, United States, United Kingdom, Germany, France, Sweden, Finland, Netherlands, Belgium, etc. Those are all democratic countries. They all committed to fight for anti-Semitism while upholding our universal democratic principle, such as freedom of speech. So that's one thing. Also, the other thing is there is some. So now I'm asking my question: are those countries really, support our freedom of speech? So there is some index I check. It's from the Fraser Institute. They have a Human Freedom Index. That's the report they published in 2021. So 18 countries ranked in top 30 in the world have adopted this IRA definition. All democratic countries. But on the other hand, according to the same ranking, no one in the last 50 on this list adopt this definition. I think that tells you everything. So seeing this is to hurt our freedom of speech, I'm not convinced. So that's one thing. And the other thing is, I think speaker mentioned that children interned in Israel, brutal treatment for people. I don't have enough knowledge to evaluate if this is true or not. But even it is true, it doesn't mean anti-Semitism is right. Whatever the government did, it doesn't give legitimate reason to discriminate against their people. So this is particularly resonant to me because I'm thinking about my own experience, the racism I received throughout my very short political career, just because I'm Chinese. So I feel the same way for the Jewish people. So that's the second reason. The third reason, this is an educational tool. It is not a law enforcement tool. So when it comes to the law enforcement, it's too late. We need to educate our children. So what is the discrimination? What is the racism anti any other people in the city? So from that perspective, all these three reasons, I'm going to vote in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Joe. Councillor Boyle, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. I also want to thank the many speakers that we heard from today. The speeches and stories and experiences that we heard were moving and heartfelt and heartbreaking and emotional. And I have been feeling emotional as well, listening all day and grappling with these issues. Certainly, as I mentioned, wrestling with the opinions of my Jewish family members who are on this issue, I guess, in the minority within their own Jewish communities, but who I have witnessed for many, many years grappling very deeply with their own faith and their place in their community. That has weighed heavily on me in some of the comments that we've heard. And I also have appreciated what I also have experienced to be a quintessentially and vibrantly Jewish custom of questioning and discussing and debating everything. And I'm grateful for that. As others have spoken to, I too heard a lot of common ground today around the importance of us working together in tangible and meaningful ways to tackle the rise in anti-Semitism and anti-racism, which I too acknowledge are real and critically important for us as a local government to be playing a role in addressing. These are issues that I have been thinking about and working on for most of my adult life in multi-faith settings, in anti-racism work, and as I said, in my own family. I was fortunate as a graduate student to study alongside Jewish leaders and rabbinical students, and have worked and marched and prayed alongside a diversity of Jews and people of other faiths around justice issues, around marriage equality in Canada and in the US. And I married into a Jewish family a decade ago. I have been raising 2 mixed faith kids, and have sought advice from many folks across the Jewish community, including many of our speakers today, about best raising those kids within a tradition that's not my own, but which I really deeply want them to feel is part of their own. I remain deeply committed in words and in action to working to counter anti-Semitism and anti-racism. As others have said, I do struggle with the divisiveness of this definition within Jewish communities, and so don't think that it's should be the basis on which we do our anti-Semitism work, and I remain committed to that work, absolutely, to its critical importance in ensuring everyone feels safe in the city, and I will continue to show up to do this work to challenge anti-Semitism, to challenge anti-racism, again and again, in this role, in my role as a mother, and in my many roles in the community in the service of Tikkun Olam. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Klassen, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to my colleagues here whose comments broadly sort of reflect many of my own. I just want to say that I also am extremely appreciative of all the voices that we heard today. So many very strong and heartfelt feelings, obviously with differing views of this definition. Over the many hours that we were listening today, not many people referenced specifically the 2 sentences that make up the actual working definition that Ira has put forward. And when I read it, and I read this earlier on, I read it very closely. I had been contacted by a friend and a community member who spoke today, who was concerned about this pitting them as being anti-Semitic. And I know without question that they are fighters for social justice and fairness, and would by no means meet the definition of an anti-Semite. That said, my main concern are the people who live and work in the city of Vancouver. And as much as I think we cannot ignore what's happening in the world around us, that is my sort of principal job here at Vancouver City Council. As Rabbi Moskovitz stated, we have about as much influence on the affairs of state in Israel as we do in the UK. We are talking about the city of Vancouver. It was emphasized that this is non-legally binding. I think that's extremely important to me. The phrase today was used that this is a tool versus a law. It's a guidepost by which we can measure how our values in this city are to be expressed. And I did hear some questions around the vagueness of the language. I think the vagueness is something that could be debated, but it allows for, I think, again, an interpretation that I'm comfortable with. And so we've heard from so many representatives today, but including many of the principal leaders of the Jewish community here today. So therefore, I heard all of you, but I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Fry, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. You know, the IRA definition in and of itself is not controversial. I think we heard that loud and clear, that the definition is eminently supportable as written. That anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may have be expressed as a hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, towards Jewish community institutions and religious facilities, full stop. That is, I believe, eminently supportable. But of course, as we heard today, it's the examples, the illustrative examples that are causing the consternation and disagreement. But as I note in the member motion, it's not actually written to include those illustrative examples. So on that notion, I will abstain on this vote because according to Robert's Rules of Order, a lack of information is a legitimate grounds to abstain. And so specifically, when folks do not feel adequately informed about the issue at hand. So despite the volume of comments that we heard today, the omission of those illustrative examples in this resolution does not adequately inform. So I'm going to abstain. That said, I'm uncomfortable with us entertaining these sorts of motions in general here at Council Chambers. As Councillor Montague rightly pointed out, we're not in the business of international affairs or foreign policy. We're a city council, and this is a non-legally binding resolution. And I worry that we've played into a zero-sum game here. We have seen, I think, a lot of speakers that many of whom will come out of this feeling like they are losers. And I'm not sure that that's a good outcome. I worry that it polarizes and creates more of a toxic environment. And so I worry that maybe council chambers aren't the place to have these sorts of debates and that we don't allow the right kind of space for this conversation. That said, you know, I do stand against all forms of anti-Semitism, and I stand with the Jewish people in condemning anti-Semitism, and I do support this definition, but I will abstain from this vote.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dominato, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. And like my colleagues, I'll also thank all of the speakers who came in person as well as those who called in this morning and this afternoon to speak on this motion. From my perspective, I think we need to be really categorical that anti-Semitism is not acceptable. It's not acceptable in our city. It's not acceptable anywhere in the world. I think many of us recognize the horrors of the Holocaust, but there's been many other injustices and actions against Jews around the world. One of the things that struck me in one of the last speakers was Jason Murray, and he was referencing why a definition. And he spoke to something, I'm going to paraphrase, how do you fight something if you don't define it? And it reminded me of work I was doing provincially when we were trying to deal with bullying and intimidation and violence in schools. And the starting point was defining what we're talking about so that you can actually clarify that, so you can educate people. And I was also struck by one of the rabbis who said he spoke in a school and that kids of this current age did not understand that their actions were inappropriate and that it was reflective of anti-Semitism. And that really struck me. And so for me, there's a component of education that is part of this. I was also struck by Rabbi Infeld's comments that he referred to denying the reality that anti-Semitism comes in many manifestations. And I think that this definition addresses that as well. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to support this motion. And so I thank Councillor Kirby-Young for bringing it forward. I thank all of the speakers for the dialogue. I appreciate there are different perspectives on this, but I think it's very important that we uphold this definition today.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Kirby-Young, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. This is deeply personal for me. I have the privilege of regularly visiting the community centers, the synagogues, and the schools that were often referenced as being both places where a community comes together, but also where a community can feel unsafe because they are places where folks gather and they are easily identified and targeted. And I've had the opportunity to do that because the community has invited me in generously and with an open spirit to share in their community and to share in the traditions. And through that, I have learned a great deal. I work out, in addition to visiting synagogues for, we recently, Mayor Sim and I were at Crystal Knot, many other events. I work out at the JCC, sometimes when I have time, which I haven't had a lot of. I'm always welcomed when I go there. But at the same time, I've also seen the other side of it. And I have received the calls on Friday night, on Shabbat, urgently from members of the community that have asked for the graffiti removal on the synagogues, or as I had mentioned in my, when the motion was introduced, when swastikas have been drawn on wet cement on new sidewalks in front of residents' homes. So I will say I appreciate the debate and everybody that participated today, and the fact that the dialogue was, for the most part, highly respectful. And that is exactly what I think we need, is the dialogue. I think that was a great disservice that was done 3 years ago, that we didn't permit the conversation, certainly as a starting point. It was suggested that adopting this widely accepted definition could have a chilling effect, and I quote, on free speech. Yet Canada has adopted 3 years ago the IRA definition as part of its national anti-racism strategy. BC has supported it, as have dozens of others, as we heard from Councillor Joe. And yet I don't think we've seen debate quelled at all. In fact, quite the opposite, including here today in council chambers, where many spoke very freely and very openly, and I fully expect that that will continue. What I do not want to see continue is sending a message to people of Jewish faith in our community right here in our own city of Vancouver that they are worth less. That they are worth less than other groups that the city of Vancouver has stood up for, including Vancouverites of Chinese heritage, to whom the city of Vancouver apologized, or to descendants of the Kambagata Maru, where similar acknowledgement has been made. I am really happy to hear the conversation and the comments from my colleagues around the table, hearing that we have almost, I would describe as wholehearted support, because I think that in denying anti-Semitism, it comes in many forms. At its very root, for me, when I distill it down, this is really about education, and I think that education is the most powerful tool that we have against hate. It's more powerful than any punitive actions could be. We heard that from the child Holocaust survivor, Mariette Doduk. And as one of the rabbis said, not all hate is criminal, but all hate is worth condemning. So to me, this is about supporting Jewish residents right here in our own city. Residents like Janiyah Peters, who talked about her swastika being burned in the snow in front of her home in Oak Ridge. Other things that have stayed with me today, it's very hard to hear speakers telling community why their own experience or their own hate doesn't matter, that are not from community. And I believe that the community has the right to define its own hate. On a very human level, I think Rabbi Dan said, this is not complicated. It is not complex. For me, this is the right thing to do, and it is long overdue. And I am deeply grateful for Council giving the space for this conversation, for the community, for continuing to bring this forward, and for the opportunity to stand in support with our Jewish community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Mayor Sim, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I do also want to thank everyone who came today and spoke from their hearts. It was very moving, and I truly do believe the diversity of our lived experiences make us stronger, and it also, as you can see, or as I observed today, it does influence our decisions. Now, I do want to stress, I truly don't believe that there is a right or wrong answer. And I do respect every single person's vote, how everyone votes, in this chamber. There was a lot of discussion on geopolitical issues today. On this issue, specifically, I am encouraged by the fact that criticism of Israel similar to that leveled against any other country cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. Now, when we're talking about geopolitical issues, I know firsthand it's incredibly difficult to get concordance. I just think of my own family, and my family's like the UN. You know, my wife is South Asian. We have I have two Caucasian brother-in-laws, a Thai sister-in-law, and a Chinese brother-in-law. And when we talk about these issues, and people have come from all over the planet, effectively, I don't think there's an issue where we all agree on. I'm not surprised by today's proceedings. Regardless, and a bunch of councillors mentioned it today, it's not the role of City Council to solve geopolitical issues. What I'm concerned about in particular is the safety of the residents, the people that work and live in the City of Vancouver. And I am a supporter of free speech. I am completely against hate speech. And so I do believe that Ira's definition of anti-Semitism, while may not be perfect, it is a great step in the right direction. So I will be supporting it. And I know today was really long, but I'm encouraged because regardless of where the people who came and spoke on this issue, what side they're on it today, every single person was against anti-Semitism, and I'm encouraged, and I hope we all can live in a place of love and kindness in the City of Vancouver. So there you go.
Thank you, Mayor Sim. I am now going to call the vote. Clerk, could you please take us to the voting screen, and council, please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay. Abstentions were recorded for Councillor Carr and Councillor Fry. Councillor Bly is absent, and Councillor Boyle in opposition. So the motion passes, and that now concludes item 9 on the agenda. We are going to recess the standing committee and move into a brief special council meeting. And we're also going to reconvene standing committee at 6:15. Thank you.
Afternoon and welcome to the special council meeting of Thursday, November the 16th, 2022. This special council meeting called by the mayor under sections 2.5A and 14.5 of the procedure bylaw for the purpose of receiving the local general election results 2022 report for information. I do want to acknowledge that we're on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and I do thank them for their generosity and their hospitality. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge all the incredible work that our entire team does here at the City of Vancouver. That's my code word for staff. I like calling people team members. If we can do a roll call.
Yes, Mayor Sim, excuse me, Mayor Sim is in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Yung, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly is on leave of absence, Councillor Boyle is absent, Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Montague, Councillor Clausen, Councillor Meisner,
Present.
Councillor Joe. The meeting has quorum, Mayor Sim.
Thank you. There's only one item of business on today's agenda, local general election results 2022. We have staff, the Chief Election Officer, Rosemary Hiragera, available to answer questions for this item. Council, you'll have up to 5 minutes to speak, to ask questions of staff. Are there any questions? As this report is submitting to council for information only, no decision of council is required. That concludes this agenda. May we have a motion to adjourn? Great. Councillor Joe, is there a seconder? Councillor Carr. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. This special council meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. We'll be back at 6:15 to continue with today's standing committee meeting. Thank you.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference,
Hi, Elise. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. Thank you.
We are going to be reconvening the standing committee. Before the recess, we completed item 9, and now we are moving to item 10, urgent measures to uplift Vancouver's Chinatown. Members motion B3, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Kirby-Yung and seconded by Councillor Zhou. And we will now move into speakers on this item. And our first speaker tonight is Michael Tan in the chamber today. Michael, you have 5 minutes, and please go ahead.
Thank you. See you, Neho. Hello, Mayor Sim and Council. My name is Michael Tan. I'm a volunteer in Chinatown. It's my pleasure and privilege to be addressing this new council as an individual. It's great to see the many returning councilors, and for those who have not yet had the pleasure of meeting, I look forward to meeting you. Some context. My family first immigrated to Vancouver 39 years ago from Huaiping, China. I was born here soon after. Our first few years in Canada, we lived in the Hansing building on Pender, which many of you have visited actually as it's the temporary home of the BC Chinese Canadian Museum. My life has been inseparable from Chinatown. I was constantly visiting my grandparents who lived in low-income seniors housing here, would bus in on weekends to attend weeknights to attend Cantonese class, and for the last 25 years, I've studied and now teach lion dancing and traditional Chinese Kung Fu classes in Chinatown. As you may know from the motion in front of you, City Council in April 2018 did apologize for its role in racist and discriminatory policies towards Chinese Canadians. As part of that apology, the city did commit to commemorate and enhance the living heritage in Vancouver's Chinatown by pursuing a UNESCO World Heritage Site designation in collaboration with the community, and also that the city would create and sustain a legacy stewardship group to guide this work. The city reaffirmed its commitment by entering into an MOU with the province of BC to work together on this bid. And in April 2019, I, and along with 34 other members of the Chinatown community, including groups like the Chinese Benevolent Association, the Cultural Center, the Merchants Association, as well as residents, artists, and even seniors who only spoke Cantonese, were appointed by City Council to this Chinatown Legacy Stewardship Group, or LSG. The LSG's greatest strength is its diversity of opinions, perspectives, and lived experiences. And this LSG was tasked with providing guidance and advice on actions to City Council to revitalize Chinatown and pursue this UNESCO designation. I was elected by the group to be one of its co-chairs, and for the last 3 years, LSG has worked as a community to not only move forward on this UNESCO bid, but such as our recently passed Cultural Heritage Asset Management Plan, or CHAMP, which provides the framework for our community to move into the design and implementation aspects of this application. However, UNESCO is a long process. And as mentioned in the motion in front of you, it requires that Chinatown be a living and thriving community. If the cultural gem we know as Chinatown is not around in 10 years, a plaque on the wall isn't going to mean much, is it? LSG has also collaborated on urgent short-term actions, such as during the middle of the pandemic, when Vancouver Coastal Health said no to coming to Chinatown to vaccinate seniors. And LSG worked tirelessly with them to finally agree to and enabled 5 community-led, culturally appropriate clinics which administered over 3,000 shots to seniors who may not have otherwise received timely vaccinations. And I'm proud to say that I and others at the LSG have had the pleasure to work with many of the council, and especially Councillor Kirby-Yung, on a motion during that pandemic, which also urged immediate actions to support and sustain Chinatown, which included directions to staff to increase cleaning frequencies, provide additional graffiti removal support, and the expansion of the Chinatown Stewards Program. And as such, I'm very supportive of the motion in front of council today, as it is very much in line with what the community has been calling for more of over the last few years. And I'm glad that this trip to San Francisco by several of our LSG members has found supporting evidence that these actions, when executed consistently, do work. I do have some additional comments for council's consideration. That when previous council directed staff to increase the frequency of cleaning in Chinatown, staff did not follow through on the increased cleaning for 6 months. And so that while I'm glad council is addressing this in an urgent way, I would love to also see the city's engineering team prioritize this in the same way. And also it seemed after a while, this increased frequency of cleaning went back to its regular cadence. It's also my understanding that engineering does not ever deal with human waste. If you've taken a walk through Chinatown or the downtown east side, you'll know that you need to watch where you step. This is caused by a lack of public washrooms or access to public washrooms. This means merchants end up cleaning this themselves. So I'm asking that council consider exploring washroom trailers in Chinatown as a possible solution to this. And for those that had attended the Chinatown mayoral debate, you'll know that I and a few others had to physically restrain and remove someone from that debate due to just how emotionally upset they were that the moderator had treated this washroom access issue so frivolously. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the time and your continued attention to Chinatown.
Thank you, Michael. You have questions from Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, thanks, Michael. So you raised an excellent point about the lack of washrooms and some of the intersecting populations that also kind of live and reside in and around Chinatown. Do we need to sort of accommodate others in this conversation? Folks with people who are experiencing homelessness, people who are an Indigenous population, folks who live in SROs, who are in the neighborhood as well. How do we better accomplish that?
What do you mean by accommodate, if you can expand on that?
Well, I mean, there's no reference to that population here in this motion, and I think by extrapolating from your comments about the need for public washrooms, you're identifying a gap.
Yes, and I feel like this motion is a bit agnostic to, to how the impacts work, but I think that would be in line with my call. What I would be clear about is that, because of this lack of washroom access for anyone in the community, wherever they're from, but the impact is that there are feces on the ground. Merchants are having to clean it up themselves, and we can direct staff to try to address that directly, or get to the heart of it and the cause of that, which is the lack of access to washroom.
Okay, thanks, Michael.
Thank you both. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Hi, Michael. Thanks for coming to speak tonight. I know that you're always making the time to do that, and I appreciate it. I'm sorry, I know you'd written in as well, and I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to connect. One question that I have for you, because you spoke to a lot of pieces in the motion around sort of the general impacts of street disorder in the neighborhood. You spoke to graffiti, other things. It's just sort of a general question, because I've been asked a lot about this motion, and we, as you mentioned, we'd had others in the past, and how is this different? Would you say it's really a question of scaling up the efforts and the amount of resources that are dedicated towards dealing with some of these issues?
Yes, I was really glad to see this come through the way it was, because it did really echo some of the it did echo the previous motion, so it's kind of not just continuing but scaling up. So I would put it that way, if that's the intent of it, right? I'd love to hear that coming from you, that it's scaling up some of those existing programs.
Okay, yeah, and that certainly is the intent. So I guess put another way, do you feel that there was some response in terms of trying to sort of deal with either increased street cleaning or trying community partnerships, or whether it's city sanitation, but that it's not at the level that we need to actually make a difference?
Yeah, so that's kind of where I mentioned, I brought up the point that, we had seen some of that happen, and then it kind of scaled back because either, a part of it is, a lot of us in the LSG are volunteers, and many of the speakers you're going to hear from are volunteers. So, we do also have day jobs, even though we do spend a lot of time working on these issues and projects. So we love seeing this motion to highlight it back to staff. This is a priority, and that's where I'm really supportive of it.
Okay, and then following up, and I have the benefit, I'm not sure if you sent this email to other councillors as well, I'm sure that they would welcome it, but I'm reading from this, and you had referenced kind of the longer term direction in terms of the UNESCO bid, but kind of speaking to the urgent actions now, and I know a lot of people sort of say there's no point in really going for an UNESCO bid unless we can sort of sustain Chinatown now, and that feeling that sense of urgency. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think there has to be a really good balance. Even at LSG, that's one of the things we've debated about, is like how much time do we spend on these short-term actions, which are very much required, but we do still need to work on the long-term bits. I mean, that's similar to how I understand council works. It's that balance between the day-to-day and the stuff right now and the long-term priorities as well and projects.
Okay, and is there anything else you think the council really needs to consider that you haven't spoken to?
I will highlight that LSG is coming up for renewal. Our official term ends in December, and we still have a lot of work to do. So I hope when that comes up, that whatever that LSG looks like, council will reaffirm their commitment to the UNESCO bid.
The UNESCO bid being the important piece.
Yeah, that was the concrete action coming out of the apology in 2018.
Okay, so figuring out the sort of the best way towards that longer term goal or short term. Yeah, because I know that committees obviously morph over time, and they deal with different issues, and they may be constituted in different ways. I heard you use the term renewal.
Yes.
I've certainly heard that a lot in the committee, but you think keeping the eye on the longer term.
Eyes on the prize.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Next speaker is speaker 2, Lorraine Lowe, who is on the phone. Lorraine, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes,
hi.
Lorraine. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lorraine Lowe, Executive Director, and on behalf of the Dr. Sun Yat-sen Garden Society, congratulations to our new council and returning ones back to the chamber. So, before I continue, I just wanted to kind of give you a backstory of, so about a month ago, I presented to the Vancouver Police Foundation, along with Staff Sergeant Eugene Lum, about our trip down to San Francisco's Chinatown and our key findings. And, I believe that this motion was beautifully summarized, detailing how Vancouver's Chinatown would greatly benefit from adopting these measures. And they've proven so successful in turning around San Fran's Chinatown within like a period of, 18 months. So from my last visit in 2019, I do feel that there's been a huge difference in the vibrancy of the neighborhood down there. And, I'm hopeful that, with this motion and new council, that we can achieve the same outcomes with the support of the city. So in a nutshell, it comes down to really the funding resources and full investment from all 3 different levels of government. But what was really key was the strong sense of community and communication and coordination and partnership between the residences, the businesses, the police department, and the city's public works department. There was this clear and direct communication lines, quick responses to graffiti removal. And, in fact, I think they had like a delegated separate smaller group that was dispatched from the public works department to kind of be on the ground to kind of rectify the graffiti situation. So I think, what Vancouver needs and what we've learned is that there needs to be more engagement between the groups that I've mentioned. And, this coordination, taking pride and ownership of this community and, less anonymity. Everybody seemed to have known each other. And, even like the beat policing, the shop owners, the seniors, it was just a very tight-knit community. So, having said that, I think building a better open rapport and communications, not just with the city manager's office, but just overall in general. And I think, it's such a great start of the discussion to have a satellite office in Chinatown with council and mayor attending. So that's great. Another couple of tangible actions, engaging with the Vancouver Police Department, community leaders. It's just this experience to inform what the bigger action plan and coordination is. The quick removal of graffiti, the power washing, beat and community policing. And, one thing that I do want to really stress was the security cameras. And, all these actions, they're all centered around the premise of having a strong and vibrant kind of community-focused economic vitality of Chinatown. So, a much-needed lifeline, support for small businesses. And with these initiatives, it would help greatly. And, I don't know if you know, but we have this revitalized group of a younger generation of outspoken business operators in Chinatown. They have a vested interest in Chinatown. They're there every day. They're involved with the BCMA, the BIA, guys like William Kim, Tracy, Ryan Diaz, like Calvin. So I'm confident that planting the seeds to success with these doers, as opposed to endless committee meetings of ideological discussions on direction with no action. So I'm feeling revitalized. And, we have this great working relationship with everybody, the key stakeholders. And, with the support from the city, we can continue bringing people down to a safe and vibrant Chinatown and enjoying the events and programming that we've been putting together in collaboration with these organizations. And I got to say, the scale of response and support from this mayor and council in the last 4 meets has been wonderful. And, we do feel very optimistic. So, last 4 years, things have gotten worse. Obviously, the pandemic didn't help. Xenophobia, tourism got shut down, which was very harmful, not to just our Chinatown, but Chinatown across North America. We are a cultural tourist destination relying on tourism heavily to survive. So Chinatown's always under constant threat. And time again, we've proven to be strong and resilient in fighting this from the beginning. We built this small enclave of community without government subsidies, and we survived through all our own small businesses using this ecosystem, and it's based on the ingenuities of our own people and our own community. So, San Francisco's Chinatown, spanning 24 blocks, can do this, and we only have 6. We can do this too. And thank you so much for initiating this motion to uplift Chinatown.
Thank you, Lorraine, for your comments. You have questions from Councillor Dominato.
Hi, Lorraine. Nice to hear your voice. Thanks for calling in this evening. I just wanted to follow up and maybe you could expand on some of the learnings from the San Francisco trip, particularly around the role of the city in terms of city public works, the hotline that's in place, and how they've achieved some of the changes that was observed in San Francisco.
Well, the public works work very closely with the community. So there is a direct line. Like the people in the public works department know each other like personally. And so what they have is a business group, which is kind of like our BIA, but they have like a WhatsApp WeChat group. So if they see anything that goes on in Chinatown, they quickly notify each other, and then that gets sent over to the public works department. And as far as I remember, that they also have this small delegated group that deals with like handing out fines. So they're quite lean. I shouldn't say they're super lenient, but they give them a notice and they give them the opportunity, give them the tools to clean the graffiti off themselves, and they send out people. So there are so many things that are coordinating all at the same time, which, I think it comes from the top, and it's worked remarkably because it's clean down there now. Hello?
Hi, Lorraine. Sorry, a little technical difficulties here in Chambers. But no, thanks for expanding on that. I really appreciate it. I know there's other councillors on the queue, so I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you.
Lorraine, you also have questions from Councillor Montague.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Lorraine. Thanks for calling in. One quick question. I also wanted to focus on that trip to San Francisco. Was there something like one or two things in particular that really stood out in what they're doing in San Francisco that could be easily accomplished here?
What first and foremost, having that community beat policing, that just uplifts the whole community. And you should see, granted that they're a very tight-knit group, but there's also this whole social media, there's support beyond outside of Chinatown. So, the San Francisco Police Department, they have a group of beat cop officers in Chinatown, and somehow they've gotten like celebrity status. And people actually come down and they take pictures with this group. But, that just didn't happen overnight. Like there was events that they do. They do this community policing get together every year, and I think it's like in October, where they, come down and, they put on this event, and the community just gets involved and everybody's interacting. So I think one thing is having that was very key. And then, again, with the whole engineering, the public work, and having like the San Francisco Clean Street Corridor team getting out there power washing like on a regular basis. I think those two key things we can implement. And then the whole security camera thing, that was very helpful, but that was actually put together by a separate volunteer group, the Delta Initiative. So they go out and they raise money. There's this, I think their mandate is to counter anti-Asian hate, but they managed to raise all this money and support to get these CCTV cameras like in the alleyways. And that being said, also I'm just going to throw this in there as well. The lanterns in the alleyway, that was just beautiful. Like it really lit up the place at night.
Okay, thank you, Lorraine. Your passion for Chinatown is always infectious. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you both, and thank you, Lorraine, for speaking tonight.
Thank you.
We will now move to speaker number 3, Marcus Peterson, who is on the phone. Marcus, are you there? Not on the line. We will move to the next speaker. Next speaker is speaker number 4, David Lee. Are you there, David?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have up to 5 minutes to speak, and you can start right now.
Okay, great. Thanks for your time. I wrote in. I wasn't sure if I was able to come to a meeting, but I appreciate everyone's time. I just wrote in and just talked about my experiences volunteering in the downtown or in Chinatown and also downtown East Side area. So like before that, sorry, I'm a Canadian-born Chinese Hong Konger. My family's always come to Chinatown. Grew up in Chilliwack, but Vancouver was also always a place that we would go and visit. And since then it's changed quite a lot. But I guess one of the things that I'm curious about with this motion is one of my questions is really the sort of performative nature that it seems, as well as the superficial actions that it's trying to achieve. Volunteering down there, like I've seen some of the work that the streets and engineering team have been doing, and while I understand how important that is, I also see a lot of human rights violations that are happening, and I see continuous stigmatization of folks who are living there who don't have a home and who do find some sense of safety down there. And so I wish that there was a little bit more collaboration and understanding of this breadth of community that we have. I hope it's also important to recognize the gentrification that we're seeing and the capitalist sort of views of what can happen to Chinatown. One experience that I can share is when I reached out to a coffee shop, and about their decreased hours. They chose to decrease hours in Chinatown versus their other locations. So, I think it's great that we're trying to uplift Chinatown, but I think doing these superficial things doesn't really get to the root of the problem, and that's a big one is gentrification and capitalism. Another example, as I've mentioned before, in that the construction of large apartments that cover up murals. Why don't we talk about these things that are affecting the heart and the culture of Chinatown? And I really appreciate that the folks who are in Chinatown who continue to live through this experience of constant issues coming up from all sides, and I just hope that there can be a little bit more breadth as what this community looks like. I don't know what else to say, but thanks for your time.
Thank you for your comments, David. Seeing no questions, we will move to speaker number 5, Jordan Eng, who is here in person. Jordan, please approach the podium. You have up to 5 minutes.
Well, congratulations, Mayor Sims and Council. It's great to see everyone here. It's been a real relief, and it's a real weight off our shoulders to see this new council, this ABC council, and the incumbents, Carr and Councillor Fry. Congratulations, and I'm happy to be here. Much has been said about Chinatown through the media and during the last election, and it really has been a difficult 4 years for us. Safety, perceived and real, has been the #1 issue for the residents and businesses in Chinatown. We've been targeted and suffered effects of deteriorating law and order with aggressive tagging, social disorder, anti-Asian racism, with defacing of our cultural institutions. Meanwhile, we've experienced collateral damage caused by to our community by the effects of the mental health and opioid crisis. Our neighborhood sits in the epicenter of the homelessness crisis, with 3 encampments in close proximities in each of the last 3 years. To add insult to injury, we have felt an undercurrent from within the downtown East Side neighborhood with a let's trash Chinatown attitude, including from city-funded advocates groups. It was a perfect storm of destruction amid the pandemic. While past councils made efforts to recognize the issue of facing Chinatown, efforts by city staff to implement council direction was far from stellar, other than through temporary pilot projects or reactive responsive. It was not until the issues facing Chinatown became mainstream and constant media coverage did City Hall start to take notice. The election of your council gives the community new hope. I was one of the participants on the San Francisco trip with other community members, and I saw what our Chinatown could be again. A vibrant community with resources and efforts focused on today and not future aspirations. San Francisco's Chinatown's vitality actively includes the involvement of legacy organizations in the neighborhood and many young people that are not only there passionate for the neighborhood, but have the skill sets to implement programs today and make immediate improvements. And rather than following ideology, and it's good, it was just good hard work and rolling up their sleeves. San Francisco Chinatown also received attention and immense support from the city's mayor and council, San Francisco Police Department, and engineering staff. In Vancouver, even when we did receive from council support, city staff has been slow in response, and it felt like Chinatown was the low priority, last on the list, on the to-do list. We can make Vancouver's Chinatown the best it can be, but it does not. But it does need the intervention suggested in the motion from Councillor Kirby-Yung, and I applaud her and thank her for the quick start process. While the frontline community organizations such as ourselves, the Merchants Association, the Gardens, the Chinese Culture Center, the Foundation, and Success work with the community to protect our neighborhood, it is true, we can't do it ourselves. We need your help. And we look forward to having the city office in the parkade, hopefully, and being with us at the front line as well. So I have some further suggestions. First, I would suggest that Chinatown returns to having a designated city councilor or city councilors, like what we had in the past, and a point person in city staff to coordinate work in the neighborhood. There needs to be a fundamental change in the mindset with city staff that Chinatown matters and the timeline is now. I applaud the City Council's requisition of 100 police officers and 100 mental health nurses to help the issue of safety. The lawlessness in Chinatown has been unrelenting, whether it be in the form of actual physical attack, microaggressions, or property crime. Chinatown is a community that believes in law and order, and it is ingrained in our history and our culture. Give VPD the support to apprehend those that target Chinatown for criminal activity, vandalism, mischief, and tagging. Safety is of the utmost importance for our businesses and is tied to the economic vitality of the neighborhood because we, as businesses, are the face of the neighborhood. Safety for our seniors, the low-income seniors that live in the neighborhood, and those that arrive by bus and car every day. This is their living room, and this is a paramount priority. Once we get the storefronts clean of graffiti, we need to work on the back lanes. The back alleys in Chinatown, which have long been neglected, were once part of Chinatown's street scene. It continues to be a vital part of commercial activity. Today, they are completely marked with graffiti, piled with garbage, and filled with the smell of urine and feces, with buildings secured with razor barbed wires, and in most days, filled with drug activities, open drug use, and people passed out.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jordan, but we are at the 5-minute time mark, but you do have questions from 2 councillors. First councillor with questions is Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thank you, Jordan, for being here and speaking with us. Do we have a sense of the number of businesses that have either just simply left Chinatown or those that have gone under in recent years?
Well, I would say right now we have one of the highest vacancy rates still in storefronts. I can't give you exact number of businesses, but a lot of the legacy businesses, the herbal shops, Goldstone is an obvious example. I would say good 20-30% of the stores are vacant. Even though you have some high-profile businesses on Pender Street, on the 0-100 block and the 100 blocks, there's a lot of vacant stores. The rents are cheaper for people to use them for storage than rather have retail space. At the corner of Carroll and Columbia, the Jack Chow, before you could walk into the insurance office, speak to the customer service people, you've got to buzz in there because they don't feel safe. When you have across from the Chinese Cultural Center, you have stores that are open, but they have their steel gates shut because they don't feel safe because of people walking in and the petty theft that happens. This is like a third world country, and I've said it in the past. We need to change that.
Okay, and one last quick question, well, maybe a quick question. What kind of businesses would you want to attract in Chinatown, and how do you think that would look?
Right now, we've over the years, we've had some great food establishments. We've got the 2 Michelin star restaurants. We have those others on the list. Those have really brought prosperity, brought people into the neighborhood, brought young people into the neighborhood. We need some retail stores that will serve the low, and I shouldn't say just the low-income seniors, the seniors that come down. This is their living room. They go to the association buildings, and this is their community center. This is, they've paid their dues to society. They've worked all their lives. They should have a place that they can enjoy and call home.
Yep, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Jordan, and thanks for speaking. I want to follow up on, I think, a question that was asked earlier by Councillor Dominato of the previous speaker, and that was really around, really interested to hear more about the experience in San Francisco. And as I understand, the impetus for the trip was that San Francisco experienced a lot of the same problems that Vancouver Chinatown is now seeing, and sort of managed to turn it around, so to speak. And I wonder if you can speak a little bit more to what really stood out for you and how they did that, and if that kind of gives you hope that we could do the same thing here in Vancouver.
It was a real eye-opener. I've been to San Francisco quite a few times over the last 10, 15 years, and I've seen its ups and downs. I've seen San Francisco's ups and downs as well. And it was really inspiring to see what Chinatown, our Chinatown can be. It's really getting the support of council, mayor, and the police department and city staff, and rolling up your sleeves and getting the work done, and making sure that people know it's not right to deface cultural institutions. It's not acceptable to have graffiti. It may be in another community, another part of the city, but for us, we're 135-year history. Our Chinatown's older than the city of Vancouver, so.
Okay, and was it really sort of the concerted effort and the dedication towards cleaning? Like, did you feel that the city sort of really said, we're going to tackle this and stepped up the resources? Because I know we've tried, but you still, is it fair to say you still feel there's a gap in terms of the on-the-ground delivery?
We everything was a pilot program, so it was, we only have funding for 3 months or 4 months to do this. Unless you have a concerted effort and an ongoing effort, the turnaround, given our proximity in the downtown east side, we need full-time resources in Chinatown. So, and one thing I did want to ask also is, I think it's important that we bridge the gap between our community and within the downtown east side as well, so that we're recognizing that there's 2 vibrant communities in the neighborhood, and we do need to work together, and city needs to be part of that conversation as well. So.
Okay, and then just following up on that last question, my last 30 seconds, you mentioned sort of working closely with the downtown east side community, and I think that's really important, but I just wonder if you can speak to the fact that you see these 2 communities as distinct and different. They're not the same.
Well, only because of our cultural history, and as a BIA, we're the only culturally distinct BIA in the city as well, out of 22. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you both. Over to Councillor Joe for questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jordan. So my question is, I think you mentioned Chinatown BIA, you spend more than 50% on public safety, which you shouldn't spend that money on public safety. Can you just tell the other councilor what are the situation there in terms of public safety and what are the impact on the business? And the other question is, if you don't need to spend, in an ideal situation, everything's good. If you don't need to spend that 50%, how are you going to use that 50% on attract more business, attract more customer to the Chinatown?
Well, and I've mentioned in the past as well, I think I'm probably the only BIA president that comes out to speak and is the face of the BIA. But we spend 50% of our budget, and I talk to my counterparts in other parts of the city, and I look at their agenda, and they're talking about the color of flowers that they want on their flower pots hanging, the color of Christmas lights. We don't have that opportunity. I mean, we try, we'd like to. We want to promote our neighborhood because we have such a deep history. It's a tourist attraction, but it's also a home for so many people of Chinese descent across the city. So, we want to be able to serve that community and have a legacy for our kids moving forward as well. So,
thank you.
Thank you both. Councillor Fry, you have the floor.
Hi, Jordan, and good to see you. And thanks for acknowledging some of the intersecting sort of communities around the neighborhood, because, as we both know, that there are a lot of, it's a small Chinatown. Unlike Chinatown in San Francisco, this is only, 6 or 7 blocks, unlike the San Francisco, which is huge. And so we have that overlap with the downtown east side and with distinct communities. And Michael Tan had referenced the need for like toilets, for instance, like public washrooms to, make sure that basic needs are accommodated. And I know that San Francisco used Urban Alchemy, the company, to do a lot more of that kind of outreach and connection in a non-policing way to sort of deal with some of those issues and take a more proactive approach to street disorder. Did you look at that when you were in San Francisco?
We didn't so much because the San Francisco Chinatown is bound by the financial district and Nob Hill, so it does have a different sort of surroundings around it. But there was some discussion of how that happens. I mean, the Tenderloin district is Union Square is in between there, so they don't have the same kind of collateral effect.
Any thoughts on how to manage some of those kind of intersecting?
Well, I think there are community leaders on the downtown east side. I mean, I've grown up in this area for many years now. So and there's always been this communication between the two communities, and it is very much distinct. I mean, the question was asked. We are a distinct neighborhood, and so is the downtown east side. But there are advocates out there that are funded by the city that are trashing Chinatown, and it seems to be okay. And I don't, that's not right, and that shouldn't happen going either way. So
yeah, fair enough.
I think that mindset has to really change.
Yeah, no, couldn't agree with you more, that we need to sort of elevate, I think, to Councillor Kirby-Young's title of the motion, uplift and elevate. And I think that's the key to recognizing that we all need to be elevating. Yeah, thanks, Jordan.
Thank you both. Jordan, you have questions from Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, you have the floor.
Thanks so much. And I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I needed to come home and be on parenting duty as well, but really grateful to get to hear from you, Jordan, and the other speakers. I'm curious to hear your sense of efforts that the city and Chinatown have been involved in around intangible cultural heritage and what's working or what more we could be doing on that front. Particularly, I hear from folks in the Punjabi Market and Joyce Street and other places about what they'd like to see us replicate from Chinatown there. So interested in what lessons or suggestions on that front we can be learning and doing more on together.
Well, so, some of the discussions that have been going on for a long time is that similar to Victoria's Chinatown, is having guidelines for storefront design. I know when I started working in Chinatown, you had to paint windows green, and awnings had to be yellow and red, and I would suggest Chinese letterings on storefronts. I think that's important to to just show that where you are. And that discussion, I think I've had that discussion for about 10 years with city staff, and it hasn't got anywhere. I think also other intangibles is that, you know, we continue to have festivals and bring people into Chinatown. And that's all part of our community. I think, you know, I think that's an important part of being Chinatown. So we need to make it safe for the people that come down, because as a BIA and as a marketing person, it's easy to bring people into a neighborhood. That's not the issue. It's getting them to come down. And if they don't come to, if they have a bad experience, you know, they're going to tell 2 friends, and that's where, you know, things go off the rails. So.
Okay, really appreciate that and look forward to that work with you as well as everything else in this motion. Thanks, Jordan.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Mayor Sim, you have the floor.
Great. Hey, Jordan. Great seeing you again. I just have a couple of questions. One, I just want to be really, actually, the easy one first. I've heard a few people talk about if we had some distinctive gates that sort of demarcate sort of the entry into Chinatown. Would that be something that you would be encouraging for the community?
Yeah, definitely. I think we're the only Chinatown that I know that doesn't have 4 gates. I have people coming from Edmonton and Calgary and Montreal, and those are much smaller Chinatowns that have the gates. So definitely that's something that even within the BIA, we were talking about seeing if we, you know, could get funding on the Main Street side. When you come in heading south to north, you see this kind of old wooden sign under the viaduct. You know, you really don't know that you're coming into Chinatown.
Now, for the brutal question, if we don't do anything, how long does Chinatown have before it will be unrecognizable? Is it 10 years?
I don't want to answer that question. That's a devastating question.
Yeah.
You know, it's, you know, having been through the last 4 years, it's been a real struggle.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I think it's, you know, it's been a downhill slide all the way through. Even the fact that the election happened, we're seeing changes in attitude, even within staff. So I think I'm hoping that we see the turnaround right away, and with an office on the front lines. You know, we're frontline people, so you really feel the vibe when you're in the neighborhood and what needs to be done. So.
I have another minute here, so I'm going to use it. What else does Chinatown need from the city of Vancouver to be successful?
Okay. There's a lot. I think, you know, let's start with the cleanup. Let's start with the working with the legacy organizations and bringing people into being able to bring in people into the neighborhood. You know, we need businesses on the storefronts. So we need a place where people can, you know, visitors that come across, you know, they come off the cruise ship and they're told they're not, you know, so they're not told to stay away from Chinatown. It's not safe. At a retail level, we need warm bodies in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan, for coming tonight and for your comments.
Thank
you. We will now move to speaker. You okay?
All good.
Yeah, great. Okay. We'll now move to speaker number 6, Stephanie Lowe, who is on the phone. Stephanie, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can.
Great. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Stephanie Leo, and I would like to acknowledge that I have the privilege of speaking to you from the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. And I also want to acknowledge the extreme privilege of being able to address this new council headed by our first mayor of Chinese descent. I thank council for this motion and want to start off by stating that I'm largely in support of this motion as it answers calls urgently made by the community over the last 2 years. I come today as the co-chair of the Chinatown Legacy Stewardship Group and reiterate sentiments and comments shared by my fellow chair, Mike Tan, who you heard from earlier. In considering this motion, my hope is that we don't miss an opportunity to hear from and elevate the voices in the community who are often ignored. I'm speaking of the elders, youth, and equity denied groups, among others, who make time every month to sit, share, and listen in at our legacy stewardship meetings. This motion is very broad and touches on many of the hopes people have for safety and growth in the community. My ask is that we amend the motion to specifically name the groups the city will be directed to engage so that where local community groups and leaders are named, that the motion include, but not be limited to, the Legacy Stewardship Group and the many organizations in Chinatown who support residents and businesses. As mentioned in the motion, in 2018, the city made a historic apology to the Chinese community, and the creation of the LSG is actually the tangible outcome of that apology. The LSG's diversity of opinions will make the draft action plan proposed in this motion stronger, more meaningful, and address the array of challenges facing the neighborhood. I, like many other LSG members, look forward to hearing of the learnings from this trip to San Francisco from our fellow community stakeholders and the VPD, so that it can gain broad community consensus and support and work together to align these shared goals with forthcoming implementation planning for the Cultural Heritage Asset Management Plan, which was adopted by Council in June. At the end of the day, it's clear that the shared goal among all stakeholders is to uplift Chinatown. As the mayor said, it's the diversity of opinions that make us stronger. And we need to ensure that this work moves at the pace of community and to take time to hear all the expressions and perspectives of what a healthy, vibrant Chinatown means to us. I look forward to working with Mayor and Council on issues concerning Chinatown and specifically this draft action plan in my capacity as a community stakeholder, volunteer, and mother. In closing, my ask of you is to amend the motion with these suggestions in mind. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Stephanie. Seeing no questions, we will move on to speaker number 7, Damien Otis. Damien, are you on the phone? No, not on the phone. Okay. Let's move to speaker number 8. Speaker number 8 is Carol Lee. Carol, are you on the phone?
Hello?
Hi, Carol.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
Hi, you have up to 5
Sorry,
minutes.
I really
Please.
I wanted to be there in person, but it just didn't work out. So
No
I really
worries.
wanted to be there since yeah.
Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Carol Lee, and I am the chair of the Vancouver Chinatown Foundation. The Chinatown Foundation was established in 2011 with the mission to help revitalize Chinatown while preserving its irreplaceable cultural heritage. Although I knew at the outset that this would be a difficult task, the past few years have been particularly daunting. First, we had the rise of anti-Asian racism due to the pandemic, and then issues related to crime and safety, such as street disorder, random attacks on our seniors, stabbings, vandalism, and aggressive tagging and racist graffiti. Our neighborhood has been under constant attack. Unfortunately, I was not able to go to the trip to San Francisco because we were putting together our street festival, Light Up Chinatown, but Will Hung, representing the Chinatown Foundation, was able to attend with other community members. I was heartened when I heard from all of the attendees how excited they were when they saw the vibrancy of San Francisco's Chinatown and expressed hope for what our Chinatown could be again. It is clear that over the past 4 years, Vancouver Chinatown has been neglected by the city. As a result, community groups like the Chinatown Foundation, the VIA, the VCMA, the Sun Yat-sen Garden, the Chinese Cultural Center, Success, and others have been working closely together to do what many would consider the responsibilities of the city. I'm very grateful to have a new mayor, Ken Sim, and the newly constituted council that value Chinatown as an important part of our collective history and have made Chinatown a priority. I thank you and applaud you. We're so excited to be able to work with the city to make Chinatown the jewel it should be. I would like to thank Councillor Sarah Kirby-Young for putting forth this well-written motion. It is like a dream come true. So naturally, I'm in support. Thank you to the mayor and council for their leadership, and I look forward to working with you and other community groups to make Chinatown a vibrant community again, where people want to live, work, and play. Just a little bit of sort of like afterthoughts, other advice. Safety is absolutely key. You've already brought it up, and more visible police presence. Just as a footnote, this past week, 2 of my staff were harassed. I know another business, the salon in the Rennie building, they've closed down. And now my staff, they have to go to the parking lot in groups of 2. It really is a very challenging situation, and that is absolutely, the priority to getting Chinatown back on its feet. If we're going to have a group that represents the community, it should actually represent the community. And there needs to be transparency and good governance, i.e. minutes have to be taken. And if we're going to say that they agree, there has to be votes, and they have to be documented. I think the consultation process up to now has been very one-sided, and this flawed process led to the lack of progress we have made, despite all the money that was spent on Chinatown in the past 4 years. You take a look at the budget, I think it was around $10 million, and with little benefit, I would say, to the issues facing the neighborhood. So that's the end of my comment.
Thank you, Carol. We have questions from Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Kirby-Yung, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks, Carol, for speaking. You sort of tweaked a question for me at the end, and it kind of goes back to what I was asking Michael Tan earlier about the balance between the longer sight line for UNESCO and dealing with the urgency of supporting Chinatown right now. And you mentioned a budget amount, and I think what you were referring to is an annual amount that's set aside for the Chinatown working group at City Hall, which, and I don't have the exact numbers off the top of my head, but I think it's around $1.8 million or something a year. It's a pretty sizable amount. What
Yeah.
I'm hearing you saying is that you think it would be best spent on sort of tangible initiatives, whether it was placemaking, I'm just giving you examples. I'd love to hear what you think. Lanterns, street cleaning, sort of some of those things versus more just on long-range planning initiatives. Do you think more needs to go, or that those funds need to be planned in budgets moving forward to being initiatives on the ground that are tangible?
Well, I think that, as other people would say, we want to make sure there's something to save. And, if we don't get some of these urgent issues sort of rectified, there's no patient. So we really need to figure out what are those things, and those would be some, but, I don't know how the city budget works. But, the cleaning, the more, the graffiti, if we should be putting part of the budget to things that make people want to come here because it feels safe and clean. I would say that during the last couple of years, and we spent a lot of time at the foundation, as so does the BIA and the VCMA, talking to the merchants. And the number one issue is, can you just make the neighborhood safer? It's almost they're not even expecting very much, but I think that what they're asking for is the bare minimum of what we should be providing them as a city.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah.
Thank you both. Moving to our next speaker. Our next speaker is speaker number 9, Emily Luba, who will be joining us by phone. Emily, are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi. So I'd like to acknowledge the importance of Chinatown and the historic and continual anti-Chinese and anti-Asian, more broadly, racism, especially during COVID. I appreciate that council is taking the time to talk about Chinatown. But I was a bit perplexed about why there wasn't any mention about more affordable housing in the motion. I think if we're looking at beautifying or preserving the neighborhood, it's really important that there are accessible, dignified units for people to live in, both the Chinese community and the neighboring downtown East Side community. So I don't know if Councillor Kirby-Yung could speak to that or anyone else. I don't know if it came up with the trip to San Francisco. I just think if we're putting money into working with, I'll be upfront, I don't trust the VPD. I've seen them do terrible things to people I really care about. But if we're going to be putting money into collaborating with the police, I just think that money, if we were to direct it towards housing and other resources, like somebody mentioned, like more public washrooms earlier, more storage spaces, like more shower facilities, more, I don't know, just a whole bunch of like support that the community needs. I'll keep it brief. That is all.
Thank you for your comments, Emily. I don't see any questions from council, so I'm going to move to go to the speakers that we may have missed earlier as they weren't available when we went to them. The speaker number 3, Marcus Peterson. Are you on the phone, Marcus? Not on the phone. Okay. And speaker number 7, Damien Otis. Are you on the phone, Damien? No. Okay. Okay, that is the end of our speakers list. Thank you to everyone for speaking to council tonight. Council, is there any discussion? Unfortunately, the deadline is passed for speakers. We do have a pretty packed agenda tonight, so we're going to enforce that. But you are able to write comments to council on the city website. Thank you. And we are going to move to the main queue for discussion. First up, we have Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, you have the floor.
Thanks so much, Chair. I just wanted to very briefly again apologize for not being there in person, but say thank you for the work that's gone into this, and certainly strongly supported and strongly committed to following through on each of these pieces and staying in touch with the community throughout to be adapting and learning together to address these concerns. And as the motion so articulately says, to be lifting up the community, which is such a gem in the city for all of us. So grateful for folks who have been keeping that work alive, and I'm committed to continuing to be part of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. I'd like to ask the Vice Chair to temporarily take the chair so I can participate in the discussion. Councillor Klassen. Thanks to everybody who came out to speak tonight. There's no doubt in my mind that Chinatown is at a critical point and it needs our urgent attention. The neighborhood's challenges, as we all know, are well documented. And I think they've been escalating in recent years, whether that's public safety, anti-Asian hate crime and racism, empty storefronts, broken windows, graffiti, lack of cleanliness. But there's a lot of hope in the neighborhood. And I think that that's evidenced by the speakers tonight. This is a group of people that are committed to improving things in Chinatown, and they're just looking for the city's support. And we can't afford to see things in the neighborhood deteriorate further. And we do need to ensure that people feel safe coming to the neighborhood, as well as taking care of our most vulnerable and attracting new businesses and economic activity. And I think the opportunity that we had to go to San Francisco, the city civic leaders that went there is a great model for what could be achieved in Vancouver's Chinatown with council support. So I'm very happy to support this motion tonight, and I encourage council to do the same. Thank you. And Councillor Klassen, I'll turn the chair back, or vice chair back to, you know what I mean.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. I've submitted 2 separate amendments. If we can pull up the first one to add to A. room occupancy hotels, urban indigenous people, LGBTQIA2S+, people experiencing poverty, people experiencing homelessness, and people who use drugs, with an explicit goal to return vibrancy and safety to the community without exclusion or displacement of vulnerable residents. So, as somebody who's lived in the neighborhood for 30 years and recognizes that there is a lot of intersecting, I think we heard that tonight as well, that, there is an opportunity to uplift everybody, and I think we all want to see safety and improvements to Chinatown and uplift Chinatown. So I'm hoping this is received in the spirit that it's recognizing that there are a lot of intersecting realities and that we can still support everybody. And indeed, a lot of the stuff that came out of the Chinatown San Francisco work, working with the Urban Alchemy Group, who are tasked with picking up needles and litter and have saved a number of lives from overdoses and de-escalated thousands of potentially dangerous situations without the need for police by preventing fights or calming mental health crisis, points to an opportunity that we can also consider, and just so that staff are looking at that as well. So that's the First Amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Seeing no one else on the queue to speak to this amendment, I'm now going to call a vote. Clerk, if you could please move us to the voting panel, and Council, please register your vote on the voting panel.
Sorry, this is the amendment we're voting on.
That's correct.
Thank you.
The motion fails. In opposition, we had myself, Councillor Meisner, Councillor Kirby-Yung, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Montague, Councillor Klassen, Mayor Sim, and Councillor Joe.
Okay, Second Amendment.
Okay, Councillor Fry. Oh, sorry, I'll just add you back to the queue there. Sorry about that. You have the floor.
And this would be adding a new letter that staff report back on possible changes to neighborhood transportation policies and practices in terms of people and goods movement, with specific reference to pickup, delivery, and parking that is supportive of neighborhood retail activities. We've long heard issues with the situation of parking, the discrepancy between the cost of parking in Chinatown versus, say, parking in Yaletown, and we still haven't sort of landed on a good solution. So hoping that that as part of this work, staff can look at transportation options within Chinatown.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. We have Councillor Kirby-Yung in the queue. So, Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm happy to speak in support of this motion. I know Councillor Fry and I have spoken about this a few times. And I think part of what, if I'm channeling some of our conversations at this late hour, part of what he's referring to is things like potentially pick up and drop off zones, recognizing on specific streets, Pender, Kiefer, for example, it's can be quite congested. And sometimes people are deterred from making a quick stop. They want to pick up some takeout, or they want to pick up something from a local business. And I know that we had implemented some of those zones actually as a response to a pandemic measure to keep people moving during the pandemic, and recognizing changes in patterns with things like food delivery services and all of those types of applications. So I think it's a good best practice to review that and see if there's opportunities to complement kind of the, if I can call it, the regular street parking with some alternative pieces like that that can just try to keep people coming and going and flowing in and out of the community. And hopefully this will be needed because we'll see more people wanting to come down and visit Chinatown when it starts to restore it back to its former vibrancy. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Joe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to echo what Councillor Kirby-Yung said. So I think that's also the policy I like to, I hear a lot from the senior people in Chinatown, especially from the senior centers. And when we visit them, they have the similar concern regarding the transportation. So yeah, I like to echo, support this amendment.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue to speak to this amendment, I'm now going to call a vote. Clerk, please move us to the voting panel, and Council, please register your vote on the voting panel. The motion carries. The motion carries unanimously. Councillor Bly absent. That concludes item 10 on the agenda. We are now going to move to the, oh, pardon me, 1 second. Oh, so sorry. We're all learning here. Okay, thanks for your patience. Back to the main motion as amended. We have 3 councillors on the queue right now to speak. First is Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And happy to see this motion going ahead. We've had a number of motions in the last term to try and achieve results in Chinatown, and we know things have been going pretty poorly in Chinatown for the last few years, and certainly as Chinatown has contracted over the last decade or so, this COVID seemed to be the straw that was breaking the camel's back. So it is sort of an urgent intervention, as the motion alludes to uplift Chinatown. I am a little bit concerned about the resounding defeat of the sort of intersecting realities of folks who live in Chinatown. I do recognize that there are many people who call Chinatown home and who shop in Chinatown and who use Chinatown. And I worry in the absence of sort of recognizing some of that intersection and the neighborliness that exists in Chinatown, and recognizing that there are disparate groups, that we may unintentionally be sending a signal and potentially setting up conflict in the not too distant future, as we see people displaced from Chinatown potentially into the downtown east side, and what that actually looks like. So I think that's a missed opportunity, but on the whole, I'm very happy to support the rest of this motion and its intent to uplift Chinatown.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I spent a lot of time in Chinatown over the last 6 months through the campaign and election and post-election. Spoke to a lot of businesses, a lot of people who live in Chinatown, a lot of people who visit Chinatown. I think that Chinatown is in a state of just trying to survive right now. We need to recognize that this is a unique part of our city. And it also appears to me that the city under previous leadership has really failed this part of Vancouver. We need to support Chinatown. We need to give people a reason to go down there. We need to give them a reason to want to return. Part of that is some pretty basic things: safety, cleanliness, beautification. And these are all things that are under the direct and immediate control of the city of Vancouver. And it's things that we can do to almost immediately start to revitalize this historic part of our city. So I will be in favor of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Next in the queue is Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. First of all, maybe thank everyone who spoke to us, who came here in person, spoke online, but also all those people who have been working for many, many years in the business community, Chinatown Foundation, so many of the groups that have persisted in really keeping the dream of the UNESCO heritage site in Chinatown and a revitalized Chinatown alive through some dark years. I mean, COVID was hard throughout the city. COVID was really hard on Chinatown. And there are a lot of challenges there, but I love the fact that there has always been that spirit of hope and determination to turn things around and revitalize Chinatown. I was born here. Chinatown has been part of my family. I think everybody I knew, their lives in a wonderful place to go, and a place that we were always so very proud of as being in Vancouver. I always thought it was way better than San Francisco's Chinatown, actually, just way more culturally vibrant, but it's been hard hit, and I think taking lessons from how San Francisco's Chinatown has also been hard hit by COVID and revitalized itself is really key. So thank you for everyone's efforts, and Councillor Kirby for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Mayor Sim, you have the floor.
Yeah, whoops, here we go. So there's there's a personal reason. By the way, I support this motion. There are a lot of personal reasons why I would support it, and I know I speak for the many. It does help us build on our Chinese Canadian history, which is really Canadian history. Make no mistake about it, a strong, vibrant Chinatown is in our national strategic interests. I don't have time to explain why, but it's so important that we uplift Chinatown, and so I will be supporting it. And Councillor Fry, the only reason I didn't support the motion was the amendment didn't acknowledge Chinese people live in Chinatown. And when I look at the language of the amendment as well, and I say this respectfully, I felt it was a little redundant because I would actually put that language in pretty much every single neighborhood in the city, because I think everything we do should be, we should be respectful to seniors, new immigrants, residents, and what have you. So that's why I didn't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sim. Councillor Zhou, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I think I'm gonna vote in favor of this motion for sure. So because I think Chinatown is a diamond in Vancouver, because the history and the culture, and it is also a symbol for my ancestor came here, working hard, being discriminated, and also fighting for their rights. So the compassion, determination is in our community. I think just what like Ken said in the election day, if you can't lose if you never give up. So I think this is history we cannot vote. So it is city's responsibility to make Chinatown a prosperous, vibrant, and also safe place to visit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm happy to close on the motion. This is incredibly important to me. I'm really glad that people picked up on the title, because when I was writing this motion, that was the spirit that really stood out for me more than anything, that this is a community that needs hope, it needs support, and it needs to feel uplifted, quite honestly. And to hear from some of the speakers that they are starting to feel that sense of lightness, that they're going to have sort of that full wind behind the sails of trying to return Chinatown to its vibrancy and the amazing heritage that it has, is really critically important. And I always find it interesting putting these motions together, because it causes you to go back and look at the history. And Chinatown was actually established before the city of Vancouver was incorporated. It was established before the city of Vancouver was incorporated. It is part of our fabric and our DNA in the city of Vancouver. And if we lose Chinatown, we are all the poorer for it. And so this is, I think, everybody's fight. Everybody has a great memory of Chinatown. Everybody remembers going down there, and nobody can say that we have been doing enough or that it is getting better. But everybody can say that we will lose if we don't step up and take these efforts. I think the good news is that they were seeing from other jurisdictions like San Francisco that had similar issues, that they did turn it around. They had a will. They put pedal to the metal, they put the resources behind it, they worked together, and they just got it done. And that's what we're talking about. And so for me, as people have asked me, well, what is this motion really about? And I'm like, it's about scaling up the effort, and all kind of like putting the shoulders to the wheel in the same direction. And I'm incredibly grateful to the speakers who have been down there dealing with this, the ones that are opening their shop every day, the ones that are safe walking their staff to their cars, the seniors who are living in Chinatown and buddying up to go out because they're going to get their morning bow, or the gentleman who lives in the seniors home that was attacked twice. That is not the Vancouver we want. It's not the Chinatown we want. But being able to go down there and enjoy the traditional cafes and the few that are left, to feel the intangible heritage of the sights and sounds and the language of Chinatown, to buy choy, to think about something like Calvin's Seafood Shop, where he is one of the lowest cost providers for seafood and has sort of the traditional seniors who can't afford other options remain in the neighborhood as a second younger generation Chinese person whose parents wanted him to have better and could have been a banker, but is giving that up. to be able to go back and keep that business going in Chinatown, that's what we want to celebrate and support. So I'm really happy to see this here. Then the one thing that I think was also mentioned in the motion, I don't think we spoke about it as much tonight, and I give full credit to our new mayor, Ken Sim, who spoke about this during the campaign, is actually putting an office in Chinatown so that not only are we supporting you, but we are there with you so that, you know, council at their discretion can work from there on a regular basis. Community members can come in and say hi, and we can have conversations because we want to be down there all the time. It's your neighborhood, but it's everybody's neighborhood in the city, and we need to support it and we need to celebrate it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Seeing no other speakers in the main queue from council or the mayor, I'm going to now call the vote. Clerk, could you please take us to the voting screen? And council, please register your vote on the voting panel. The motion carries, passed unanimously, and Councillor Bly is absent. That concludes item 10 on the agenda. The third referred motion is item 11, enabling the requisition or the requisitioning and hiring of 100 new police officers and 100 new mental health nurses. Members motion B5, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Dominato and seconded by Councillor Montague. And we will now hear from speakers on this motion. And just a reminder, you have up to 5 minutes to speak. And our first speaker is on the phone. It's Stacey Ashton. Stacey, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. I'm glad to be able to speak to this. I'm Stacey Ashton, the Executive Director of Crisis Center BC. I can't see you, but I want to thank all of you who came out and toured the Crisis Center last month. My organization answers 1-800-SUICIDE and 310-6789, the mental health line, as well as the local Vancouver crisis line. About 40% of our calls deal with suicidality, where the caller is experiencing a suicidal crisis up to and including an active suicide attempt, or a caller is concerned about somebody else who's at risk at suicide. We routinely work with callers who are experiencing psychosis or other severe mental health crisis, and we safely de-escalate 98% of our calls through collaborative safety plans with no need for immediate police or hospital intervention. We estimate we save the Vancouver Police about $45 million a year by handling calls that police would likely classify as needing an in-person wellness check. We have the resources to answer about half the calls we receive, meaning we could be de-escalating many more incidents if we had the resources. In those 2% of calls that require an in-person response, police is generally our only option. But in most cases, our callers don't want police to be involved, with or without a psychiatric nurse. A visible police presence puts their housing at risk and isolates folks from their neighbors. And we end up in a predicament where we're trying to interrupt a suicide attempt or an active psychosis, knowing there's no public safety concern that would require police presence, and knowing that the situation could be resolved safely and cooperatively if we could get a skilled crisis mental health worker on the ground. We're forced, however, to send a resource the caller doesn't want and is likely to find traumatizing. The main thing that police are able to do is transport people to hospital, but 50% of those who are brought to hospital by police are assessed as not meeting the criteria for a psychiatric hold. So the outcome is the person in crisis doesn't receive help and has to find their own way home, and your police officer has been tied up for hours in a waiting room. A psych nurse might be able to sit in and wait at the ER instead, but they face the same challenge. There aren't safe places for people who are in suicide crisis but don't meet psychiatric criteria to be. We have a revolving door problem where we can identify people in crisis but can't help folks resolve that crisis. The concern around investing in 100 new police officers and 100 new psych nurses is that's an investment in the door part of the revolving door. The BC Crisis Line Network, which we're a part of, is advocating for a mental health crisis care continuum to divert people in crisis from unnecessary police and psychiatric intervention. We believe a least restrictive, least costly approach reduces trauma and dead ends for people in crisis and preserves your more expensive resources for where they're needed. The first pillar in that is to route your crisis calls through your crisis center, have us perform wellness checks, and do what we can to de-escalate through the phone and through phone-based follow-up. The second pillar is for people who need an in-person response, non-police crisis mobile responses team. These have been effective in the States. Non-police crisis intervention teams in Toronto are reporting police backup is requested in less than 1% of the calls, and a North Vancouver pilot that pairs a mental health professional with a peer support worker is showing similar results. The third pillar of the crisis care continuum is crisis respite facilities. So non-hospital settings where a person in crisis with nowhere to go can sleep and sort their needs out with the help of peer support workers and mental health professionals. Working in this way preserves police and psychiatric resources for when they're actually needed and makes sure we have resources in place for people who need a place to be safe until they can get back on their feet. So we recommend considering this motion from the perspective of the outcome you want to see. Do you want a revolving door that can just spin faster, or do you want a system that's going to actually meet the needs of people in crisis while preserving your more expensive police and psychiatric resources? And that's my comments.
Thank you for your comments, Stacey. We have some questions for you, starting with Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Stacey.
Hey, Lisa.
Thanks for calling in this evening and appreciated the number of conversations we've had about the important work of the crisis lines, and wholeheartedly agree with you around the continuum of care and intervention that's necessary. I'm curious if you could expand on some of the efforts and I think some of the dialogue you've been having around scaling up the crisis lines through provincial engagement and what that might look like going forward for municipalities like Vancouver.
Absolutely. So we're currently, all 10 crisis centers across the province are being transferred from our own individual call centers to a shared call center. That's going to allow us to back each other's calls across the crisis, which should allow us to answer more calls and more equitably across the province. In Vancouver, it's going to mean that we have more backup to answer Vancouver calls, which is really great. But the thing is, and we're also talking with 911 and ambulance about routing their crisis and emotional crisis calls through us, because, for those groups, really the standard is in-person response. There isn't an opportunity to try and de-escalate over the phone, and we know that de-escalation is effective just so much of the time, 98% of the time. When you start looking at 911 calls, you're looking about an 87% de-escalation rate. But if you imagine how much police dollars that saves and how much easier it is for folks to access help that way, it just makes sense.
Yeah, I really appreciate you expanding on that and some of the areas you're exploring, and look forward to further dialogue on that. I know there's other councillors on the queue, and so I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Fry, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks for calling in, Stacey. And hi. I appreciate some of the advocacy work you were doing at UBCM this year around trying to see where we can move the dial and integrate sort of 911 as a response option for crisis calls. I think you mentioned that you would safely de-escalate 98% of your calls. Do you think that if you were able to scale, there would be more opportunity for de-escalation, especially as you've mentioned that there are folks indeed who are seeking out opportunities, or that actually a police intervention may be not helpful in some cases?
Absolutely. I mean, when people are calling us in crisis, either a psychosis or a suicide crisis, they're feeling out of control. And so our job as crisis intervention workers is to help them get back in control. So that happens through a dialogue and kind of working with them to figure out, well, who are the people in their life they can trust and how can we get them involved and helping. And really, keep that person making the decisions. What happens when police get involved is those decisions get taken away and that being out of control just gets worse. And that's counter to what you actually want to see happen when you're dealing with someone in crisis. So, we can have a really intense starting place and still come to a safe resolution to that call. So I think there's no harm in having a phone-based intervention try first. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, and if I was following you correctly, you're saying first like that sort of phone approach, and then second would be to dispatch a non-policing mobile crisis response. And then third is providing those sort of crisis respite facilities for options that don't involve like a psychiatric hold in a hospital or something of that nature.
Yeah, and the non-police crisis intervention teams, you want them to have backup if necessary, but what we find is that it's only necessary about 1% of the time. So 99% of the time, you don't need to access, you don't need a police presence to keep things safe.
And seeing as this is something that is being contemplated as a pretty significant investment by the city of Vancouver, what would be the cost on something that you're proposing? Any kind of off the back of the napkin cost analysis there?
Oh, I can't remember. Toronto's got it priced out. I really can't guess.
No problem.
I'm terrible at math.
So am I. That's why I asked you. That's why I asked you to do it. But, okay.
$5.5 million would go a long way. Right now we're doing this work on $1.1 million a year.
Thanks, Stacey. I'm out of time.
Thank you both. Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks, Stacey, and for also really introducing us to your services, your operations. That was very useful. So to your point about the kind of how you triage these calls, how does the city support the kinds of calls and call servicing and that direction in sort of the direction of moving first to calls to de-escalate by a service like yours? What role do we play as a city?
How it works how they did it in Toronto was they identified wellness check calls. So calls that were coming into police, either emergency or non-emergency line, that were folks who had an emotional or mental health crisis. There wasn't any known criminal past. There wasn't any weapons involved, like a whole bunch of things that you would say, those ones the police should handle. And then they flow the rest through to their crisis line to work with them and de-escalate them over the phone. And where that can't happen, they had to have a dedicated crisis intervention team, a mental health professional, and I think a peer support worker who can go out and kind of help that person on the ground and figure out what to do. And like I said, that kind of a model you see, about in only less than 1% of the time does it escalate to the point that police need to be called in. And you can pretty quickly tell if that's going to happen. So it's there's a lot of concern that folks with mental illnesses are unpredictable and like that you have to really think about risk. But the reality is that that the folks who are in a mental health crisis are rarely violent.
Right. Okay. When calls go into 911, like right now, can somebody call into 911 and they say, I want to talk to like somebody who I just want to talk on the phone. I don't need somebody to come and visit me. How does that call, or is that call directed to, or what role does your organization play in getting those kinds of calls directed to somebody who will actually talk to the person, as you've been saying, sort of intervene at that intervene in that way.
Yeah, there isn't a pathway from 911 for folks who are calling in emotional distress. And actually, most of the calls that come in through 911 that involve emotional distress are third-party calls. So it's somebody who's worried about someone else, and that's what causes a wellness check.
Sorry
so
to
what we
interrupt
would-
you, Stacy, but we are at time.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
Nope, totally understand. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thanks.
Thanks for speaking tonight.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, we will move to our second speaker. Speaker number 2 is Ryan Suds, who's here in person. Ryan, please approach the podium. You have up to 5 minutes to speak, Ryan, and please start. when you're
Okay,
ready.
great. Thank you, everybody. I got some bad news today that a friend had passed away today. So Ricky, wherever you are, I hope they have the live stream. Congratulations to the new city council. My name is Ryan Suds. I'm here to speak in opposition to the motion. Like I said, congratulations to all the city councilors, specifically ABC Vancouver. A very big win. Wow, you must be very excited, as well as some of your community partners must be very excited. I just want to congratulate the Vancouver Police Department and the Vancouver Police Union as well on having their slate of candidates get elected, as well as to Chip Wilson and the other millionaire, multimillionaire, billionaire class in the city.
Ryan, we're going to need you to stay on topic, please.
Oh, so, okay, sure. So certainly. So I'm speaking in opposition to this motion. So I'm specifically interested in the $4.5 million that's coming from the stabilization fund. I thought perhaps that the city, rather than taking that money from the city, you could look at perhaps some other funding sources creatively. Again, because there is this relationship with Chip Wilson and the multimillionaire class, I thought that perhaps you could.
Ryan,
I know I'm on topic.
You're going to need to stay on topic.
I'm making a suggestion that you could raise that money privately, because I know Peter Wall gave a $1 million donation.
Ryan, you need to stay on topic, please.
Okay. So how can I get this back on topic that you're going to...
I'm not sure, but you'll have to figure it out.
Well, I'm trying to, yeah. How can I say this then? So the $4.5 million from the stabilization fund, I worry that by putting that $4.5 million into the police to address crime, I worry that it's not going to have a stabilizing effect on folks who, say, are using drugs or whatever the case is, because that's a very destable environment. It really throws me off, when that happened. I had this all planned out the way I wanted to say it. Shoot. I worry that this $4.5 million going toward the police, as it is going to have an unattended effect. I worry that you're putting money into something that could potentially harm more people and have a greater destabilizing effect on an already destabilized population. And so I think that $4.5 million, for example, should be going into things that are going to help those folks get stability. So, for example, safe supply. Like, folks are having a hard time because the drug supply that they're trying to access is poisoned. And they have to hustle to get money to do it. So they have to, they sometimes resort to crime. I don't think that's a good system to be in. So if we can get safe drugs.
Ryan, sorry to interrupt you, but you're at time. Thank you for your comments.
It was 5 minutes, was it not? It's only been 3 minutes, is it not?
Oh, apologies. Yeah, you
No
are
problem.
correct. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. So as I was saying, so I want that $4.5 million to go to something from the stabilization fund to something I think will actually help stabilize folks. I worry about the police in this situation. I've spoken to some folks in the downtown east side. who I think is sort of the target of the policing mentality in this situation. I talk to people who say that they're scared of the police, that the police scare them. And these are like big guys, like burlier guys, and they're scared of the police. And so you're relying on a tool that scares people. And it scares people because they find it threatening, they can find them bullying, and they can find them intimidating. And so I worry when you're engaging with a tool that is going to necessitate more violence to stop violence, because I know your concern around crime and violence. I don't think violence violence begets more violence in this situation. I think we need to look at something that's gonna stabilize people, like a safe supply, like more nurses as opposed to more police in this situation, have a better mental health response. I think it looks bad that the Vancouver Police Union gave you an endorsement, and now that you're giving the Vancouver Police $4.5 million. I think that looks bad. I think you can do better than that. I urge you not to support this motion.
Thank you, Ryan, and sorry for cutting you off earlier there. You do have questions from Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Ryan, and sorry for your loss. You mentioned the $4.5 million that's articulated in Clause B a number of times. Do you have any thoughts, though, in Clause A, which talks about, excuse me, formally advising of council's intention to make funding available through the Vancouver Police Board VCH to enable the requisitioning and hiring of 100 new police officers? That's obviously more than $4.5 million potentially. Do you have any concerns about that, or are you just concerned about the 4.5 million?
Yeah, certainly I have concerns about that. I was using the $4.5 million. Frankly, it's a bit of a rhetorical tool to explore the issue. But yeah, I think that money should be going into stabilization, into helping people. And I worry that the police is going to further destabilize this element. So yeah, I do have concerns about that. I do have concerns about getting more and more money for more and more police. Put that money into the nurses. I think about the community that it's going to be interacting with the most, marginalized folks and drug users, and this isn't what they want. This isn't the help that they're asking for. They're asking for a different type of help.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Seeing no more questions, we will move to the next speaker. Next speaker is speaker number 3, Sarah Sheridan, who's on the phone. Sarah, please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sarah Sheridan. I'm a white settler living on this stolen land with you all on the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I oppose this motion submitted by Councillor Dominato. I oppose it because of the people, families, and communities that have spoken out already and for many, many years, decades, and centuries against their experience of violence by the police. My own experience is based on a decade of work and more in shelter services and drop-in services in the downtown east side of Vancouver. I worked as a homeless outreach worker, shelter service provider, front desk worker, and at a social service for sex workers for many years. At the social service for sex workers, it was a drop-in center. I worked evenings, mornings, and overnight graveyard shift. If for any reason we needed to call the police, it was rare. We avoided it as often as we could. If for any reason we had to call the police, we made an announcement loud after we got off the phone. The police are on their way. People would hear us, often pack up their things, and leave the building out the back alley. They didn't want to be seen. They didn't want to be noticed by the police. They didn't want to be seen by them in the center, afraid, perhaps, to be identified as a sex worker. If they were seen there in the center, and then later on in the public by the police, then they would be identified, outed as someone who goes to the center as a sex worker. If police aren't to be feared, why would people leave the center? To continue to fund the police against this knowledge against their experience and against so many others would be inhumane. Dehumanize their experiences. This year, Chris Amyot was killed in downtown Eastside by police after being shot with a beanbag gun. In 2020, UBC Okanagan Mona Wang was a student physically assaulted by Constable Lacey Brown during a mental wellness check. Kwa Nang Din, an immigrant from Myanmar, was killed in Maple Ridge in 2019 by Constable Matthew Wagner during a mental health call. Tony Du, killed in 2014 by police during a mental health crisis in Vancouver. These people and so many more, too many to list, their lives and their families left alive without them are but a handful of whom are no longer here because of the choices made by the police, funded by their very own governments. I read this motion, and I saw that Councillor Dominato mentioned different mental health programs, including the ACT teams. And I can tell you, as someone with a mental illness, I never, ever want the police involved in my own care. Because police are not healthcare providers. A recent 2020 graduate from Simon Fraser University, William Norris, studied ACT programs for his PhD. It was titled Embedded Police Officers in Assertive Community Treatment, and said, findings of their own study raise concerns, including the coercion, lack of consumer autonomy, and potential blurring between treatment and social control. Consumer autonomy, or what your earlier speaker works on the crisis line have spoken about as one's own sense of control, is a necessary component of feeling trust and of feeling safe. Feeling like you have a choice, like you have some sort of decision making, like your involvement matters, like you have a say. But police take this away. Don't give any cops or any cop programs any money. Build a foundation for people to feel safe, for people to have security in their lives, for people's mental well-being, to have sort of peace and calm from morning to night. 4.5 million to dignified, clean, safe, free housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for your comments. Seeing no questions in the queue, we will move to the next speaker. Speaker number 4 is Ian Cromwell, who is joining us on the phone today. Ian, you have 5 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ian Cromwell. For the past 13 years, I've lived in Vancouver and worked as a health economist. I hold a PhD from the UBC School of Population and Public Health. And health economics can kind of broadly be understood as a study of trade-offs and how we allocate resources in the healthcare sector. And so we sit right at the intersection of science and policy. And we start with the premise that each dollar that we spend on treatment A is a dollar that we no longer have available to spend on treatment B. Decision makers have a responsibility, therefore, to use good evidence to make policy decisions that are going to get the best outcome for the whole population and while getting the best value for each dollar spent. And so I want to take this opportunity to explain some of the many reasons I oppose this motion, looking at it through a lens of a health economist. So in my day job, I work for a Canadian agency that evaluates evidence around new medicines that pharmaceutical companies would like the government to buy from them. And it's very, very common in my job to see pharmaceutical companies make these big, impressive sounding claims about how great their products are. But it's also very common that when we look closely at the evidence and ask some basic questions, the medicines don't live up to those claims. So the first question that a health economist might ask is, how much more does the new policy cost? Now, the number 100 seems totally arbitrary to me, but it makes it very easy to do a back-of-the-envelope calculation of how much we're going to be asked to pay to hire 100 new police officers. The newly hired BPD officer makes just shy of $78,000 a year, and that grows to about $112,000 after 4 years. But the additional cost of hiring 100 new officers will hit $36 million by the end of this council's term. That's on top of the $367 million we already spend in the BPD every year. This is the highest per capita among major Canadian municipalities. To put this number into context, Vancouver spends less than $4 million a year addressing the drug poisoning crisis, which is on pace to kill more than 600 Vancouverites in 2022 alone. The second question that a health economist might ask is, how much better does this new policy work? Now, there hasn't been any formal evaluation of the CAR 87 program. So we have to turn to the scientific literature to see what we can expect based on what similar programs have produced. 4 separate reviews of the scientific literature published in the last 8 years all say the same thing. We do not know whether pairing police with nurses on mental health calls provides any benefit. What we do know is that there are very well understood downsides to sending police into this situation. A study published earlier this year found that harassment by BPD was a statistically significant barrier to accessing treatment for substance use. And another study found that BPD-related barriers led to higher rates of non-fatal overdose. We know from studies performed in other municipalities around Canada that police disproportionately target members of the Black and Indigenous community. So in my line of work, faced with this evidence, we would say there's just insufficient evidence to justify the large additional cost of this policy, given the incredibly high degree of uncertainty in comparative effectiveness and the high likelihood of adverse events. We know that this policy will increase costs by millions of dollars. We know that whatever the questionable benefits of the policy might be for people needing help with mental health and addictions problems, it will absolutely make life worse for a specific subset of them. What we don't know is what this council will do when they're forced to make a decision between using public funds to make good policy and using public funds to fulfill a campaign slogan. And I expect that we'll find out the answer to that question when this vote is finished. I hope that you make the right choice. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ian. Seeing no questions in the queue, we will move on to the next speaker. Speaker number 5 is Serena Jackson on the phone. Serena, can you hear us?
Yep, can you hear me?
We sure can. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great. So good evening, everyone. As Peter said, my name is Serena Jackson, and I'm a resident of East Vancouver. And I am here over the phone to speak in opposition to this motion. I work in transitional supported housing for young people, and while I don't speak on behalf of my employer, I felt it was relevant to mention my work as it informs my perspective on this motion. Many of the youth I work with live with mental health and substance use issues, and many of them have had negative interactions with the police. The majority of these young people are Indigenous, 2S LGBTQ+, and or disabled, and an increased police presence makes them feel uncomfortable and fearful. I have long been a vocal advocate against increased policing. Crime and street disorder do not exist in a vacuum. Most people are just trying to survive. The outrageous cost of living in our city, combined with low social assistance rates, means the current reality for those who have the least in our city is a life of legislated poverty. What people need is help, not handcuffs. Earlier this week, I was speaking to someone who supports this 100 police, 100 nurses initiative, and I asked him why. He shared that he lives in Gastown and that he is tired of seeing people who use drugs outside his favorite cafe when he goes to get his morning latte. He said he knows increased policing will not solve underlying causes of crime, but at least it will move people out of his neighborhood and off of his doorstep. And I can't stop thinking about that conversation. We need a response to mental health crises that do not involve policing. We need funding for long-term preventative measures to address mental health needs and to alleviate poverty. And we can't address substance use and addictions without addressing the toxic drug supply and advocating for harm reduction, which this motion fails to mention. I can think of many better uses for this spending, including funding for community-based mental health crisis intervention and prevention. That being said, I'm also very concerned about what other city initiatives might be cut to fund this kind of programming, as the funding source has yet to be identified. These are systemic issues that require systemic solutions, and increased policing is not the answer. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Serena. Seeing no questions in the queue, we will take a short recess here just to allow staff to sort and identify speakers on the line. So just a couple minutes of a short recess. Thank you. short recess. We're going to resume the committee meeting, and we are going to go to speaker 6, Natasha Wahid, who I believe is on the phone. Natasha, can you hear us? Not here? Okay. Speaker number 6 is not here. We are going to go to speaker number 7, Catherine Francoli? Not here. Okay. Speaker number 8, Harrison Raquel on the phone. Harrison, not there. Okay. Speaker number 9, Marcus Peterson. Marcus, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Great.
Can you
have
hear
up.
me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening to the mayor and the council. I'm voicing my opposition to the requisitioning and hiring of 100 new police officers. Where the city of Vancouver spends public money reflects our values and beliefs. Hiring police officers will not make the city safer. The police have never been and never will be a good use of public money, and they're the first to admit it. Deputy Chief Howard Chow has told the police board that the crises of public drug use, mental illness, and homelessness are not the jurisdiction of the VPD. It's time for the City of Vancouver to take some real leadership and fund robust programs for real people that make an actual difference. Instead of filling the streets with more weapons and cops, further criminalizing communities of color and unhoused people, this City Council should focus on support for peer-led structures that include peer-led nonviolent mental health services, peer-led indoor sex worker spaces, peer-led access to safe drug supply, land back and building a traditional healing center at Crab Park, and a meaningfully participatory budgeting process. Despite public movements to invest in public and community-led crisis response programs, this council and the Vancouver Police Board continue to insist on increasing the VPD's annual budget, which will be even more inflated with the addition of 100 officers. While the police may claim they support progressive change, the demand for more public dollars completely negates that. The recent Help Seeker report is indicative that the VPD have an agenda to defund social services. We live in a city where the police force denies the existence of systemic racism, creates programs that target unhoused communities, and obstructs the delivery of peer-led services at overdose prevention sites. This is unacceptable, and the only way to end this culture of criminalization is through defunding. Despite massive amounts of public dollars, policing as an institution does little to resolve their underlying issues that bring people into contact with crisis services, like gender-based violence, poverty, lack of access to housing, inadequate mental health care, and lack of safe supply. Rather than being a core service that provides public safety, the actions of the Vancouver Police Department continue to undermine the safety and human rights of Vancouver's community members made most vulnerable by current colonial and capitalist structures. Police violence against Black and Indigenous communities continues to highlight the failures of this institution. Throughout Canadian history, policing has been fundamental to perpetuating genocide against Indigenous peoples. These demands acknowledge the overwhelming ways that Indigenous people, including unhoused people, are targeted by police-led displacement and violence. The police remain the primary institution empowered to protect the private property of the wealthy, and their officers are granted deadly force to do this. Yet policing has no means of keeping people safe from poverty, from structural race-based and gender violence, from pandemics, or from climate disasters. Even worse, it actively kills people. This cannot continue. If this council is truly interested in anti-racism, equity, and decolonization, I and all the future victims of police brutality urge you to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Seeing no questions from the chamber, we will move on to the next speaker. David Lee, speaker number 10. David Lee, are you on the phone? David Lee?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, great, thank you. Honestly, I don't have much to say. I feel like every speaker before me has said everything that I also wanted to say and much more articulate. I guess, a couple of things I can say is, I think we've seen a motion like this before where we have combine two very different things together. Policing with nurses, and I think that's a strategy to push for more policing and for more surveillance. So, and that last motion that happened with the last council was voted down. So, and also, just really, I just wanted to share a quote, and the quote is, "I don't report to any politician. I don't report to the city of Vancouver. I don't report to the province of BC or the federal government. To me, the government of the day doesn't matter. I'll just call it how it is and be quite frank about it." And so if some of you haven't heard that quote, that's Adam Palmer, the police chief of Vancouver. And I think that's something to be really wary about, of this overarching power that doesn't recognize, their position and seemingly has this ability to just do whatever they want, right? And yeah, just and I just really encourage the council, like other members have talked about, that the responsibility of council is to this community, and I hope that goes above towing party lines and politics. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, David. Seeing no questions, I'll move to our next speaker, speaker number 11, Trey Helton, who is on the phone. Trey, can you hear us? Trey, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes, Trey. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name's Trey Helton, and I'm the manager of Overdose Prevention Society. And I'm very much against hiring another 100 cops for the downtown east side. If I could back it up a little bit, I mean, I know it's a different topic, but listening in earlier for my cue to call, I wish I spoke to the Chinatown matter. I didn't realize I probably should have, but I mean, I've been telling Jordan and those guys that, like, whatever you guys want for, like, Asian themed murals, me and Smokey are happy to do it. We'll even bring our own paint and do everything. We'll do all the roll shutters in Chinatown and make it really nice. But anyway, that's another subject, and I should have talked on it, but it doesn't matter. I never really know what I'm going to say on these things. I find, like, the more I prepare for it, the more my head gets muddled. But I can talk a little bit about my experience working at ops within the downtown east side. I really liked what Stacy had to say in the beginning. The first speaker, she sounded very smart and very prepared, and I backed what she was saying. I wish I had done some more research, but I can talk a bit about things that I've experienced at ops in the last 4 years. Police intimidation, officers that are bullies, like Officer Chechuk and Officer Haman, who were disgraced BPD officers who had the pivot legal lawsuit against them and were moved to different departments. They're both back now, from what I've seen. Haman I see on a regular basis within the downtown east side. It's like he was just moved for a temporary period. But I've had a VPD officer come up to me, and you never know when these things are going to happen, and I don't have a body cam on me to record any of this stuff, but I've had a VPD officer come up to me and say, "You work at ops, don't you? You work with that Sarah Blythe. Well, she's a troublemaker and she causes problems for us. And if you guys ever had an emergency and you called us at 911 and there's something going down there, we would make sure to take our sweet time and show up when everything was said and done already." And he smiled and walked off. And I was so shocked and felt like I had been kicked in the gut so hard by hearing that verbally said to me that I actually wanted to throw up. I didn't know what to do at that point. I've seen police corruption from inside of an institution as being arrested in Vancouver jail. And it's like, it comes down to the saying is if you have 9 good police officers, but 1 corrupt police officer and the other 9 police officers are covering for that 1 corrupt one, you have 10 corrupt police officers. And I really don't understand like how you're going to get 100 cops like to just like come straight out of Douglas University and graduate them fast enough. Like, it seems like a VPD officer job is cool for like some 24-year-old grad who wants to shoot a gun, but doesn't understand that there's other ways to de-escalate violence. Car 87 stuff, I hardly ever use it. I've used it like once in 4 years, and the cop didn't even show up. To be honest, instead of just complaining, I want to talk about solution, and some sort of solution here might be hiring 100 paramedics. Everybody loves paramedics. People trust paramedics. Something I've been advocating for a while that I would have liked to have seen is some sort of community outreach spot for community trained paramedics who are like specially qualified for the downtown east side. Something where maybe they're trained in like motivational interviewing. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that technique, where you listen to someone talk, reiterate, and help them make healthier choices. Everybody loves paramedics. If there was some sort of like paramedic outreach station that was centrally within the downtown east side as like a point where people could come in and talk to them. A lot of people are trapped within that neighborhood, and I just don't understand how you can put another 100 cops in that neighborhood in the first place. Like,
Thank you for your comments, Trey. You are at time, but thank you for your comments, and also thank you for the offer on the shutters in Chinatown. Thank you for that. See, no questions in the queue. We will go to the next speaker. Speaker number 12 is Marley Poole on the phone. Marley, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Good evening, Council. I'm sure this won't be the only time that we speak this term. My name is Marley Poole. I live in East Vancouver, and like everyone else who has called so far for this motion, I am calling to oppose it. To speak a bit about myself, I am a Two-Spirit Métis youth, and I work in the downtown east side as a policy analyst at Vancouver Aboriginal Health Society. I will say that I am speaking just for myself today, but I mention this because my knowledge and experience is very much rooted in the work that I do. I oppose this because, as folks have said more eloquently before me, we don't need more policing as the solution, so-called solution to mental health crisis in this city. And I know that like this motion in particular focuses like it describes all of Vancouver, but I am going to focus on the downtown east side because it is seen as one of the most visible spaces of mental health crisis, but also as one of the most visible spaces of policy failures and a lack of political will to meet the basic inherent human rights of people in the city, which includes a safe and low barrier access to all forms of healthcare, including mental health, because that's also not separated from our other health needs as well. So what I want to say with this is that the addition of nurses to police as a mental health response solution that doesn't neutralize the presence of police when it comes to checking on people in crisis, mainly because a lot of like mental health workers and nurses can also perpetuate a lot of harm when it comes to checking in on people in crisis situations, especially if they're not coming from a trauma-informed and culturally safe approach, which a lot of people don't. And of course, as a lot of people have said already, like folks are scared of police. Folks definitely do not want policing as like the response that they need when it comes to being in a crisis, especially folks who are already marginalized and over-policed. Thinking of the downtown east side is one of the most prominent examples of a community that is over-policed yet under-supported when it comes to actually keeping the community safe. It's a lot of the community having to pick up this work when it comes to safety. What I see as a better solution when it comes to like mental health supports in this city is actually uplifting organizations and community members who can respond to mental health crises when they arrive in a way that doesn't involve police tactics. Specifically, moving away from just mental health supports in crisis moments and thinking about long-term solutions, thinking about health holistically, focusing on the autonomy of people. Thinking about the Mental Health Act in particular, and under Section 28 of the Mental Health Act, where police have the authority to involuntarily detain people, and then, all of the decisions go to doctors and, psychiatric nurses in wherever that person is being institutionalized. That removes the autonomy from the person when they're in crisis, and they often don't know their rights when they're when they are being detained. And there's been calls for years to look at the Mental Health Act and understand these issues that are present within it, because the Mental Health Act is not a neutral term or a neutral law, and there's definitely a lot of power being put into individual police officers as well as like healthcare staff without considering the autonomy of the person. From an Indigenous perspective, our right to health cannot be separated from self-determination. So when it comes to meeting our mental health needs, I want to imagine a system that actually takes care of people instead of relying on the criminal justice system and people attached to it, that institutionalize people rather than work on broader systemic changes so that people aren't constantly in a space of mental health crisis. And there's just a number of other things.
Thank you, Marley. Sorry to interrupt you, but you are at time. You are at time. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. See no questions in the queue. We will move to the next speaker. Speaker number 13, Parker Johnson, on the phone. Parker, are you there? Not there. Okay. Speaker number 14, Kit Rothschild. Kit, are you on the phone?
I am, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for hearing speakers on this motion today. This is the second time I'm speaking to you today, but that's great. I want to acknowledge first that I'm a settler here in Kemkemali on the unceded and stolen lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. My name is Kit Rothschild, as it said, and I'm speaking to you on this motion in my professional capacity as the Community Co-Executive Director at Pay Society, which is a by, with, and for sex workers' rights, advocacy, and support organization that has served current and former sex workers since 1994. For new members of council who are perhaps unfamiliar with our work, we are a gender-inclusive space, and we provide frontline services, counseling, support, and education, and have advocated at all levels of government for the rights of improved working conditions for sex workers, the full decriminalization of sex work, poverty, and drug use, and for improved access and expansion of safe supply. We've received the city's support for nearly 3 decades, and we're grateful for it. As I said earlier today, I'm a multiply disabled Jew, non-binary, and queer, and I was a sex worker for many years before going into nursing, where I worked for a few years as a registered nurse in an inner-city emergency. I'm speaking to you today in opposition to Motion B5, which demands funding be made available to VPD and VCH for hiring 100 new nurses and 100 new police officers, and further entrenches policing with healthcare. As a former nurse, I'm struck by the numbers. First and foremost, $4.5 million for 100 new cops, $1.5 million for new nurses. This is indicative of neoliberal austerity for the last 30 years, which has kept funding to health services as low as humanly possible and increased funding to police threefold. Also, police salaries are on average about $100,000 a year, so 100 new officers actually cost $10 million, not $4.5. So even here, the math does not add up. Moreover, I'm struck by how futile this all is. A quick search on VCH's website for nursing jobs in Vancouver shows they are currently hiring for 980 positions. They can't keep units properly staffed because the burnout rate is too high, and it's not for lack of funding. It's a lack of people willing to work in healthcare systems that are underfunded, chronically understaffed, and drowning under the weight of poorly managed public health crises of the COVID-19 pandemic and toxic drug supply crises. As well as people also being unable to live in this city because of a lack of meaningful rent control has seen them priced out of the city. It says a lot that instead of investing in preventative care like housing or healthcare or mental health care systems or safe supply or peer-led responses to mental health crises, governments are willing to hand over ever more money to police who criminalize, surveil, harass, and abuse people who are most historically marginalized. Those who are Black, Indigenous, and persons of color, those who are two-spirit, trans, and gender nonconforming, folks who are poor, people who use drugs, sex workers. And we know that people with disabilities, and especially those in mental health crises, are at high risk of being harmed during police interactions. Policing by its nature is reactionary, and money spent on police does not prevent crime from happening, but it does ensure that there is less money available for the prevention of crime in the first place by siphoning more and more funds each year away from community programs and other city departments. Because money for 100 new officers has to come out of the budget from somewhere. Part of it, at least, could have come from the $140,000 of taxpayer funds the VPD used to commission that startlingly bogus report, but that's already down the drain. The question is, where will you cut this funding from, and what programs or departments will be impoverished as a result? At PACE, we do not believe that police make us safer, and police have proven this over and over again for decades. We believe that healthcare systems can create the same conditions as prisons where, void of consent, people are warehoused and neglected by the state. We do not believe that further tying healthcare or social work to the practice of policing is safe. We believe it to be a regression that endangers the lives of many. We believe that mental health crises are best responded to by peers, not by social workers or by police. We believe that healthcare needs to cease its enmeshment with the structure of policing because police are not synonymous with care. They're antithetical to it. We don't believe that a wellness check should ever end with someone being killed, and we recall the stories of Ben Matson, Chester, and recently the killing of Chris Emiott. They needed help, and instead they were killed by police. The existence of programs like CAR 87 have not prevented any of these deaths, and spending money to recreate or repackage this program or other assertive care team models won't fix the violent and racist structure of policing.
Sorry to interrupt you, Kit, but you are over time. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Seeing no questions, we will move to the next speaker. Speaker number 15, TM Myerdal on the phone. TM, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to the motion. My name is Tiffany Muller-Myerdal. I teach in urban studies and gender, sexuality, and women's studies at SFU. I also teach with UBC's Humanities 101 program, serving residents of the Downtown East Side and Downtown South. I was heavily involved with the development of Women Transforming Cities during its early years about a decade ago and continue to support WTC's mission. Today, I'm speaking against this motion as a resident of Vancouver and as a parent, and not on behalf of any organization. But I want to situate myself with this background to demonstrate decades of professional and personal experience I have in learning, researching, and teaching about urban social change, particularly the ways that people who have been marginalized by structural inequities navigate the city and make community despite oppressive systems. I had the honor last week to attend the inauguration ceremony for the new mayor and council, and the resounding theme there from the invited guests and from Mayor Sim was inclusion and the need to make Vancouver a more inclusive city for all. And I can point to several city policies and strategies where the city is already doing that work, and I'm proud to live in a city that leads in many ways on equity, diversity, and inclusion. In Councillor Dominato's introduction of the motion yesterday, she framed the motion exclusively in terms of increasing mental health supports. And if this motion were in fact about increasing mental health supports, it would have the possibility of fostering more inclusion, especially for the people in our communities who struggle with mental health and addiction. However, this motion does not, in practice, focus on increasing mental health supports. So I want to focus on what the motion does do and then turn to what the motion could do, much like many of the other speakers. What the motion does is budget 3 times the amount of money going to new nurses for the requisition of new police. And in doing so, the motion fails to provide an evidence-based framework for actually improving mental health supports. The evidence in the scholarly literature is deeply divided over whether or how co-responder models actually work the way they're intended to. A 2018 systematic review of co-responder models of police, mental health, street triage. The authors write that there are many unanswered questions about the effectiveness of the co-responder model, starting with, is police response the most appropriate response for people in mental health crisis? We could ask, given that the police response is the most expensive response we could develop, is this the most cost-effective way to respond to mental health? And the answer is no, for so many reasons. In a 2022 review comparing outcomes across police, co-responder, and non-police models, the authors write that increased police involvement in mental health crises has led to increased injuries and fatalities to service users. We could look closer to home to the 2021 report issued by the BC Human Rights Commissioner called Equity is Safer, Human Rights Considerations for Policing Reform in BC. In this report, serious concerns were raised about systemic racism within policing, where communities of color were disproportionately harmed by police practices. The findings include Indigenous people being overrepresented in arrests or chargeable incidents, Black people overrepresented in arrests or chargeable incidents, Indigenous women either grossly or significantly overrepresented in arrest statistics. And these concerns have been echoed by the BCCLA and the UBCIC. They demonstrate that the culture of policing is hampered not by its budget, but by its inability to recognize the basic rights, the basic human rights of many people that it's intended to serve and protect. So what the evidence tells us then is that instead of increased safety, an increase in police presence leads many to feel an increased sense of vulnerability. If the goal of this motion were on increasing community safety, there are many existing models that would get us to this goal. We could start by adequately funding programs that already do great work, like the First Caller Crisis Center BC, or programs that the city already works with, like Good Night Out Vancouver, which trains volunteers in anti-oppression techniques and has a model of accountability that is transparent about its learning edges. If the goal of the motion targeted increasing mental health supports, then funding would be directed to services like harm reduction and making more community-based supports viable, accessible, free or low cost, and reducing or eliminating barriers like wait times. We could support VCH to add mobile mental health vans similar to overdose prevention vans. In other words, learn from work already being supported by the city. So in sum, there are many directions the city could take in order to increase mental health supports that are evidence-based, fiscally responsible, and inclusive of those who are the most vulnerable and need the
Sorry
city
to
to be the
interrupt you,
inclusive.
but I'll have to just stop you there. But you do have a question from Councillor Fry, so you'll have just a little bit more time. Councillor Fry, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks. So I guess I appreciate your comments, and they're very well reasoned and thought out and stuff. I guess really at the root of what this motion proposes is investing in 100 new police officers, but the real interesting one is the investing in 100 new mental health nurses. Now, separating the two, as you have, do you think this is where the city should be going budget-wise, like investing in mental health, which obviously, nursing has traditionally been a role of the province, and I'm wondering if you can comment on the role of us as the city getting into the business of mental health nursing.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's a great one. I do think it's outside of the city's jurisdiction. Even if, money were earmarked, the city wouldn't have jurisdiction, as I understand it, under the community charter to dictate how the VCH could spend that money. I think that the city already funds programs that are workable and can, scale up funding to programs that it might not work with already, like Crisis Center BC. it just seems like where we see the data that is demonstrating good work being done, that's where the money should be going.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And were you able to hear Stacey Ashton's presentation and talking about that
I did,
sort of,
yeah.
yeah.
It was
and
amazing.
Thoughts on that? Okay, so yeah, right. Well, then that sort of answers that. Okay, thank you.
I totally support that. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you both. Seeing no more questions in the queue, we will move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is speaker number 17, Michelle Lackey, on the phone. Michelle, can you hear us? Okay, Michelle is not there. We will move on to the next speaker. Speaker number 19 is Christina Laffin. Christina on the phone. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking to you from the unceded territory of the Musqueam, the Squamish, the Tsleil-Waututh, and I work on the unceded land of the Musqueam as an educator at UBC. I'm a white settler woman residing in the West End, and I speak as a 17-year resident of Vancouver and a very proud graduate of the University of British Columbia, where I now work. I'm deeply concerned about this motion and definitely against it. We've heard so much evidence-based research presented to us tonight, and I truly believe that's how good policy should be made, on evidence and on those with lived experience. And I'm worried about an increase in policing and the impact that will have, particularly on marginalized communities. I'm very curious as to why this is being put forth. I know it was part of the platform that was proposed, but I would hope that a little more thought would be put into this before simply hiring 100 police officers. Police have no place in wellness, and so-called wellness checks are clearly not working. We only have to think back to August 2022 and the murder of Chris Amiot, an Ojibwe father and grandfather who died in custody outside the Laxmi convenience store. He was 42 years old. That man should not have died, and I think about him on a regular basis because I think we've done him incredibly wrong. Or you can think back to UBC student. This was not the VPD, but a police officer in 2020, Lacey Browning, assaulted UBC Okanagan student Mona Wong in another so-called wellness check. So really, increasing policing is not the answer to mental health. The city already spends 21% of its budget on policing, which I find to be a ridiculous amount when there's so much need. $4.5 million could be far better spent. We've been told by research that's out there what the answers are, things like safe supply, harm reduction, supportive housing, community programs, mobile mental health vans. You've just heard this from other speakers. There's infinite reports out there to prove that we need things like peer-led, nonviolent mental health services, accessible non-market housing, an end to the displacement of houseless people. We need to ensure that there's peer-led indoor sex worker spaces, that sex workers do not feel targeted. And that there's obviously safe drug supply and traditional healing spaces and an opportunity for us to take part in the kind of budgeting that's taking place. I truly worry about what this will result for, particularly for Indigenous friends and people, for Black people in Vancouver, for brown people in Vancouver, and I truly appeal to all of the councillors to not pass this motion. I think it will cause incredible harm, and I think there's far better ways for the money to be spent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Christina. Seeing no questions in the queue, we will move to the next speaker. Speaker number 20 is Tyson Singh Delsal on the phone. Tyson, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me, Peter?
Yes, we can. Thanks. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, Council. Thanks for taking the time to listen to us. I know you guys have been sitting there for like 12 hours at this point, so I appreciate that. Along with all the people who spoke before me, I am opposed to this bill. For context, I'm a registered social worker with the BC College for Social Workers, a member of the BC Association of Social Workers. I work on outreach for Vancouver Coastal Health in the downtown east side and for Kila the Leyland Clinic at Princess and Powell Street. I'm a PhD student in SFU's Faculty of Health Sciences and an instructor at UVic School of Social Work. I'm not speaking on behalf of any organization today, but my concerns are shaped by this work. I spend a majority of my waking hours in Vancouver's downtown east side, and since this bill was announced, I have heard some conversation around crisis workers and social workers, so presumably I would be the type of person recruited to this role. I have worked for the past 7 years in frontline positions, including the last 4 years in the downtown east side. I have worked in varying full-time to casual roles on teams that focus on mental health, HIV care, COVID-19 isolation support, and in a food security role. And all of these intersect with the grief and trauma associated with the drug toxicity crisis. My tasks have varied, but include things related to this motion, such as finding someone housing to consulting on whether the Mental Health Act should be utilized, and also supporting clients who are on extended leave, as well as attending to various other crises. I have a number of concerns with this motion and could surely speak for far more than 5 minutes, and would be happy to follow up with anyone on council who would want to. But here are some of the concerns. Additional funding for the Vancouver Police Department. Policing is not the answer to problems that have been exacerbated by inequality, and they should not be the body responding to mental health crises. Piles of evidence, including local academic research, show how police tend to negatively impact access to healthcare, undercut the possibility of therapeutic relationship building between clients, community, and people in positions like mine, and oftentimes accelerate violence during crisis response, something I've seen firsthand many times. I've heard counselors and a mayor here today give labels like successful and proven to healthcare police collaborations like CAR 87. Like Ian mentioned before me, there have been little and perhaps no evaluations of CAR 87. Basing success on a quantity of calls is misleading because these calls come in a context where there are no alternatives given, and longevity of a program is also not a metric of success. An increase in access points and apprehensions into forced and voluntary care under the Mental Health Act is unlikely to have good outcomes for the city, and this is the primary tool of CAR 87. I'm guessing CAR 87 staff would agree with me that they receive a number of inappropriate calls for lack of other services that could de-escalate situations in a dignified way. Costing. Not only does this hand over an additional $4.5 million to the VPD outside of regular budget discussions, an organization that already cost the city well over $1 million in operating costs per day, it hands VCH $1.5 million. And VCH already received approximately $4 billion in funding from provincial coffers and has a ton of vacant nursing lines. I think Kit said they have over 900. Lines that the Ministry of Health has already agreed to fund the labor hours for, a check and balance that the city hasn't currently developed and would cost more money. The BC Nurses Union rules indicate that you can't pay specific nursing lines more than other nurses to incentivize them. So handing VCH $1.5 million or approximately 0.04% of their total budget feels like giving away municipal money. This $6 million combined and the future cost of this motion could have a huge impact on underfunded programs that provide safety via shelter, crisis response, cultural stewardship, food security in the downtown east side and beyond, and needed infrastructure that adds to community health and safety like housing, a predictable drug supply, and or like the public washrooms and community-based lead sanitation services brought up by speakers during the motion to uplift Chinatown. Both of these neighborhoods could be uplifted through investments like this without pushing either one down, and could offer a way to fund tangible direct deliverables. Overall, these initial costs don't seem to represent anything specific, which is also concerning. The 100 cops, 100 nurses seems arbitrary itself. As a social worker, I can tell you that an expanded police presence doesn't help manage the crises the downtown east side is facing. Both large amounts of peer-reviewed research and my 4 years of experience as a worker in the neighborhood point to that. I've spoken to a number of frontline workers who feel the same, not least of all the 135 of us who wrote to last council to request.
Tyson, sorry to interrupt you, but you are at time.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments. We have questions for you, however. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Tyson. You mentioned evaluation, the lack of evaluation of the current CAR 87 program, and I'm wondering if you have suggestions for what type of evaluation we should be looking for, what metrics we should be measuring in terms of outcomes, effectiveness, etc.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important voice to record is the people impacted by CAR 87 and the people who have been apprehended under the Mental Health Act, and inquire how that experience has been. Although CAR 87 has not been evaluated as a singular program, involuntary care has, and involuntary care generally has negative outcomes, breeds distrust with the healthcare system, and these apprehensions, which would be done by the police if this program goes forward, would probably target overrepresented populations like the Black and Indigenous population of Vancouver.
Okay, appreciate that, and thanks for your time.
Thank you both. We are going to go back to speaker number 17. We had a bit of a technical issue on our end. Speaker 17 is Michelle Lackey on the phone. Michelle, just want to make sure you can hear us.
I can. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Sorry about that. You have
That's okay.
You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks. So good evening, Mayor Sim, Chair, Council. I really appreciate having the time to speak, recognizing this has been a very long day. Thanks for everyone. As some of you know, I'm Michelle Lackey. I'm the Executive Director of Exchange Inner City, and we work collectively to create a more inclusive, equitable economy in the downtown Eastside community. I want to note, I do really appreciate that the Council's recognition of the magnitude of the mental health and addiction crisis facing Vancouver, and your willingness to invest a significant amount of resources and support for this. However, I do have significant concern about providing the $6 million to the BPD and BCH for additional police and nurses as a response to mental illness and addiction. I think we had excellent conversations. Exchange Inner City had great conversations both pre and post election time with the ABC team, and we're really happy to hear what I thought was a really clear message from all of you from ABC that was focused on listening and collaboration and the importance of turning to community to provide solutions based in the community's expertise. So I would just say that we need an alternative response that's co-designed with community that could include paramedics, licensed mental health crisis professionals, peers, community health workers trained in trauma-informed response, cultural safety, et cetera, and that co-design with community is key. And we also need a response that, while it might or may include a clinical approach, more importantly, it creates a holistic approach, which is inclusive of Indigenous leadership and learning. And that is incredibly important. I know you've heard that before, and I want to underscore that. And there have also been many reports, some of which have been spoken about here, thanks to other speakers, about evidence-based studies, examples, etc. The other thing I want to highlight in addition is that we know that alternative models to emergency response can save the city money, which is incredibly important. So if, for example, savings of $8.5 million in public safety spending per year in a similar program in Eugene, Oregon, or the pilot program in Portland, Oregon, reported diversion of 4.6% in non-crime related police calls, and that was even a limited pilot program, the hours. And Edmonton's 24/7 crisis diversion program saw an estimated return on investment of $1.91 at minimum to $3.66 for every dollar spent on these alternative models. So I urge you, we Exchange Inner City, our partners with CCRN, et cetera, urge you to follow your own campaign and post-campaign messaging and hear from the community. The Downtown Eastside organizations you have connected with already have strong collaborative abilities, as you've seen, and it's also vitally important to speak with urban Indigenous leadership as well. And together, I think we can help shape the solutions that will work. So I would ask strongly that if you don't, at minimum, ideally to turn this down, this motion, but at minimum, delay voting on the motion until you speak to community about alternatives to emergency response and work with the community to co-design a more equitable and proven response. Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle. You have questions from Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, Michelle, for sticking around as long as you have, and thanks for all your work in the community. It's definitely appreciated, and I appreciate that you took the time to speak to all the candidates coming into the election as well, and you share a lot of expertise. And also thank you for advocating for reaching out to the urban Indigenous community. Like many of the speakers, I've heard you pretty clearly advocate for, very much a separate stream for how to deal with the mental health crisis, and this may not be it. I'm curious though, so I think we're all in agreement though that we need more mental health interventions. I'm curious about your thoughts because you have a lot of experience with the downtown east side. Do we need more police, independent of the mental health issue altogether, but just from a crime and safety perspective and your perspective in the downtown east side?
No, I do not think we need more police. I think we need more support, and we need more investment in those supports and not competition in that, but actually the idea of collaboration to work together. But I think that police, and we've seen it, police is not the response. It kind of riles things up more than help. And I'll just add one thing that community safety, we often have to think about the things that make us uncomfortable, which always should make us uncomfortable. I don't want to see people intense. But that's not necessarily the same as me feeling unsafe, and we can't equate the two.
Right. So you're not saying there's no need for police, obviously. That there is.
No.
Yeah, but really, if we were to move the focus onto better, and I'm paraphrasing you, but you can just say yes. That's what I mean. If we were to move our focus into some of these more robust mental health outreach kind of components, like we've been hearing from others, that would free up the police to focus on crime and criminals and the stuff to keep us safe, and a different approach to mental health.
Yes, you paraphrased well. Thank you.
It's been a long day, so I appreciate you indulging me for my paraphrasing ability. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you both. Seeing no more questions, we will move to the next speaker. Next speaker is speaker number 22, Kathy Shimizu. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly on the phone. Kathy, can you hear us?
Hi, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes. Please
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kathy Shimizu, and I would like to begin by acknowledging that I am on the unceded, stolen, and occupied traditional homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, and I'm grateful to be able to live on their lands, and I support Indigenous sovereignty and struggles for justice. For those of you who are new to City Council, I am a third-generation Japanese-Canadian settler who has volunteered and worked with the Powell Street Festival since 1991, and a co-founder of We Press. I work in collaboration with many downtown Eastside frontline organizations, but I want to make it clear that I'm here speaking only for myself and not for any of these groups. And I'm speaking in opposition to the motion for many reasons. One is because, as you've heard from previous speakers, this is not what the community is calling for. The other is that now that David Eby has promised to bottom line the coordination of efforts in the downtown east side, I'm asking that you all, especially the new mayor and councilors, take the time to meet with community members and to listen to those with lived experience and the groups that support them, to work to understand the situation on the ground before making a decision. You must consider, as speakers have said, that systemic racism exists both in the policing and health system. So for many, police and nurses trigger past traumas, and as Indigenous peoples have noted for decades, there's a huge lack of cultural sensitivity in our colonized system. So these are not the most effective ways to address conflict, de-escalation, and the many intersectional barriers to accessing support that people require, and that would help reduce things like petty crime and the incidence into mental health issues. Also, community-led alternatives to policing are crucial and currently do not exist in a substantial way. The city, with the recent commitment from the province, really needs to give groups who have been working and supporting folks for decades a chance to show what this would look like, so that everyone across the city can see and experience what is possible. We could save the city money, like Michelle said, and we could reduce the stress and workload of the current police officers and mental health nurses. and even just tabling the motion until you've really had a chance to understand the recommendations from downtown inside groups and residents on alternatives to policing and the existing mental health system would signal to the community that you are genuinely committed to building relationships and trust and willing to work collaboratively for the long-term sustainable solutions that our city needs and towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. And if there really is $1.5 million as per Part C of the motion, the city should commit it to the existing network of community groups and demand that it be matched by VCH for mental health supports and the reinstatement of the many community-led programs that were cut by VCH, such as the Drug Users Resource Center and Watari's Youth Outreach Program, just to name a few. And in stark contrast to some reports, the downtown Eastside work is very collaborative and coordinated. It is the only neighborhood in the city where both individuals and groups work closely together to support each other. During COVID, as soon as things shut down, the folks on the ground, including low-income residents and frontline workers, came out in force to make sure people were fed, got info about what the hell was going on, and made sure harm reduction and mental health supports continued. This complex but existing mutual aid network prevented a much higher COVID death toll, and with support could do so much more. And city staff work with us, and they know that our groups are crucial to this work. This includes networks like Urban Core, Coordinated Community Response Network, Downtown Eastside Community Kitchens Network, Exchange Intercity, Downtown Eastside Food Sovereignty Hub, Downtown Eastside Community Land Trust, and many other formal and informal collaborations between groups and residents to support people. And a lot of this coordination is done off the sides of our desks. But many of these groups meet weekly, and we collaborate to get shared funding and coordinate our efforts to support the unhoused and precariously housed. I work with the Downtown Eastside Community Land Trust. That is a collaboration between the Vancouver Aboriginal Community Policing Center, SRO Collaborative, and Pal State Festival so that the community can own property, save privately owned SROs to be run by tenants for tenants through a holistic housing model to reduce homelessness and give the community a say over development in the neighborhood. The community is looking for long-term solutions, not just push people around from one location to the other while there's not enough housing to meet the need, while providing low-barrier jobs and dignity to people living in poverty. So I ask that you reconsider your approach before pushing through this motion. And I'd be happy to meet you in the neighborhood and show you some of the amazing work that is being done and connect you with the amazing people who are doing it. So please do not pass this motion until you've done so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Kathy. Seeing no questions, we will move to the next speaker. Next speaker is speaker number 23, Julius Sizotani. Apologies, Julius.
No worries.
But glad we have you on the line here, and you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thanks for everybody for hearing those of us in the public who wish to voice our opinions about these motions. And thanks for everybody for hanging in there this late in the day. So yes, regarding this motion, so my name is Julius Chitany. I am a biologist and a scientific illustrator. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I live on the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations original lands, and I am very grateful to be able to be here. So, council members, I just would like you to just keep in mind how many of the speakers that have spoken so far today and unanimously opposing the motion were crisis workers or social workers and heads of organizations who work directly with the people who are going to be at the receiving end of this motion. And these are people who know from vast experience what works best to address the mental health crises on the ground, in live, basically. That, I think, speaks volumes all by itself. Okay, so there are a couple of other points I'd like to make here. So yes, I am in opposition as well of this motion. The first point is that to me, the numbers don't really add up in terms of the budget. An earlier speaker had brought this up as well, and I'd like to reiterate that. The VPD had mentioned that based on the shortfall from for 2021 of about $5.7 million from what they had asked, they had made this equivalent to about 61 recruits. This uses basically the dollars per police officer. And if we were to actually look at let's say if we added this 5.7 with the 4.5 million, we'd only be looking at the equivalent hiring of about 109 police officers. But what does that leave for healthcare workers, for the nurses? Leaves about 10%, which is nothing. And the 1.5 million is nothing as well compared to that. You'd need about $8.8 million to get the yearly salary of that many nurses, registered mental health nurses, which, by the way, are very much in shortfall in BC. And as somebody else had pointed out, this is more a provincial matter rather than municipal. So we already have a problem with the numbers not being enough. And I'm afraid that what's going to happen is that the full 100 police officers will be hired, and this will go ahead without any addressing of mental health treatment. Now, I think this wouldn't work, and we've already seen that things like the crisis lines, such as the BC Crisis Line Network that Stacey had talked about earlier, or the BC Crisis Center, can do a lot more for a lot less money. I think that we need to consider this very carefully. Now, in addition to that, I am very much afraid, as others have said, about what hiring additional police officers for the intent of addressing mental health problems or mental health crises will do in cases of these encounters. I have lived with Tourette's for most of my life. I have a couple of different mental health issues that I live with. I am very privileged not to live in poverty, but I know that a lot of other people do. And just as an example of what might happen, this still sort of hits me personally in terms of a group of people that I'm familiar with in terms of experience with people with Tourette's, those especially who suffer from coprolalia, or this sort of involuntary cursing that happens, could be very easily misinterpreted by police to be offensive or violent. They are not violent, but this could lead to massive misunderstanding. This is just one example of a kind of mental health illness, which is, by the way, also massively exacerbated by stress caused by poverty, addiction, and, of course, being faced by police. And we know that some of the mental health wellness checks have resulted in deaths, and this is not something that we can ignore. I think that more funds should instead be allocated, instead of for hiring constables, to better training of existing constables on how more effectively and ethically to deal with people with mental health issues, the homeless, victims of addiction, marginalized groups such as First Nations and LGBTQ and non-binary people. This would be much more effective because, like it or not,
Julius, sorry to interrupt you, but you are at time. Thank you for your comments tonight.
Yep.
Seeing no questions in the queue, we will move to the next speaker. Next speaker is speaker number 24, Jonathan Morris, on the phone. Jonathan, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks so much. Well, good evening, Mayor and councillors. Congratulations on your recent elections. I'm Johnny. I work as the CEO for the Provincial Office of the Canadian Mental Health Association, and joining you this evening from unsurrendered and ancestral Lekwungen-speaking territories. This evening, I'm bringing the perspective from the Provincial Office of the CMHA, but also the regional branches that work in the Vancouver area, the Vancouver-Fraser branch, and also North and West Vancouver as well. And this evening, as you debate this motion, in many ways, I'm going to echo the excellent comments that previous speakers have made, but also register an additional option and detail for consideration by council. And this picks up on comments made by Stacey and other speakers about the use of unarmed civilian teams, including trained peers with lived and living experience, to respond to people in crisis. We've been calling these teams in BC peer-assisted care teams, which provide an alternative to police, creating a community-based, community-designed, client-centered, and trauma-informed response to emergency crisis calls, including mental health and substance use-related crises. Why should we consider unarmed civilian teams? Here I borrow from thinking from Dr. Jamie Livingston, Dr. Amanda Butler, and many other experts And I echo Stacey Ashton's comments, given that international best practices call for the use of unarmed civilian teams to respond to crisis. We need to send health responses to social and health emergencies. And truly, police involvement in mental health crises must be minimized and used only in rare and exceptional situations, not as the default response. Embedding police in mental health crisis services, and there's been excellent commentary on this evening, can reinforce pervasive stereotypes that people living with mental illness are risky, dangerous, or threatening. And we need to avoid further entrenching an enforcement response to health emergencies, which can lead to escalation, trauma, injury, and fatality. We know that communities need more care that is led by, inclusive of, and responsive to the true diversity of community. And from our engagement with people with lived and living experience, we know people want to be supported by service providers that are not armed, and we heard that earlier this evening. We've seen mental health crisis services respond without police and achieve effective de-escalation, reduced costs, reduced need to transport to hospital, and communities across the world are proving that unarmed civilian teams can safely and effectively respond to people in crisis, and we're seeing this here in BC. The objective of peer-assisted care teams is to provide an alternative to police. Ontario, Toronto, Edmonton, here in BC on the North Shore, with teams in Victoria and US just about to launch, are all bringing to life this idea of peer-assisted or people with lived experience responding to people in care. And we're very grateful for funding from the Ministry of Mental Health and our partners, including people with lived experience in the creation of these teams. And much of this is already happening organically across communities in Vancouver as well. And we heard that from our last speaker. Peer-assisted care teams integrate mental health professionals with trained peer crisis responders to provide culturally safe, trauma-informed care. They provide crisis counseling, de-escalation, and a connection to ongoing community service and support that's care closer to home and community, and can integrate well with services like the Crisis Line Network. They're designed to respond instead of police, including nonviolent calls where people have thoughts of suicide, and calls where a party is concerned about someone's welfare. Since last year, the North Shore Pact has been operating from Thursday to Sunday, 6 p.m. to midnight. They just celebrated their first year of operation. They've responded to 700 contacts, and emergency services, including police, have only needed to be involved a true minority of the time. We're completing a rigorous independent evaluation and plan to share those metrics, including the New West and the Victoria implementation, so that we can accumulate evidence that unarmed civilian teams can safely respond and bring about the human and social and economic gains that have been described this evening. In closing, I encourage Council to invite people with lived and living experience to describe their experiences of crisis care to you, pay particular attention to the experiences of people of color and their families following crisis interventions, and listen deeply to the implications of heavy reliance upon police in responding to health emergencies. Spend time with staff from municipalities outside of BC that are implementing these kinds of teams, and we'd be happy to make those connections. And New York, you've heard me say before, has invested heavily. And consider the role that the City of Vancouver could play in transforming BC's crisis care response to one where people experiencing distress experience client-centered, trauma-informed responses. We're excited to see where this work goes across the province, and we hope to see it expand going forward. Thanks so much. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Jonathan. Perfect to time. You have questions from councillors. So first round of questions is from Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks so much, Johnny, for staying on the line and making the time to speak to us. My first question is around costing. This motion suggests $6 million divided 4.5 to policing and 1.5 to nursing. Can you speak to the cost and reach of the pilots that you're involved in already, and what $6 million might be able to accomplish under this approach in Vancouver?
Absolutely, and thanks for your question, Councillor Boyle. I'll just give one example. The City of Toronto, and this is publicly available in their accounting, with their pilots, and they've launched 4 teams across multiple districts, 4 districts, including Indigenous-led teams in Toronto. They allocated about $8.5 million in the current year to operate those 4 pilots. including the hiring of 6 new full-time staff to support the implementation as a bit of a backbone. And they allocated about $3 million in 2021 to set up the pilot. So they've done funding over multiple years. And it's important to note they've got different staffing models there. In BC, we've been refining our costing recently, and again, this is a high-level estimate and really subject to the geography of the community and the complexity. We estimate anywhere between kind of 1.6 to 1.9 million for a 24/7 service. With peers and responders, mental health responders working together. So around 1.89 million at the top end there for a 24/7 crisis peer-assisted care team service, Councillor Boyle.
Thank you. If you don't have this in front of you, no problem. But Toronto's 4 teams, are there numbers on how many calls those teams have diverted from police?
Yes, I don't have it in front of me, but we have a very strong relationship with city staff. I'm incredibly grateful for the generosity that the City of Toronto have shared, including a number of the operators, and CMHA Toronto is operating one of these teams. Those numbers, I think, they're because their pilots have been underway for some time. They've got some solid data there that I can share back in through writing with city staff or Councillor Boyle. And then on the North Shore, there's been some really robust data collection there that's linking into our evaluation strategy. It's very, very, of course, early days with New Westminster and Victoria, but we're accumulating that data for our funder, which is the province here, and we can make all of that available, including the evaluation matrix that we're using for consideration by the City of Vancouver as well.
Great. That evaluation matrix was my next question. So, and I'm out of time. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd appreciate seeing all of that.
Thank you both. Councillor Dominato, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Johnny.
Hello.
Thanks for calling in. I just had a couple of quick questions. One's just with respect to the composition of the PAC teams. If you could just share who the professionals are that make up those teams right now. What type of professionals?
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks so much, Councillor Dominato, for your question. And this lines up with a lot of the feedback that we've heard from the excellent speakers this evening. So the composition, and currently this has been recruited for in New Western Victoria and on the North Shore, is a trained peer, so someone who has had lived and living experience, is at a place in their journey where they feel they can contribute to this team and they're trained up. There's also a range of professionals that we've seen. So we've seen kind of a graduate level trained counselor, kind of mental health clinician. The door is open, of course, for kind of a nursing professional too, or social worker. There's a range there. And in Toronto, I think they've seen a range of professions as well. And then really rigorous clinical supervision, but also other kinds of expertise like follow-up and aftercare support too. So those are the kind of the cluster. We're not kind of restricting it to one type of profession, counsellor, but a range of professions could work in the composition of these teams.
Great. Thanks for clarifying that. That's helpful. And then my second question is just with respect to the continuum of care and intervention. We've talked in the past about how we're dealing with a significant health crisis, and municipalities around the province are struggling with this. And do you see, if there was an opportunity in Vancouver, that this could be complementary to existing programs like we have right now? So we have established programs like CAR 8788 and the ACT and AOT teams. And there's also other resources out there on the continuum of support. But could this be complementary to existing programs?
Yes, and I think the key word you used there, councillor, was complementary. In most of our policy advice on this issue over the past 25 years, we've spoken about really enhancing a spectrum or a continuum of care, and in a fully resourced system with a really high functioning crisis line network that Stacey described so eloquently earlier, mobile civilian response teams. So much diversion can happen there that can actually free up assertive community treatment teams or AOT teams notwithstanding the concerns that were raised earlier, to respond to the complexity in community, and again, further freeing up, police to respond to other issues. So that whole continuum, I think, can be complemented and augmented against that principle of diversion, getting the right care at the right time to the right people. And I think PACT, especially if it's resourced well and part of that continuum in a robust way, can achieve that aim. And I think we're seeing that in other jurisdictions.
Great. Thanks for elaborating on that. Thanks.
Thank you both. Seeing no more questions. Oh, sorry. There are questions from Councillor Kirby-Yung. Jonathan, Councillor Kirby-Yung, please go ahead.
Actually, no, Chair, I don't have questions, but I wonder if I could procedurally propose a motion for the remainder of the business tonight.
Sure.
I'm wondering if I can propose a motion that we finish hearing from speakers on this item and the final item on the agenda, whichever number that is, 10, and then defer debate and decision on both items to the reserve date on Tuesday, the 22nd at 3 p.m.
Councillor Kirby-Yung, just to confirm, the motion is to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. Do we hear?
No, I'll repeat it. I may have done that a bit quickly, but the motion is to conclude hearing speakers on item 11, the current item, as well as hearing speakers on item 12, but to defer debate and decision on both items to the reserve date that council has at 3 p.m. on November 22nd.